Looks like this oil market's gonna looks like it wants to make a run up here. Looks like the dollar's gonna give back some of its gains. I think this dollar yen is gonna collapse. Look at this ridiculous treading water here. This angle. Something's got to give. Something's got to give on that. This oil market could take a step up. Scalpers. So if I was trading oil, I would have put my buy limits below here. I would have scalped to the bottom. If you're real bullish, you just buy this accumulation under the floor. Coming in Asia, buy that. It's basically, when it closes below that wick, I would pull the trigger if my limits didn't get filled down there. It's kind of a no-brainer trade, really. Just like this one. You're just going to buy. That's a nice bounce. $3 bounce. Didn't make it back to here though. Looks like we might back to here. I'd say here's the target for today. Crude. Okay, so it's 20 after. Usually the bond market used to open up here. I don't know if it still does. In Chicago, I used to sit here at 8:20 and think, oh, here comes the bond market. Maybe it still does in people's minds because everything's moving now. There goes the dollar. Bye-bye. Can you get on the 1 hour train here? I should probably already be short this dollar yen. You should be short already from here. It's the IC200 block. Everybody knows that. Come on, man. So the dollar's going to get crushed here. I bought the euro dollar. I'm long 1K. I'm up 14 cents. Thank you very much. And I'm in 10K here and I'm up $5. I'm trying to find a better audio system than Google Hangouts says they're going to shut it down. Google's shutting everything down. Fuck Google. Are you allowed to say that? Missing something. Holy shit. So what's the story? Inner city traders. We trade in the ghetto. We never saw a ghetto we couldn't trade. Because it's what we do. It's who we are. Ghetto trader. Ghetto scalper. How much you want for that? Got that Rolex? That's that fake Rolex, please? Well, here we go. Some news coming out, right? 8:30. Everybody, hold on to your pants. We're selling the dollar. Brace yourself. Gird your loins. Buy crude oil here. Hurry up and get that crude oil trade going. It's too late. You missed it. Right there. You chase a little bit. Get it before it breaks out the wicks. It's going to take these out like a zipper. Here we go. Yeah. So, anyways. Now 15 minutes, a little choppy, woppy, but hey, the 15 minute lets you draw trend lines, see? Trend line break, crude oil. She's leaving the station. Look at this nice order block right here. Feast your eyes on this fucking order block. Inner city order blocks, I'll have you know. ICT, welcome to the ICT channel. ICT went rogue. Rogue wave. Rogue waves. Yeah. Guppy. The guppy is a buy all day long. Look at this puppy. Good Lord, man, that thing is oversold. On a 15, it's a different story, I'm sure. Yeah, I think on the 15, you could have scalped it off the top there. So, what's your opinion of the Zoom? Or should I just put up this Hangouts link? I put the Hangouts link up there because that was easy. Wow, look at this guppy. Let's see. Zoom in a little bit. Okay, here's how I trade it. Come in with these 1 hour buy limits like this and just come right underneath the market right here, right now. Now this is a probability situation. I'm giving the market an hour to spike down and fill these orders. So if I put an order down here, it's probably not going to fill, right? These aren't going to fill. But if we get some drama, they will. I don't think I want to sell it, I'll tell you that. So I think this is going to be the vacuum. We're going to put our limits in right here. Just gobble up any spike down. Now I'm going to put in the 4 hour tickets. We'll start the 4 hour tickets at this wick. And I'll just throw a bunch in there. 8 hour. With the guppy, you could trade these 10 pip apart ones. I'll just load the wagon. So I went long the pound here. I mean the euro dollar. I guess some fantasy trading the crude there. I went long crude in my mind here. So I can only lose my mind. Can't lose any money. That's when when you paper trade, when you demo trade, you can only lose your mind. Screaming back here. Crude's coming back off that floor, that trap. Beautiful trap entry. Got to buy some more euro, I think. Yeah, let's get in this euro. Let's just go nuts. One click, no stop. One click, no stop. We're paying commissions here. It's just 1 pip at higher than Trader's Way. This is offshore. Hugo. Here we go, bottom of the hour. Go to the half hour chart. So this was the trap here. Buying below here. The loneliest of wicks. A no-brainer entry. Of course, if you're buying into that, you got to have some deep pockets. If you start buying below here like I did, you're underwater. So, but if you martingale in, so you come down every 10 pips, you come down, you buy another standard lot. So by here, you're in. You also get scalp off the bottom. But ideally, you build the whole position, and then you're going to cash everything out here, and you're going to walk away with, 6 standard lots off the bottom. It's going to be $1 million position, and you just get out, and you're up on the week. Then do a rinse and repeat. Same thing on the guppy there. So we talked about that trade on the stream. How it's going to crush into the hole. The looming abyss. So if you stay through this whole thing, this guy Cornwall was in this trade. So once we fell through the floor there, and then we got this beautiful dead cat bounce. Right, got that dead cat bounce here. Didn't make it back to the floor. Didn't make it back to this, unfortunately. But then it goes ripping deeper. So if you stay around for the extra drama, it ended up going down, right? But then once again, if you're not in that trade, the obvious thing is to gobble this up, and that's every one of those tickets is a winner, right? If you didn't get stopped out, Every ticket's a winner on the guppy there if you bought this trap, this hole. So that's the obvious trade there. Of course, this takes some, I got some thinking, you know, or you have to, if you're going to canvas that whole area and you're martingale in, every 10 pips it goes down, you double your position, right? But it's a structural thing. You're not doing it because, or it's on a clock too. So if you buy below here, you can see your first ticket, that was a scalp. You didn't have to take that. You could have just kept buying this thing. And even in here, you got this nice smash back to the floor, or eventually made it back to here. And now I'm holding. So I'm holding for the big engulfment now. So I'm very long at the bottom, really in big, and just going to wait it out. So these are the same thing on the pound. Another obliteration down. The euro dollar has been going down for 40 hours straight. These currencies have been going down for 40 hours straight. I'm talking 10 4-hour candles, not one bullish candle. I mean, that's profound. It's also the end of the month. It's a lot of things. It's also, we went through this floor. Now this really amazing crush below. That'll be the target. First target. Look at this nice smooth. That's 40. That's 10 4-hour candles. Unbelievable, really. This last scalp. So Martingale does work, but you can't just... You got to have enough money in the account. Forgot to say. You plan the whole fucking Martingale out. Yeah, you don't just come in there and you can't just keep pulling the trigger every 4 hours. But you could, actually. Every 4 hours it goes down, you could pull the trigger. You could either put a grid in. What's the difference, right? I guess the difference is that here at the very bottom, okay, when it goes up, you stop buying, right? Or you're cashing out. So I'm all in. I'm selling the dollar. Oil's screaming up, right? Oil's making that move. Seeing the 15. Now the sellers just came in though, right? So everybody's cashing out here. All the guys that want to make money in a half hour, they're probably out, right? The big players are holding. It's now 8:30. And stocks open in 1 hour. It's as simple as that. So I think maybe stocks are going to go up. I used to have stocks on here, but I lost them. There it is, US 30. Let me put this. Got to get rid of these indicators. Can't see anything. Stock market's screaming back. Looks just like this. It's all the same, really. I mean, this is the same trap that you get on the other market. And that's the buy window, and you're holding. You're hoping that we're going to take out this thing and go screaming north and here. A lot of sellers up here, I think. That'd be the place to just, get the hell out. Forget about it. Anyways, go back to the stream here. Yeah, I got that chart. You trade that ruble? Yeah, I got the ruble chart here. Let's see. Kind of the exotics are down here, I think. Yeah, wow. I've never seen so many symbols. I'm really kind of lost on this. Maybe it's mainstream up here. See, I got stocks in here. Yeah, stock. Here it is. For the love of Pete, that thing's screaming, huh? Dollar's killing the ruble for the moment. Gap. See, here's a brutal thing. Look at this. You put a sell limit here, man. They just blow through it. Kind of tough to trade this, isn't it? I'll go to 4-hour chart. Oof. Man, that thing's all up in your face. I think like it just dove into the vacuum. All of a sudden, boom, it's up here. Crazy. But that was the sell, right? You could have scalped that. Do you have a sell limit up there on the ruble? That's a Jake takes profits trade right there. If I ever saw one. Might even be an order block up here for God's sakes. It's a win-win situation. Yeah. Anyways. So yeah, we're just sitting here. Waiting for the... Also, it's Wednesday. Wednesday's crazy. The swaps. Guppy's ready for a pounce north. Look at this puppy. One pissed off currency pair. Don't fuck with the guppy, man. Look at this thing poised for a psycho rally. Man, that thing's had it. All the big boys are long on that pullback. Okay, so we got 55 minutes before the stocks open. I guess everybody's at work. 8:30 in the morning. Oh my God, my back's killing me. Oh, my aching back. Pancakes with real syrup, please. Can't have that corn syrup. Is just evil as can be. It's worse than it's really worse than anything. What's going on out there, man? Is the world back to normal now? I understand it's okay to shoot places up again. It's back. Right? Yeah, you gotta have this. Yeah, I used to buy real honey, like, you know, honey with the wax, the honeycomb, the whole thing. Be gnawing in this wax and stuff. I don't know if you're allowed to do that with like raw honey. They outlawed a lot of stuff like raw milk. Even raw women. They'll all got makeup on them and stuff. It's hard to find a girl without makeup on these days. They're all dolled up. Got their war paint on. They got blood on their lips already. So yeah, I'm waiting for all this. We're waiting for the stocks to open. Stock market is a leading indicator, so the sellers got to come in right here, man, on the stock market. If that does not happen, stocks are going to rip face off to the north today. How about War Pigs? War Pigs by Black Sabbath. Let's see if Black Sabbath shows up on my suggestions inside of YouTube's. Overload their algo today with all my suggestions. War Pigs by Black Sabbath, please. Alexa, please. I don't even think you're allowed to even say bands' names without their authorization. It's going to come to a point where you need authorization to do anything. Vaccinated. I've downloaded the latest talking points and the latest safe words. I can't buy a safe space. I'm running one right now. But I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I got confirmation. I've got moving averages. I was just watching Wicks Don't Lie, and the guy says, what you want to do here is wait until the 15-minute chart closes below before you put the trade on, see? I don't know how people watch this shit. And then people on Wicks Don't Lie, these people they come in, they have a chart, you know, it's kind of like What do you think this trade I put on? The guy's like, it's not bad. It's not a bad trade. Wow. Okay, next question. I don't know, it's so boring. How the fuck do you... I got they got an entourage of... At least it's free, right? Shouldn't complain. Don't complain, it's free. Wicks don't lie. It's the body that lies. Notice it's the body of the candle that's the problem. Because that's directional, whether it's bullish or bearish. I'm having a problem with that right there. We had 40 hours of pure sell-off on the 4-hour chart based on the daylight savings time chart. So it's a little distorted. It's 1 hour off. In other words, we have a 2-hour, a 6-hour completion. Until I don't know if Europe's going to go with daylight savings time, but for the moment, all the charts are fucked up. If you're a person that wants to get in at 1 o'clock in the morning on a 4-hour chart, it's not going to happen. Unless your broker has switched to daylight savings time along with the rest of the world. Okay, we're sitting mega long here. Short the dollar, waiting for the open of the stock market. Alright, we're just sitting here poised for the end of the world. I'm up $7. I mean, well, actually, after the commissions, I'm not up that much. I bought into this British pound. It's going, I waited for confirmation though, see. I waited until it was up about 20 pips off the bottom. I thought, you know what? Why buy at the bottom? What's the sense in buying down here when I can overpay and buy up here? In fact, what I'll probably do is put like a mental note about if it takes out this, I'll be like, you know what? I think it's really going up. Yeah, I'll buy. Oh, you know, but I kind of want to see it break this level. And I think I'll put a buy stop about 5 pips above this high. Like here, right? Because I want to make really sure this thing's going up. I mean, who's doing that trade? So, it's a good idea. I don't know, maybe I should just buy now. Looks like the sellers are coming in right here, actually. A lot of people cashing out in that little trap. Right there, there's a guy with a buy stop getting trapped right now. I want to be him. So I got the buy limits below here. For 1 hour, I'm going to trail buy limits below here for an hour now. I guess I could get out of this 10K. See, that's the thing. I'm torn. Should I just hold that 10K? I guess just hold on to it. What else we got? Got this Dow Jones. This is the critical situation. Can the stock market rifle through this interday pivot? So on the 4-hour, that is the low of this on the 4-hour, so that's the 4-hour low. Kind of got to make it above this thing. Close above that and start going up. Also be a problem. That'd be a place to get out here. Or that's it, right? The sellers are going to come in here and we're going to topple down. That's the bear argument. That we're sitting right in the sell zone now. This bottom is becoming a top. So either way, I'm sure that if you bought this trap down here, you'd have to say this is the middle of fair value right now. You probably want to get out of something. I can zoom out. I guess the goal is to break this trend line to the upside. crashing through that thing today, maybe go ripping up. Dash coin. Dash coin looks like a nice little, could have bought here, this little trap. So if the dollar goes to hell today, this Dash coin should break this daily trend line. I guess it's right up against it. I guess you could say we broke it back here and you're buying the pullback, retest. You know, the funny thing about trend lines is you can do this all day long, you know, it starts to look like a Gann fan at some point, but breakout, pull back to that point. This is what Gann was trying to do. Get your own Gann fan there. Keeps breaking the steep trend line. Break out, pull back. This is the new trend line to break. There. I call it the Gann. I call it the simpleton broom. So it's a broom. Stocks are kind of dying out here. Getting all still. We got any news coming out today that's going to rock this thing? Yeah, well, 95% would lose because I guess they're just trading too big. So I guess if you take $1,000 account and you risk $100 per trade, right? You could do 10 trades. So you're gonna risk you put trade 10Ks with a, you know, whatever. So if you traded 1Ks and you're gonna risk $100 per trade, you could put $1,000 stop in there. So I think you just trade too big, I would say, for the size of the account because, but they're actually trading one thing. See, I think the problem is most people are just doing one trade. So the idea is that you, say you do a moving average crossover system, right? Well, what if you get in and the moving average that you picked is too slow, so you got in late, and if you follow the rules you're supposed to follow, so it's kind of half of a rule list, right? So if you're if you cut your losses short, you'll just kind of churn your account, right? So you lose $5, $8, $5. You're always losing. So a lot of the rules that I've told people are kind of ridiculous, you know. And of course, if you just, so if you told somebody when they're driving the car that, they tell you when you drive a car that when you change lanes, you should speed up, right? But what if there's, you know, something in the road, you know, like a person laying down? Are you going to speed up when you make a lane change? So this kind of rules without any kind of context are just so ridiculous. Like, if you're scaling into the market, you know you're not cutting your losses short. In fact, you're adding to the loser as you come down. And when you martingale in, you're just going, I can't fucking believe I'm buying more of this, right? So you're going against everything in your human nature. And most people aren't going to teach courses. Nobody's going to teach a course that says, that I've seen, where they say, okay, buy a 1K and then place buy limits 10 pips apart for the whole day and just walk away from the trade and see what happens. And so now it might turn out that you just have to gauge your reaction to that setup. I mean, you've done this. When I say setup, I mean, if you bought one at the market, a 1K, and you're down $5, now they're filling the other 1Ks. Just pick any currency any day of the week. And you're going to hold that to the, just, this is a demo account, I'm hoping, and you just hold that trade for 3 days and just see what happens. And of course, I guess this is where you should journal, right? How you're shitting your pants about, oh, I'm down $8, I'm down 80 pips on this, oh, it's crazy. But I'm buying more because I just laid a limit grid in. Like, this is stupid. Like, why am I doing this, right? Well, you're putting the limits in because this is one thing that's kind of a little too simple, is that if you buy low and sell high, you'll make money. Well, if it keeps going down, right? Now, if you get in too close together with not enough money in the account, that's a problem. But if you let the market go down and fill all those limits, plus you bought one in the market because you don't want to miss out, right? And you can see that every hour you could buy one at the market. So every hour drops, you buy one at the market, plus you have a grid in there, right? And just pick any currency. And just guess, you put them 10 pips apart, 50 pips apart, whatever. Now, the goal is to do this every day or every week and just check your emotions. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing, because it may be the best trade in the world if you would have held for 3 days. Now, as you look back on the market, you'll say, God, if I would have held that. I mean, at the time, it seemed like the most fucking I can't believe the market. Don't forget, 40 hours down. If your chart ends at 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 10 o'clock right now with daylight savings time. So right now we're supposed to update the 4-hour chart, but we won't. We won't update it till 10. We've been going down 40 fucking hours in the euro. I know that. The same thing in the pound. So these kind of moves are kind of unique, actually. And also, if you buy one at the market and you pepper everything below you on buy limits, you can just right mouse click. You don't need scripts or nothing fancy. You just right mouse click your mouse and go like this, buy limit. Okay, this is how you do it. Just buy one at the market, go like this. This is my mentorship course, right? My version of training people how to trade. And then get back to me on that, right? So I'd send you out day one. Here's your trading course. Buy one at the market here. I don't care what the fuck it is, what time of fucking day you do it. You buy one and you come in like this and you put buy limits in with the right mouse click, okay? On MT4 platform. That's class, that's module 1, right? Let it go through the day, win, lose, or draw. At the end of the, and as it's happening, right, you can monitor from your phone. You can log in on your Android and watch this drama on your phone. Look at the charts. In other words, you got your trade plan in. You're going to buy low, sell high. That's your trade plan. That's a strategy. It's called a strategy, right? And then you just have to watch your emotions. You have to you can do it with real money. I guess it depends. If you put $300 in the account, you do it with real money. Don't trade with stops. Fuck the stops. The account is the stop. If you got a $200 account, that's the stop, right? Whatever happens. On the guppy, you got to put your orders about 50 pips apart, maybe, right? You got to have half a brain, right? You got to, okay, later on you'll develop you'll say, God, I put these in too tight. I'm putting it too wide. That's the whole point, right? So when you're driving the car, you're like, nobody starts off in third gear, right? You start with first gear, second gear, right? You got the scalp, you get the second gear. Okay, now when you're in fifth gear, you're on the highway. You may have scalped this bottom here, this floor, right? This wackadoodle. In fact, this is the cleanest scalp. This is Dow Jones, by the way, very highly liquid. A lot of people are doing the same. This is psychological, too. This bottom becomes a top and then it finally engulfs, right? And that whole accumulation under the floor, and but that aside, putting in the buy limits like this, I'll just put a buy limit in. If this comes back into here, I want to buy some. Now, you may never get filled or you may get overfilled. But I still, okay, so you can do all the moving average stuff in the world. You can do the Fibonacci shit. You can do all that stuff. In the end, it's supply and demand. It's buy low, sell high. And, of course, your emotions, I mean, so you may be waiting for the setup right now, and the stocks are going to open here in 35 minutes. And did you see that last retest on the euro? I hope they filled my limits. I put some limits here. Did anybody catch this last? Well, I've been babbling. The markets are moving here. Look at this. Shit. I can't get to that thing fast enough. But look at this 5-minute euro. See this? You could have placed buy limits in this little pocket right here. Okay, I didn't do that because I just bought at the market. Here, I'll buy again. So I'm buying under the floor here, and I'm betting this is going to engulf. But if I wasn't, so I can buy here. I can place a buy limit, just like this buy limit, right? Just naked trading. You don't need. I mean, I'm just risking the whole account, I guess. So here's my trap. If they pull it back, they might pull it back. What if they take it down here? So I'm just scaling in. And that's it. I mean, honestly, to me, if somebody would have told me this years ago, well, what you're going to do is you're going to get in the market. This is kind of like that wobble technique, I suppose. I'm not going to put a buy stop here, you know, because if I really want to get in, I'm going to put another buy limit here, right? So I'm going to gauge. All that has to do is come back a little bit, and we got 35 minutes before stocks open, so the euro dollar could smack down again. In fact, it could come all the way down here. So just line up all these limits, and then just let the market unfold, because as you come into U.S. markets, and of course you'll figure these things out, that this is actually the PMI flash. All this drama here, see, on the 5-minute chart. Well, 15, it looks a little bit smoother, right? So if you had buy limits below these wicks, right, and you have a script that's going to make, or you have targets that are going to make 30 pips, you made your 30 pips, right? It did not do a full engulf, but it came ripping back into the thing, and then here you're buying at the market, but you kind of have to. And then after that, it's a matter of like, okay, how many trades are you going to do a day? Because who can be awake all day? Like, if you weren't awake when this thing smashed down today, you missed it. I guess you could get in now, right? I could buy now, but wouldn't you rather just take this nice 30 pips off the floor here? That's a complete engulf. On closing prices, it turns around on a dime, but it works so hard, man. I mean, and the work that people put into these algorithms, like I got RSI with a little touch of stochastics and an MECD. I got a little Ikamusha on the side. See, when you put the wasabi on the Renko charts, I'm talking, oh my God, and they're making so much money by then. No, I think it's psychological. I mean, you just have to get used to being a loser. I would say I give a course, module 2 is how to be a total fucking loser. Inner city ghetto loser. Welcome to inner city trading. Scalp like, what is that? Grand Theft Auto Forex. For a more crude experience. Yeah. So, has anybody tried the Zoom thing? Is Zoom better than this Forex Hangout thing? Because it's kind of crude. Yeah. I don't know. Right. Yeah, I mean, you could do that, I suppose. Okay, so they take a percentage, right? And so a lot of these prop firms, you know, they're trying to make it more appetizing, you know. They're saying, well, you know, we're going to give you that first $1,000 will be yours, and then in the end, you have a relationship with somebody in the end, right? So this is the other reason I don't think I could do the prop firm thing, is that I guess it's a personality issue, right? I don't get along with other people. So if somebody says to me, say I'm washing the windows, and they say, you know, if you do this and do that, and if I think they're full of shit, I just think to myself, in my mind, I'll think, you know, you're a fucking moron, dude. Thanks for the help, but you're a fucking moron. So I don't think I'd get along. Like if they told me, well, you're done trading for the day, I'm like, fuck that. Like, in other words, they'd say, well, you've gone past. So did you see this mindfully trading girl? The mindful warrior, she's like, I'm kind of getting nervous here because couple more losing trades, and I'm not going to be able to trade. So I'd rather just also I'm not really comfortable with people looking at my trading and going, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'd be like, "You're really going to ask me that?" Like, I guess I'm not a team player, so I don't know. But I mean, I know people want to do this because they're like, well, other people's money, right? I don't want to risk my own money. But the scrutiny this is like playing guitar. I could probably be a studio musician, but if some guy says to me, I tried out for a band, believe it or not. This guy was older than me. The drummer was a jazz drummer, really amazing, like Jack DeJohnette kind of guy. And he says, and the other bass player was there, pretty good bass player, at least he was sober. And he says to me, turn off your reverb. And I said, pardon me? He goes, turn off you don't need reverb. I said, how's that? He says, I'm going to be your verb. Now, what he meant was, this is the funniest thing, what he meant was is that he's going to kind of play right behind me. I guess they're trying to do pop music. So they wanted it to be really stark and really super unreverby. And I'm like, I don't think that, I mean, that's like taking reverb's kind of like wearing clothes or wearing makeup for a girl, you know. If you got reverb on there, you're like, you know, even if you fuck up a note, it sounds good, you know. It's like delay. He wanted to be my verb. I'll be your verb. It's like, get out of here. Anyways, it's top of the hour. Boom. So we're holding this Euro position. Anyways, I don't know if that answers your question. Well, I'm not here to answer questions. Speaking of the microphone, yeah, the prop thing, I don't know. That's the trader's way. I mean, I'm sorry, the no-nonsense guy is got a lot of people that want to casually trade, I suppose, at a prop firm. I don't know. I guess, here, I'll show you my favorite video, honestly. Like, this kind of just blew my mind. I don't know, the audio's not that good on here, but, it's called, Auction Basics. I don't even know. It's so funny. It's hard to understand what this guy's saying. So maybe I'll turn on the, whatchamacallit, closed caption. I don't normally do that. I have a friend who's from other countries, and they always got that running, and I'm like, wow, that's interesting. I can't, a little distracting on the screen, but here, I'll do it. I'll do it in this case, so you can read along, even if you don't, you can't understand anything. Here, so, no thanks. Scott, leave me alone, fucking YouTubes. Okay, everyone, just to make a video on the real basics, because he does mumble, and maybe the closed caption's gonna mumble too, but we'll do it. We'll let her rip here.
Basics of auction market theory, which is what I trade. I do not trade market profile. It is not an indicator.
So it says micro profile, but he means market profile. You know, the Steinberg thing. That's what he means by this. So to me, this explains everything that you need to know. This is the aha moment for me. I wish somebody would have told me this, and that's the bulge, you know. That's why he's saying it's not market profile.
Also, enlarge the video because this will be in HD. So what do I have for you right here? I have for you a balance area.
He says it will be in HD, but I don't think it is. Well, it is, I guess. Of course. Let's see here. Now, this is a balance area.
And this is what you see on a profile. You usually see these bulges.
He sounds like he's drunk, but this guy's, he really nails it. And basically in 9 minutes, he tells you everything you need to know about auction theory, but afraid to ask.
Each day. Something like that. But on a bar chart, what does this look like? It looks something like this. You know, we have these market running higher and then it coming down, trading around here, 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 whatever, coming down here, 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 here. All this shows is that these are unfair lows, which is shown by low volume, and these are unfair highs.
So that's where I like to get in. Unfair value, I got my limits down here. And when it comes back to the bulge, get out. Or hold through the engulf. Now he describes this as he has two terms for this, and maybe this could be somewhere in a book. I don't know where he got these terms from, but he's going to use them.
Shown by low volume, and then there's a point in the usually near the middle where there's a lot of volume, and the trick to this is taking the right trades at the right points, which are the high and low volume areas. So let's just go to present day market. You're looking at the Russell 2000. Now how is this shown on a bar chart? You can see it right here, a balance area. You can see we have unfair highs here and unfair lows here, and we have a lot of volume traded in the middle. And we will show that by putting on a little profile right here. We have unfair highs and unfair lows and a bulge of volume in the middle. Now the trick is trading at the extremes, which are the 95s in this case and the 93s in this case. And when you trade at these extremes, your risk to reward increases greatly. And you will also be able to find key areas on the profile, which are shown by single prints. I mean, selling tails, buying tails.
Could it be any easier? Can you imagine what you would do with a limit order in this case? It doesn't get any dumber than this, really. Honestly. No fibs, no MAs, no volume, none of that bullshit. We're talking 8 to 1 on your money.
Here's another sailing tail. And then the high volume notes and the highs of days and stuff like that. So I'm just going to go over an example trade I made in oil today. I entered it right over here. So let's just go through an overview of what was going through my mind in this trade. We knew we had balance here. We had an unfair high and an unfair low. So you want to be taking trades in and around these areas. Let's extend this a bit. It began to break out and we built value lower.
I don't... do I believe in it? I believe in it like I believe the earth is round. Of course. Come on, man. You don't think there's this thing... You don't think there's unfair prices? It crude at 0. Is that unfair? Or is it going to stay there? No, it's unfair. It's unsustainable.
That means that the market is officially in a downtrend. Once that was broken and we built value higher, and we got accepted back into this value area, which means that there is a buyer stepping in as prices went lower.
See, that's the auction floor. For me, this is the trap. This is the bottom. You could trade this area, and he's going to get to these two different terms. Whether he engulfs it or he just scalps the edge of it, he has two different terms for that.
Usually when a market breaks out one way, fails, and gets accepted back into the volume, it's going to go to the other side. And that's just...
So that's the engulf, see. If it accepted back in, you could shoot across. You can also get out in the middle, see how it pauses in the middle. Typically, a lot of people are joining the new trend, the new train there to do... But see how it came back all the way to here, people scalp to that. So it explains everything. You know, it explains the wick, let's say. At least explains the wick.
It's a known fact. And that's kind of what I was playing. So what I did was I used the big profile, which is this one right here. And what I did was I took a trade at the extreme of it, but also at the extreme of a smaller one. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the trade at the extreme of the smaller one and have the risk of that, but the reward of the big one. which is right here. So going into the types of trades, there are two types of trades you can make. Responsive, which is buying this end of the profile, or selling this high, so you're going against the trend, or being initiative, which is selling the break and buying the break of the other side. What I was doing was I was buying the responsive trade in this profile with the risk of it, and I was also buying kind of an initiative slash responsive trade because I was looking for it to go initiative here, but I was buying against the overall downtrend. So remember this, I had the risk of about 15 cents or $150, but I had the reward of potentially 500, 1,000, and it goes on. Really, your minimum target is the high volume node of the profile, so your minimum target was 800. That's about 5 to 1. So that means you could have four losing trades in a row and have one winning trade, which will put you on the winning scale.
I don't know who he is. I don't know the guy's name. Honestly, he put this up. I got 45,000 views. I post this as like kind of the only thing you need to know how to make money trading is this video. Honestly, 9 minutes is kind of wraps it up.
That takes a lot of emotion out of trading.
See, it takes the emotion out, but for some people, they're still going to get emotional, right? That's always going to be the snag.
I'll give another example. In gold here, I bought, and really this is a real trade, and I still have it marked actually. You can see this red line I drew right there. I bought this right here. And I didn't have to be a magician to do that. All I knew was that we had an unfair high here and an unfair low here. Gold was overall in an uptrend, which you could see by value building higher. So you want to be a buyer either way, either the break of this or a buyer down here. All I had was a stop down here of about $100, 1 point, but my potential reward was 69, which is about 500 and higher. A lot of traders, they trade in these random areas, and that's what gets them killed. The risk. See, people get in here because of the moving averages and all. The reason people get into the trade in this phase here is because of moving averages, but in the end, it's really about getting into the very unfair extreme wick, really extreme unfair value, and ride it either to the other side or to the middle, of the road, or you're gonna full initiative go all the way and golf the whole thing, you know. You could just scalp the wick tips, really. To reward in these random areas are terrible. They're usually 1-to-1 or even worse.
Because for a lot of people, so the no-nonsense people are getting in here, say on the dailies, based on some algo they built because it's going to give them a signal, right? And their indicators catch up, and they got a target, and maybe they're waiting for the ATRs to change before they get out of the trade, and they try to stop, you know. So they're riding some type of. They created a bias and a vision that's anchored in their indicators, right? Where this is literally raw prices and coming up with trade plans for raw prices, you know. That's kind of like two different worlds.
But when you're trading at extremes, here and here, the risk to reward increases. And that's what really auction market theory is about. So let's go back to this again and go over the trades you can make. You can either take the responsive trade. Oh shoot, let's use this. The responsive trade, which is the sell here or the buy here. Or you could take the initiative trade, which is the buy up here and the sell down here. Or breakout trades. Your stops for breakout trades are usually just above the low volume here, and for responsive trades just above the high here or there. But your potentials is for the initiative trade is the length of this profile in that direction, or responsive, the length of the profile in that direction when taking it at the lower extreme, and vice versa for the top extreme. The ideal trade in auction market theory are the ones where, let's say you buy it at this X that I'm drawing right here, where you first have it as responsive, but the market continues to go higher, and where it breaks out and turns initiative. Those are the trades that are going to make your account explode literally by 20%. And same on the other side, where you short it near the high and you have a break low. Like, think about it. Let's say your goal is to catch the high of the day. You could try 4 times at, let's say in gold, at this extreme. Let's say this was the extreme, it stops you out. Try it again here, it stops you out. You try it again here, it stops you out. Try it again here. You've probably accumulated, 3 losses of maybe $120. So that's a good, $360 to $400. But one trade is gonna make that all back. And think about it. When you're entering short here, you're gonna hold in until something says get out, and that is indicated by a bounce area forming higher. So you could see balance kept forming lower. Nothing was saying sell until this thing broke right here. So you want to be taking it off in and around this area. So that's how much? 1,200 when you lost 400. So you're up 800, and that's how you make your money. You're gonna have more losing trades in the beginning, and then big winners that wipe it all out and give you a lot more money in return. And once you increase your knowledge about the market and your feel, you'll be getting more winners, and that's gonna increase your profits even more. So that's the key, really the key to trading properly. Like, in the long run, you're not going to make money risking 50 to make 50. You have to be risking less than you make. A regular trade you're going to get is ones where you risk 50 to make 250, and then you will find some where you risk 50 to make 1,000. And those are the trades that are going to make your day. So thank you for watching this video. All my videos will now be in HD. Thank you.
I don't even know who this guy is, but yeah, so that kind of explains it to me. Let's see if he's got any new videos. No, it's 7 years ago, so some guy, don't even know. I'm getting filled on my limit orders that I placed here. I can see the market's smashing down. It's filling my limits that I let's see how the British pound's tanking again. Almost took profits on the oil, waiting for the stocks to rally, but looks like they're tanking, right? I think the stocks are tanking now. No, they're still sitting at this. So here, based on what he just said, is here. So basically, here's the unfair value down here on the stock market. So yesterday we went unfair. You could have scalped to the floor. Now it's going to go. Well, this would be where a lot of people are going to get out in the middle of fair value right here. This is the fair value box. It came back into it. And on the sell side, you put your sells up here. There's a slot, low risk, just the very edge of the market, really. And once again, I buy down here. So they're punishing, once again, they're beating the shit out of the euro dollar. I'm glad to see shootings are back in vogue. Can we take off the masks now? Since we're going to get shot up at the grocery store by a Muslim, can we at least take off the... I kind of want to get shot with a mask off, because I want to sell as I'm going down, holding the bullet hole in my gut. I want to say fuck you. Also, the other way to look at it is this: if you're not going to, so combining the unfair value is that every hour the euro dollar is down below this auction floor. So right now we're still in auction mode, right? We're still trapped under the euro, under this Asian low, and I'm going to buy at the market. So I'm going to buy at the market right now, just naked, because this also is a triple bottom almost. Wait for stocks to open. So the half hour has more trades, and the floor is a little sloppy here. This kind of auction floor kind of idea. But every half hour it comes down. We don't buy up against the floor because we're going to get a better price if we put limits down here and we build a position in the unfair value mode. So what he just said, that's kind of where you want to get on the euro, I think. Low risk trade, right? And then I guess, this is the obvious kind of like, I'm going to get out here. Honestly, I'm getting out there. I'm not going to ride. I don't think this is going to be able to engulf anything. Actually, on the way to that, I would be getting out. So it depends how big you're in, right? This is the window where people will be cashing out. I'll certainly be cashing out there. But I'm just going to keep pulling the trigger here and building a position under the floor. So I'm not in that big. And there's no stops on any of this stuff. I'm running pure. I'm risking the whole account, so to speak. That's what real men do, say. I'm going to be a caveman sometimes. I'm down $30. I'm in 50K and I'm down $30. Yeah. Yeah, I believe in stop losses. If you got, I don't believe I'm in right now because I'm just doing a demo account. But if your account only has $500 in it, that is your stop loss. If you don't believe in stop losses. But then, of course, if you put a stop in there, how wide is the stop, right? If the stop's too wide for the account, then you may as well not even put stops in. But right now I'm not trading with stops because I don't have any market order scripts for this broker right now, so I'm just pulling the trigger. I'm just going to build a position here. Okay, I'm going to stop buying now though. So I stopped buying now because I'm buying this trap on the 5-minute euro. So I'm buying that. So here's the unfair wick. So there's an auction within the auction. So here was the auction here. Here's an unfair value, right? It falls into this is the lonely wick in this case. This one right here. This Williams fractal right there, by the way. So on this chart, it's a high frequency trading situation, right? You're going to buy, sell, buy, sell. You can see all the traps. There's plenty of, in this, you just have to buy, if you're going to, now I'm building this giant long position here because I think in the end that this is a 40-hour sell-off, not on this broker, but on mine it is. Actually, on Trader's Way it is, not on this one apparently. Okay, see this chart here. This chart updates. It's Trader's Way 4-hour chart. It's updating at 2, 6, and 10. That there is 40 hours straight down. I guess this one here is kind of a rally. But actually, that's the closing line. It's actually not a rally according to candlesticks because it closed. This is okay. This is like a doji here, kind of. Not on my broker. There's 5 seconds between candlesticks, so depending when your broker updates. Now it could keep tanking, right? Could keep tanking. This one I don't have any orders in, so let me put these in front of it. So I'm going to catch a falling knife here on limits. Let's put a pack in here. So stocks, it might spike down when stocks open. So the other thing is, okay, I'm going to go back to Hugo's got the, wait, which one's got that chart? Okay, I'm buying on this at the market. The British pound, I got trades on that too, but I'm not, it's too hard to focus on that. So that's another thing. I'm just trading. So it's coming into my buy limits now. Stocks are going to open up here, and we could actually take out the low of the day here just as stocks open. So I got my finger on the trigger here. Oh, this is Trader's Way. I'm trading a 10K. I don't want to trade a 10K. So I just trade 1Ks here. Oh shit, 0K. That's not going to work. Okay, I'm buy at the market right now. So I'm going to lock this in. And I'm going to put buy limits just below this wick, and then of course just right in front of the market right now. So I'm going to buy at the market, and then we're also waiting for stocks to open. So they're crushing this down again. This happens just before stocks open. You'll notice the currencies really, euro dollar really pulls back hard here. I guess a stop hunt for the bulls or something. I'll go to a 5-minute chart. See how hard that comes flying back here. Into the abyss. It's amazing. So this really kind of freaks people out. If they're long right now, this final sell-off, this lasts about 6 minutes. We could crush into here and we get picked up on all these limits. That'd be the best situation. So unfair value down here. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a crazy little pullback. Maybe launch up into the air, possibly. Now this is kind of a big battle right here, coming into the opening of stocks. So 5 5-minute charts updating. I'm going to buy at the market now. I'm going to load the wagon right now. And then you got to load up right now. I know it's just amazing. Look at this thing. So this is a floor within a floor, right? So that's that floor, and then we have this 4-hour thing we're trapped underneath right now, or this 1 hour, I guess you could say. All right, so over about the there's a 5-minute, and now we just wait for stocks to open. This goes ripping north, and this is going to be pretty crazy. This 9-minute window here. What else we got? The stock market. Let's go take a peek at the stocks, because that's what's kind of driving all this crazy stuff. So I think I almost just nicked that. Almost fell into this hole. It still could. Still could. That's Trader's Way. I'm going back to Hugo and his. So I got the stock market over here, I think. So oil's about to break out that, about to cash out, but it's coming into the sell window on oil there. Take a look at stocks here. Got, okay, so stocks are just stalled out. 3 minutes, stocks are going to open, and we're hoping for a full engulf here. Buying in the trap, and we want to see stocks take out this high, and then the euro dollar and the pound goes up. That's my plan. Just got 3 minutes here. So yeah, what's the yeah, we're coming really. Yeah. Yeah, this is it, man. This is scalping, ghetto scalper. Critical time. Look at this. Bitcoin was a. So Bitcoin had the same situation here. Unfair value there on the 4-hour. Comes down by here. But now, I guess I'd be cashing out of something here. Bitcoin's all excited. Bitcoin wants to make a run for the border here. Break out to the top side and go for all-time highs. Dash coins. Same thing. Ether coin. Stocks. So stocks look like they're ready for a move here. Here's the 5-minute stock market. US 30 stocks. We pulled back. I got a trend line there. 1-minute stocks. Or 5-minute stocks. So this will be a do or die moment. Can we take out the high of the day in stocks and keep ripping north? We'll find out. So you get in the Canadian dollar. Yeah. So this is the moment of truth. We got a whole 30 seconds left. White knuckle. Look, it looks like the stocks are going to break out to the top side here. Euro's coming off the floor. So it's amazing. Isn't it amazing how they pull back that euro within the very bottom of the hour? It's just mind-blowing. It's a conspiracy is what the hell it is. Look at this 5-minute euro. This is classic. 5-minute euro dollar. Let's see. What kind of damage? Okay, stocks are open. Now it could go either way. We could smash way down in euro, and we could take out the low of last night, actually, of this. So I'm prepared to buy that on limits though. So I'm done buying at the market for now. So I'm just gonna lock that in on the clock because I wanted to get that half-hour trap on. You know, this right. See how it just closed on the half-hour close below? That's the trade I'm trying to get going there. That's my, oh, we have to, got a color there. I gotta get to my screen. Oh, it's all on the same screen now. Okay. Let's see here. Just me, okay. I thought somebody was trying to get in. I thought I heard a sound. I was gonna sign up for this Zoom thing, but, I don't know if it's worth it. Okay, well, let's see how stocks are doing. Are they coming back to life? Or are they going to kill them? Here, stocks are taking off. So stocks are breaking out. The high of the day. Also, you kind of have to wait till the 5 minutes goes by. This is 1 minute. This 5-minute chart. We have to wait till 5 minutes go by, though. So it's only been. We got 4 minutes left. 3.5 minutes left here. 1 minute chart. 1 minute Dow Jones. It's full zoom out, I think. No, that's not it. That's full zoom. Alrighty then, let's see some drama. What's it going to be, kids? That's the 5-minute total zoom out. Stocks. Alright, Euro's leaving the station. We have liftoff. So they really make you pay for it. So I'm in this giant position in the euro dollar. And I added with this fake money, because when you close down below the this floor, this lonely wick, or the loneliest wick in sight, you just got to buy that. Close your eyes and buy at the market, but I also have the buy limits right at the edge, right? So this is, now we just got to hold this until Friday. I mean, I would say if this goes up 40 pips, I'm probably going to get out. If we can take out the high. So we're still trapped underneath the Asian floor. No offense to Asians, but we're trapped under here. And if we can engulf, take out Asia, rip into this area, this is definitely where I'm just going to dump everything. Is this triple bottom on the half-hour euro, right? This triple bottom here. Where it's kind of where the party got started. Everything fell apart down there. So we kind of got a lot of work to do. We got to go up at least 30 to 40 pips here. So that'd be the last trade. That also, it's Wednesday. It's right rock bottom. Usually you make this severe moves on Wednesday. Anyways, that'll happen there. I put the link into this thing, but gotta go to work. Okay. Oh, you must have like knocked on the door and then left. Okay, so we're waiting. It's all good. I don't know if there's more news coming out, like crude oil or something. I know. So Yellen is supposed to speak at noon. The Fed is going to talk at noon, so that could actually make the euro tank into that. We might still sell off into this euro dollar thing because they're going to have some tough. But it says Forex Factory says is it 10 o'clock. The Fed's going to talk, so that's only a moment away. We could get all sorts of drama, so we could actually blow out the bottom of that euro, I suppose. But for the moment, I'm severely long waiting for the Fed to speak. I think we could we could go down 10 more pips here easy. That wouldn't be hard to do at all. And testifying. They're going to testify. I guess this is speculation comes in now. Like people are going to guess on if the interest rates are going to change. Because they said they weren't going to change them. Maybe we drive it down, take out the low of yesterday, and then the Fed talks, and then things change. I don't know. Something like that. Meanwhile, I'm getting filled on my limits. Also, I'm waiting for, I guess the Fed's going to talk at 10, so it's going to get all crazy here. Unless I just wick it down. And actually, I almost suspect that by the time she goes to speak, it's a girl, right? That this thing will be ripping back up. It's going to people have bipolar Tourette's. What's going on? Well, I guess you got your audio turned on. Yeah, so it's really kind of crazy here, isn't it? And they're not supposed to touch interest rates, so I don't know. This is maybe just meaningless drama here. Yeah. Let's see what I got. Get the stream here. How do you know where to set up, take profit? Well, I guess the take profit is going to be where the sellers are. So if I'm buying here, I guess the first take profit's going to have to be. Okay, so I go to the 5-minute chart. This would be my first take profit. It'd be this low. So assume that we're trapped unfair under this floor, right? Come back to here, we'll cash out. But actually, you'd be cashing out right now. Like if you bought here, you kind of have to cash out here right now, right? Just because of that little, because of the time frame that we're on, that's how that trade appears. You know, seems to make sense here. But if you're on the half-hour chart, you're kind of just like getting out at this. Like so, this is the bottom of that. I'm gonna cash out here. Ultimately, we're going to go up here and take out this wick, and I'm going to cash out here and then all the way up. So for your greedy target, it's going to be here. This is the ultimate floor. If you think that, so there's two unfair values. There's everything below this line is unfair, right? It's a deep discount, I guess you could say. And everything below here is even a deeper discount. So there's two levels of crazy, you know. It's a 10 pip grid. This is the 100 pips. These dark lines are 100 pips. But when you're on the 4-hour chart, it's like, wow, this is a meltdown. Straight meltdown here. Yeah, this is always the ultimate exit for the moment right there. That's when everything just So it's only 10 pips away, the first target. But the internal, kind of the bigger target here is because I suppose for the real bulls, the big bulls are just going to hold on until we make it to this or to here, you know. I could see that. Like, just hang on until you come up in here. I definitely dump everything I own right there because there's sellers galore there. And then just go back to a range kind of theme where it's up and down on the range basis. But for the moment, they keep driving it down. You know, I think they could drive it all the way down and maybe take out the low of the day coming into this Yellen speech. But look at how frisky we are under the floor here. So a lot of debate right here. Very, very much the line of scrimmage. A lot of tension here. Look at how harsh that came down, right into the opening the Dow Jones, and looks like it might go lower. Spike down here for 10 pips, and then keep spiking down, or rip, and come back the other way. So two choices there. So it keeps dipping in. I hope it just comes down and nicks the wick here, and then we'll buy into that on limits, and then ride it back to the middle. And I'm also going to wait, I don't know, I guess I'm not going to trade at the market. If she's going to open her mouth, we're going to just come down here and fill this before she talks. And so we could come down there, hit the limits, and then she starts talking, and it rips and engulfs this whole thing. It just goes, it doesn't even matter what she says. It really doesn't matter. Amazingly. Oh, so I could pull the trigger here because that's the 5-minute chart. And we just kept closing down. So I'm gonna load the wagon here. So every 5 minutes down, I buy. So right there, I bought at that last 5 minutes. This is a perfect auction here because I'm buying while we're underneath the floor at the market. So that's a buy at the market. But the rest is limits. It's still spiked down, but this is tremendously. It's 40 hours down, a day and a half down, into Yellen. So this looks like we can come rocketing back. Unsustainable. 5-minute sell-off. Unsustainable. Okay, now I'm looking for a short squeeze. Maybe to the top of the hour, you know, it could actually be up here by the time she opens her trap right here. Or at least to be here by the time she starts talking. And then we could just be, like anything could happen then, you know. Like a rip down, rip up. But I'm kind of biased long here. Kinda. I bought more here. So, real and fake money bought more down here. Because I just know how they do this, and that's how they roll this. They'll pull this all the way back, and then she'll open her trap, and the thing will ripping up, and everybody's like, what the fuck? I mean, I thought it was going down. So, big red mark on the news for that. So yeah, she's going to be rocking the markets. Is it Janet Yellen? She's yelling. Maybe because she's yelling too much. Okay, so we're just holding this white knuckle trade. White knuckle trader. No offense to other color knuckles. So a lot of people would cash out here. So if you just bought 40 standard lots right there, I think you're getting out, right? Because this is where the sellers are supposed to come in. Bottoms become tops. So do bottoms really become tops at this point of the auction? They could, right? The sellers could come here after 5 minutes. Pull the trigger and sell after 5 minutes right here, right? It's confirmation of a breakout. It broke out, pull back to the breakout point, sell here, right? I don't know, kind of spooky, right? Because if you go to the half-hour chart, you're like, I don't know if I want to do that. Half-hour chart says, I don't know if I want to do that. So it really depends what context you're looking at here. Look at this half-hour chart. You really want to sell here? So we just stepped in there. Actually, after half-hour sheer, this is a shaved candle almost under the floor. I bought a market there because it went a little bit lower. That's what you say the limits for. So we loaded up at the market there. On the 15, it looked good too. I mean, it really is so hard to buy into that. I can't tell you how hard it, like buying into this plunge is like, holy shit, this thing's looking like it's going to keep, like if you look at this, you go, dude, it's just going to keep tanking. But you have to trust in the auction or trust in this trap. Okay, now you just have to sit tight. She's supposed to start. Is she really going to testify right at 10 o'clock? I assume what's going to happen is the market's going to go berserk, up and down, no matter what she says. She's just a foil. She's just a tool for the market. Yeah, the 5-minute charts are just. Look at that thing. Just shaved candle in the 5. Look at that thing turn around. It's fucking nuts. Look at that. Now here comes a short squeeze, and this is the new floor that you have to defend. The seller's got to come in there now. But they're going to blow out your 15-minute floor right now. Let me delete these. I got to zoom out a little bit to do the. Right, so they couldn't defend this floor, right? This is not a bottom becoming a top. Is this the new bottom, or are we going to go shearing up and just rip your face off? Don't forget, 40 hours down. 40 hours down. You want to sell here? Wow. I think they called that a retest down there, so that was a little bit of a... That was a little nerve-wracking, but even on demo. So we got to defend this floor on the 15 now. This 15-minute close is a little different. Can he do it? She's going to speak in less than 15 minutes. Yeah, so look at this insane. Now I would cash out. So if you're in really big, yes, I would sell right there. Because we probably pull back a little bit maybe. Or it's going to be a mind blower. You just go shearing straight up and people are just like, what the fuck? Yeah, well, that's one pissed off currency. Nobody makes euros sit in the corner. Yeah, that 4 hours is insane. Look at the daily. So you literally came down and nicked this area in the daily. That's a lonely wick entry. You want to go short here? Yeah, it's a breakout, dude. Can't you see it's going to tank? I'm going short here and my target's down here. Of course, so looking at the dailies, we actually didn't hit this wick yet. So here's the deepest supply zone I can even see on the chart right here. This is just crazy, right? She's going to talk. If she says she's not touching interest rates, I would say everybody's going to pile into the euro here. And if you look at the weekly euro, you're like, yeah, I'd buy that pullback in the weekly euro. Sure. Look at this 2 weeks down. 2 weeks down, and it just nicked the wick here on the weekly wicks. Wicks don't lie. The weekly wicks doesn't lie. 5-minute chart. Yellen's going to open her trap. She's going to kill the dollar. Let's see how stocks are taking this news. This non-news. Oh, stocks are ripping. Right off my trend line. See how that works? So they're in the. So here's the challenge. We did blow through that. Stocks are just. Stocks says she's not. Stocks say that she's not going to touch interest rates. What do you think? Let me go to the 4-hour stocks. Okay, look at the 4-hour stock market. Man, look at them rip that puppy. So they blew out this fair value, right? I had this marked. They're going for a full tilt retard and golf. They'll probably take out the high of yesterday. But like once again, this is where you got to think about taking profits because there's sellers galore up here. Okay, we're holding on. Crude oil's in the sell window now. It hit its target. This could back off pretty simply here. Kind of like says, dollar for this. It's kind of struggle here a little bit. There's sellers up in here. I'd cash out of that right now. So if I got in here, I would have dumped. free up some margin, go to the next. Wow, look at this. Missed this trade. Could have had sell limits up here. Now that's a no-brainer for dollar yen, right? And this is the trend line break pullback. I started the video here. And you could trade setups like this, right? You could be like, pull back, get in here. But you know what? Just put some sell limits. Unfair value. You're already up on every ticket there. Why make like so difficult? Stocks are kind of right in the climax, and the guppy's screaming back. The pound is probably screaming back off the floor in some regard. Everybody's jockeying for position. Yeah, this pound's not ready to leave the station. It's rearing up. I don't know. Let's hopefully we can survive this volatility when she starts talking. If you're in a position while she's talking, it's a little bit tough. Well, the ruble's banging on the ceiling there. Dollar's killing the ruble a little bit. After what Biden said, you know. Okay, we'll go for oil. Oil looks like it's going to keep going up. So the bullish view of oil is, look at the 4-hour chart, you know, you do this thing will keep going up, right? So if you're going to trade the inversion of the euro trade, you're selling the dollar Swiss up here. Dollar Swiss is retesting the highs at the same time the euro's retesting the lows. Okay, here's the 5-minute euro. It's backing off. The sellers did come in here on the euro for a second. 5-minute chart. So can they hold it down to the? Can they hold it underground here? So that would have been your first easy target on the 50-minute chart. So you could have done that trade. That's kind of a stupid easy auction. You buy this unfair and you dump in the middle of fair value, which is the middle of the road. I'm going to call fair value as this whole thing, so right in the middle. Now we're waiting for 10 minutes till Yellen speaks. Crude's banging north. Crude's on a fierce run. What else we got? The British pound is kind of still. Oh, British pound's. I guess you should have bought it a half hour ago. And the euro is really getting beat to shit there. It's just stalled out in the middle. Gold looks like it should take a rally here. It pulled back, and gold's still under this unfair value. Yeah, that's I'm gonna call unfair value here. As soon as gold went to 1650, people were like, "Oh boy, that's kind of cheap now, isn't it?" Let's see what the price is at. Yeah, 1680. But it looks poised for a rally here. I mean, I don't know if this is the only time she testifies, but I don't know. I have somebody here that was on the. I'm gonna find my stream thing. It's just me. Okay. I'm getting nervous. Waiting for Yellen to speak. I always got to go to the bathroom when I just before the news. I get all anxious. You just got to wait it out. Insufferable. But last time she came, she's going to speak around 1 or something. I don't think she spoke until 1:30 and the markets went nuts. I think it's just going to be a short squeeze no matter what she says. Right? Isn't that what you suspected? So for the moment, that's easy. I don't have a zoom. I guess you have to have a zoom to go on zoom. I'm glad I don't have to be the Federal Reserve person. Still waiting for 5 minutes. 5-minute warning here. 4 minutes. What is she going to say? I don't think a transcript. Isn't it? Don't people already know what she's going to say? Don't they have like some type of little printout that they hand out? The ICT is supposed to just ICT. Yeah, this is going to be a 5-minute world here. Yeah, we kind of got this nice pullback on the 5. You could have bought that pullback, you know, if you're into the momentum trading. I say if you're trading at the market, you know, you're probably a momentum trader because you're kind of trying to nail that trade. So, you know, here's the rejection, I suppose you call it, of this price. We blew through it and kind of got below it there, and kind of last chance to board the long train at the market before she starts yabbering and jabbering. We got running out of time here. 40 hours down in the euro, kind of running out of time. There'll be trouble, people. Yeah, if you can blow out this, so if we could take out Asia low in the euro, you know, that's going to be profound, which is going to be this pivot. I'm going to call this the Asian low. Because you blew through it, then you re-engulfed, and now it's kind of like that's the big challenge, right? Can you make it through this? If you make it through that, it's kind of like clear sailing. Not clear sailing, but we got to take out the high of Asia, but I know there's sellers up here, so I kind of want to cash out of something. When you get near the high of Asia, looking back into the 15-minute charts could be a little easier to scope those structures out. The big giant profit entry is going to be here. This is where everything came unwrapped. You know, you break through the floor. Sellers come in. That is a confirmation entry of then the down, and then you come all the way down here. This is the end of U.S. markets. You kind of get a dead cat bounce, and then here's your first scalp. It's only worth 10 pips. Right, this is like a 10 pip scalp here if you buy that. Then it goes rifling down. So this is pretty brutal. This is the floor that you really just annihilated. Go back to the 5. You're just kind of like queuing up here, waiting for this. It could go either way here pretty hard. You know, it gets sliced down at any moment, you know. Just take some goober to come, some big boy goober come in and just hit the sell button. I don't know. But, you know, it can rocket either way at this point. This is quite the profound high drama scalp here. Earlier was this one where you go down here, you rifle around, you come flying back up. See, you've already retested that twice. Okay. 50 seconds. I don't know, is she going to start talking? Or maybe she releases the... maybe what they do is she's testifying and then they release the transcript at the same time. I don't know. So is the market going to go crazy here at 10 o'clock? Coming wrapped here at the top of the hour. So it's going to be crazy. It'll be crazy, I'm sure. Let's take a look at stocks. They're bracing, I'm sure. So oil is right in the sell window. So if you're a scalper, you're probably selling at that tip of that wick. Just for a scalp, because you could just go screaming up. You know, it's kind of frightening. Somebody's going to sit there and start talking and move the market. I'm not a big fan of people. So the sellers came in on the Dow Jones there. So, not to say the buyer's not coming back to town, but look at this. This was the supply zone or the order block, or whatever we call it, just above here, right? This slot, a lot of scalpers on the Dow Jones there, selling that. Okay, we just updated the charts. It's 10 o'clock. Here we go. What's going on here? What's she gonna say? Maybe they released the transcript. Here's the Dow Jones. And let's take a peek at the euro. I got to get rid of this Dash coin. It's driving me crazy. I can't have that many symbols up here. Let me scooch this over. Also, I don't trade this, whatever the fuck that is. Gold looks like it's ready to rally here. Daily gold looks like it's ready for a run. Break that trend line and say bye-bye to the dollar. We're not going to change interest rates. We knew that. Hello? So, here comes the 5-minute euro. Now it does have to do that stampede on Asia now. We have to go and smoke this price level. We're just going to go scream, just blow it to pieces. Is there any more news coming out though? I don't have my Forex factory up. Okay, 10:30 there's going to be crude oil inventory. So this should be a big deal, right? For crude. I don't know if this guy... You could get a pop out of crude there. If crude goes up, inventories are low. You get that's coming out in just under a half hour. So that's nice. At least we got it before the crude oil inventories were announced. This probably happens every Wednesday, I think. Then we got consumer confidence at 11 a.m. out of Europe. And then Draghi's going to... I'm sorry, not Draghi. Who's... Lagarde speaks? Let him speak. Here's a nice bullish view. The half-hour chart, we bought this smackdown. We bought here on limits. We're holding the longs. Just about to take out that wick for the last half hour. Here's a 15-minute view. Coming up after. Got to shear this off. Just got to blow this shit out. Just go ripping short squeeze, psycho short squeeze north now. Otherwise, we're in trouble. As heavy as I bought into this, because really I was looking at the daily and I'm like, I think I want to buy this price on the daily. Like, this is, I'm going to donate a lot of money to this trade this week. And knowing Wednesday is going to be like Wick Hunt Wednesday, Wiki Wednesday, it just seemed like a perfect fit. So if you're no-nonsense traders, could just lock this in. Like, it's like this trade here where you buy underneath. Now, this you had to take some punishment here, but that was worth about 100, 200 pips there. Another unfair. Here's the other unfair move up here. I'd be able to take this punishment that wick. I don't know what she's saying, but right now we're stalled out. So, you know, a lot of people are cashing out there. I think I got some targets already been hit. 4 hours says. So there's a double bottom almost on the 4 hour here. So that I would just hold that trade. Now you could put a trend line in here. I don't think they're going to be able to hold that rate of change there. It's going to be tough. I'm looking to break this trend line. What else is there? Yeah, that should be, I think they might spike it up in anticipation of the inventories regardless of what they are. I can see the sellers already came in on crude there, right? This is the sell window regardless of news. Or the target if you went long. So, if I wasn't in this yet, I put a buy limit at the bottom of this. I'll put a buy limit here. So inventories come out regardless. If they spike it down into this little thing, that's great, but I'd be afraid to sell. I'd sell up here, but I'd be afraid to sell on the way to that price, because if it goes ramming through this slot, like that's a space. We could go. It's a $1 space. We could go ripping through there, right? And of course, the better sell is going to be up here in this 10 pip window, $10 window. Because if I wasn't in this market, and I'm not, but like I said, if crude's about to come out, I'd put buy limits right now, right here, right now, right? That lasts for maybe an hour. I would just stack buy limits in here. Maybe have my finger on the trigger. Because if it just dips back a little bit, you know, because I'd feel like at this moment, I'm not going to, like, here's the 5-minute chart. So I could justify waiting 5 minutes to buy a pullback on crude here. And you got inventories coming out in 25 minutes. But to me, it looks like the smart money would be putting buy limits here right now on crude. Yeah, we're just waiting. Looks like a sell on Bitcoin here. If I was in Bitcoin, I would have sold already. I would have sold that big rally. It looks like we just tripped the sell window there on Bitcoin. It could all fall apart. Nothing's certain but death and taxes. No, I mean, some of these price pulses aren't really that big, and if your spread's wide and you're not trading big enough, I guess it's not even worth taking the trade. Why bother? So the euro's successfully kind of staying above. Once again, there were sellers here on some level. People were scalping out that, cashing out that trap. Put buy limits here. I'll buy this area on the euro. One last pullback maybe before we hunt down Asia's prices. If we ever, nothing's for certain, so it's not like guaranteed we're gonna go take out the high of Asia or even the low. But you know, it's you gotta have some kind of guess. Shit. Problem with my equipment here. So we're just still waiting. Does Yellen say anything interesting? She recommend any? Oh, pulling back again. Retesting here. Euro. So, buy at the market if you're not in yet. I would wait for 2 more minutes. Or I could just put another buy limit in there. Recapture this and just keep building this position. Crude oil. I guess crude oil is going to be the natural gas also. If you watch natural gas numbers come in, the market will move on that pretty good actually. Because it's kind of like the end of Europe and everything's kind of locking in. Wow, amazing. Markets are nuts. It's near the end of the month though too, so a lot of this is end of the month shenanigans, people just clearing their books. Such an extreme move. Still pulling back this $0. Still a chance to buy. Amazing. It's just never chase it, you know. There's always a pullback around the corner. Okay, so Yellen. Does anybody have a direct feed from Yellen's microphone? What's she saying now? Take a look at crude. Crude's getting all antsy before the report. Is this going to be a big report? Okay. Stocks are weaseling north. Stocks are on a bullish streak. Crude oil is itching to go up on the 5, itching to pop. Well, I guess if I'm buying low, I want it to go up. If I'm selling high, I want it to go down. I'm really not a directional trader, but I guess for crude oil here, I say it's going up. So I'd buy at the market. I would have bought at the market 5 minutes ago, but if I didn't, I don't know if I'd chase it. So since I don't have a direction, like say I had to go, out for 4 hours, right? I'd probably put sell limits on crude up here. Some are scalps. Some are going to be targets that are going to make $2. So if I sold up there, so if you sell above here, the logical target is going to be to get out into here because you're expecting the market to go up, smack into here, and come back $10. When crude oil inventories come out, if you come in really tight here with buy limits, then you can just pick that trade up. I guess if you have big balls, you're going to put in sell limits like here in a pocket. So, yeah, I guess if I'm short, then I'm bearish. If I'm long, I'm bullish. So that's my directional because I don't want. It's always changing. I mean, this is obviously the big support. When you took this out, you went down there. I'm a buyer anywhere below here, so I'm bullish below here. So it's a retracement direction. It's not like I'm getting on a trend. I mean, I just become a buyer down there naturally. I'm a contrarian direction, I suppose. So the guppy here. Look at this, another big sell-off, just a meltdown. This looks like a huge dollar trap. I mean, anybody that's buying the dollar Swiss here. Same thing on the dollar Swiss. I'd be selling this whole trap up here. I'm short that thing. I mean, the weekly does look pretty damn bullish there, but like I said, these things have a limit, you know. It's got a limit. So the other place to sell here is stuff like this is ripe for the selling here. It's way out there. If you're afraid that you don't want to sell here and you want a higher probability, but then again, you never spike up there. But if you do spike up there, it's a great place to sell, right? It was here on the weeklies. If you sold anything above here, you were a genius for about 100, almost 200 pips there. So if you could afford to sell a 100 pip window there, you cash that out, and it's just an auction kind of trade. Just like if you trade tops become bottoms. This is a top become a bottom, right? You take out this top as the market goes shearing up. It takes out this top. If you put a sell limit in it, that has to be also your target. So if you do sell here, that's your target, because the buyers are it's a revolving door. The buyers are going to come in there. Looks like gold's just sitting here, just can't wait to break this trend line. And we're going to go full retard because they're going to print more money than Jesus. They really are. Crude's just itching to go. Like, people are just buying. It is also accumulation phase, in my opinion, is that all of this zigzaggy stuff are people just keep loading the long wagon, And we're looking for a $10 pop, a dollar pop here in crude. When inventories come out, I don't know. Yellen must be not saying anything this dramatic because everything's dead. I mean, we're just sitting here. Stocks are screaming. They just want to take out the high yesterday so bad here. It's insane. And there's a lot of free space up here too. I used to have the NASDAQ and everything up here, but I don't because it's just taking up too many symbols. All right, we're going to have, here you go, 15-minute guys are updating now. Go to the 15-minute chart. Still screaming north. Go to the 15-minute crude. Kind of like I'm a seller there for the scalp, right? For the scalp, we're short crude. But I mean, news is coming out. Do you really want to be short? I guess you could. You might actually scalp out before the news comes out. We could come ripping back into here, and I got buy limits, imaginary buy limits in this pocket. She's on YouTube, really? Is she just talking with a mask on and mumbling so nobody can understand what the fuck she's saying? Let me see if I can boot her up. She's probably she's changed the name of inflation to stretching money. They just come up with new fucking phrases for stuff. Isn't that amazing? Well, we call that encouraging the markets. We're not printing money. We're encouraging the markets. I notice everybody tunes in, and I bore them to death. Is it Yellen? Oh, yeah. Wait, she streamed that 19 hours ago. Federal Reserve. Let's see.
Enough. After all, there were and still are some very deep pockets of pain in the data.
Cut
1
it
in
out.
10 homeowners with a mortgage are behind on their payments, and almost 1 in 5 renters are behind on their rent. There are 22 million people who say they don't have enough food to eat. 1 in 10 adults are hungry in America. I looked at data like these and I worried that the COVID economy was going to keep hurting millions of people now and haunt them long after the health emergency was over. We know that when the foundations of someone's life fall apart, when they lose the roof over their head or the ability to eat dinner every night, the pain can weigh on them for years. Their earnings potential is permanently lowered. I worried about this happening on a mass scale. That's why I advocated very hard for the American Rescue Plan. And it's why my first and most enthusiastic message today is thank you. With the passage of the Rescue Plan, I'm confident that people will reach the other side of this pandemic with the foundations of their lives intact. and I believe they will be met there by a growing economy. In fact, I think we may see a return to full employment next year. Of course, the speed and strength of our recovery depends in part on how we implement the legislation. Treasury is tasked with much of that work, and there's nothing that I or my team take more seriously. We appreciate your oversight on this matter, and I want to briefly tell you about how we have been working. Since taking office 2 months ago, we have been expediting relief to the areas of greatest need. For example, small businesses, and especially the smallest small businesses, which are disproportionately owned by women and people of color. The pandemic has hit these businesses hard. The Paycheck Protection Program was an early lifeline, but because of issues with the program's design, the first rounds often didn't reach the smallest sole proprietorships. We're addressing that now. We worked with SBA to tweak how the program was implemented. It's allowing the PPP to reach millions more micro businesses and entrepreneurs, especially in rural and low-income areas. We're also building capacity to support these communities over the longer term. Because of the December legislation, Treasury now has $12 billion to inject into community development financial institutions and minority depository institutions. In turn, these CDFIs and MDIs can lend that capital out, helping people buy homes and start businesses in places that the financial services sector traditionally hasn't served well. Then there are the families I spoke about, the ones struggling to keep a roof over their head and food on the table. The American Rescue Plan provides more than $30 billion to help renters and homeowners at risk of losing their homes. And we're making sure that assistance flows as efficiently as possible. For instance, the previous administration put in place rules that required tenants and landlords to provide quite a bit of documentation to get rental assistance, including detailed statements about their income. But some people don't have access to those documents. We're cutting through the red tape for them while still taking reasonable steps to prevent fraud and abuse. And of course, we've been sending direct payments to Americans, a lot of Americans. As of last week, we had issued over 90 million payments. And all this is just a fraction of Treasury's work. There are so many more relief programs, including one that will provide $350 billion in aid to state and local governments. Implementing all of it is more complicated than it sounds, and we're working closely with stakeholders to make sure that these programs are both efficient and effective. Behind these many relief programs, these millions of transactions, are a staff of very dedicated and very tired Treasury and IRS employees. My final word is to them. Thank you. You're putting on a masterclass in how government should work in the furnace of a crisis. I'm grateful to be your colleague. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen. Chair Powell, you're recognized for 5 minutes. And thank you, Ranking Member Toomey.
Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, and other members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the measures that we've taken to address the hardship wrought by the pandemic. I'd like to start by noting the upcoming one-year anniversary of the CARES Act. With unanimous approval, Congress provided by far the fastest and largest response to any post-war economic downturn, offering fiscal support for households, businesses, healthcare providers, and state and local governments. This historically important legislation provided critical support in our nation's hour of need. As the virus arrived in force, our immediate challenge was to limit the severity and duration of the fallout to avoid longer-run damage. At the Fed, we also acted with unprecedented speed and force, using the full range of policy tools at our disposal. Today, the situation is much improved. While the economic fallout has been real and widespread, the worst was avoided by swift and vigorous action from Congress and the Federal Reserve, from across government and cities and towns, and from individuals, communities, and the private sector. More people held on to their jobs, more businesses kept their doors open, and more incomes were saved. But the recovery is far from complete. So, at the Fed, we will continue to provide the economy the support that it needs for as long as it takes. As we've emphasized throughout the pandemic, the path of the economy continues to depend on the course of the virus. Since January, the number of new cases, hospitalizations, and deaths has fallen, and ongoing vaccinations offer hope for a return to more normal conditions later this year. In the meantime, continued social distancing and mask wearing will help us reach that goal. Indicators of economic activity and employment have turned up recently. Household spending on goods has risen notably so far this year, although spending on services remains low, especially in sectors that typically require in-person gatherings. The housing sector has more than fully recovered from the downturn, while business investment and manufacturing production have also picked up. As with overall economic activity, conditions in the labor market have recently improved. Employment rose by 379,000 in February, as the leisure and hospitality sector recouped about 2/3 of the jobs that it had lost in December and January. The recovery has progressed more quickly than generally expected and looks to be strengthening. This is due in significant part to the unprecedented fiscal and monetary policy actions I mentioned, which provide essential support to households, businesses, and communities. However, the sectors of the economy most adversely affected by the resurgence of the virus and by greater social distancing remain weak, and the unemployment rate, still elevated at 6.2%, underestimates the shortfall, particularly as labor force participation remains notably below pre-pandemic levels. We welcome this progress, but we will not lose sight of the millions of Americans who are still hurting, including lower wage workers in the services sector, African Americans, Hispanics, and other minority groups that have been especially hard hit. The Fed's response has been guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability for the American people, along with our responsibilities to promote the stability of the financial system. When financial markets came under intense pressure last year, we took broad and forceful actions, deploying both our conventional and emergency lending tools to more directly support the flow of credit. Our actions taken together helped unlock more than $2 trillion in funding to support businesses, large and small, nonprofits, and state and local governments between April and December. This support, in turn, has helped organizations from shuttering and put employers in both a better position to keep workers on and to hire them back as the recovery continues. Our programs served as a backstop to key credit markets and helped restore the flow of credit from private lenders through normal channels. We deployed these lending powers to an unprecedented extent last year. Our emergency lending powers require the approval of the Treasury and are available only in very unusual circumstances. Many of these programs were supported by funding from the CARES Act. Those facilities provided essential support through a very difficult year. They are now closed, and the Fed has returned the large majority of Treasury's CARE Act equity as required by law. Our other emergency lending facilities are following suit imminently, although we recently extended the Paycheck Protection Program lending facility for another quarter to continue to support the PPP. Everything the Fed does is in service to our public mission. We're committed to using our full range of tools to support the economy and to help assure that the recovery from this difficult period will be as robust as possible on behalf of communities, families, and businesses across the country. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you, Madam Secretary. Chair Powell, do you think all this fiscal support will help us get to full employment and improve our overall economic and GDP growth?
I think that the fiscal support that Congress has provided since the beginning has been really at the heart of the recovery and deserves much of the credit for the strength of the recovery over the course of the last year. I'm loath to comment on particular fiscal bills, as you know, but I would just say generally this situation really called for a strong fiscal response, and we've certainly had that.
Thank you. Secretary Yellen, how does the American Rescue Plan help women and people of color and the workers who've so often been left behind in our economy?
Well, the rescue plan is very much focused on getting aid in a whole variety of ways to those groups, starting with unemployment insurance, rental assistance for people who are in danger of losing their homes, food assistance, assistance to small businesses, especially in low-income minority communities, just aid to state and local governments, much of which can be directed toward those groups that have been most adversely affected by the pandemic. So there's also child support, an increase in the child tax credit to help families with burdens, household burdens. There's an expansion of the child and dependent care credit that will help women who are at home with family responsibilities get back to work. So a broad range of features that are directed at those groups.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And I noticed one of the first things you mentioned is particularly of interest in this committee, and that is the work that a number of my colleagues did to help renters pay their bills and keep roofs over their heads. And a roof over the head. I hope you'll continue to work with state, local, and tribal grantees to help this out, to get this help out to renters quickly. Secretary Yellen, do you think people are getting? Thank you. Do you think getting people vaccinated as fast as possible, as the Biden administration, as the American Rescue Plan are doing, does getting people vaccinated as fast as possible, does that help the economic recovery?
Oh yes, absolutely. As Chair Powell indicated in his own remarks, ultimately, the economic recovery depends on success in getting the pandemic under control. And
God, she is feeble. Her and Biden. So we got crude oil in 15 seconds. Of course, you'll see it before my stream's, I'm sure, delayed. So we're sitting here waiting. Crude oil, 5-minute chart. Looks like we're going to pop up. Okay, crude's out. We could spike down before we go up too. That's just a classic kind of thing that happens. Totally short the dollar. I'm looking for crude. They take this down before it goes up. I don't know what the crude oil inventory is, but I guess we're hoping it's bad for the dollar. Because I'm long the pound, I'm long euro. Other numbers, bullish or bearish, I don't know. Inventory up or down, of course. Oh, we already built that into the numbers. Everybody's fine. It's what we expected, so. Of course, there's a delay on Forex Factory, I think, to see the news of the inventory. Let's see what they say. I have to wait about 3 minutes to get the actual Forex Factory news, I think, on crude. It's supposed to be. I'm still waiting for that. And they have the Australian news coming out. Leading index. I don't know what the CB leading index is, but apparently it means something to somebody. Only gets a yellow tag though. It's not intense news, but yeah. Oh, it's expected. So it's pretty much it's barely off then. So there's more oil than you need, right? Inventory's up, so maybe this pulls back. You know, if you had a sell limit up here, you had some balls to put that in there, but you're winning. I think I'd buy this one. Like I said, I'd buy into this thing. I like the idea of it spiking down and then going up, you know, like it pulls back and then we go up. I guess I like this entry here because I don't want to be the guy buying this, you know, top tick Tommy here. That's a personal preference. I hate getting trapped in these fake breakouts. Now we're just going to wait, I guess. Now we wait for Europe to close. Did I say there's another piece of news at 11? No. 11 o'clock we got consumer confidence out of Europe, so. And then you got the president of the ECB. I guess nice pullback in crude here. Let's see what the pound's doing. Pound's just kind of dilly-dallying in there. Rearing up for a rally. Stocks are reared up for a rally here. We got a pullback on the 15. The scalpers got their scalp in, but it looks like in the end the stocks are going up. Thank God to our the officials are speaking. They're just it's hard to stop a bull. I mean, this market's on fire. Gold looks like it's ready for a rally here on the 4-hour. Just kind of... Oh, they're tanking this pound, though, aren't they? They're just beating the shit out of that pound. I don't know. I want this fucking market to move, whether it's up or down. I'm dying from this fucking dead-ass market. It's just killing me. Blow me up or make me money. Okay, we got a problem. You know what? They got to do something about these markets. They're just not moving. Somebody step in. Okay, we got 5 minutes after the news. This is a big deal. 5 minutes after. So we got 30 seconds. We should see a move in these markets. 5 minutes after 10:30. They're just kind of dead. Dead in the water. I smash crude again. Okay, this is a good pullback. If you wanted to go long crude, I would buy this right here. As you come back to this stop hunt window, you know. Okay, I'd buy that at the market, and then I got a limit maybe there. Now I'm going to hold it. Because I don't think the inventory means shit. I think that was a good 5-minute pullback there. Now we can commence rally like a real rally from here. It's kind of got to queue up a little bit. God, man, come on, people. Trade this shit. I can't take it. But somebody trade this market? I mean, I was just going to... How long are we going to sit in this fucking trade? Oh, God. Come on, people. Oh. Yeah. Looks like the British pound's ready to take a run. Oh yeah, here we go. Everything's queued up. Got this nice little trap in here on the pound. Pound goes up. Euro goes up. Oil goes up. Getting a nice firm setup on crude here on the 5. Swiss franc's ready to collapse. Can't get the party started on this shit, though. It's going to be crazy. If this thing does take off, it's going to be nuts, because this thing's been dicking around down here all day in this pocket. It's just retarded. It's unnatural. Oh, stock market's ready to make a run. Look at that. Nice pullback here on the 15. She's ready for a stampede now. Look at that. Got a nice top bottom on that 15. You could have pulled the trigger there with some kind of... Just got to keep going up north here on the... You can see this stock market go up. Dollar down. Monthly chart of crude. Oh, look at this nice place to get in on that crude. So I'd hold that trade. The monthly beginning of this year. Yeah, that is the it's like bookends here. We came in. If we had a yearly chart, we'd have a hammer. If we could do a yearly chart, because MetaTrader doesn't do yearly charts, you got a perfect hammer there. You open it at the beginning of the year, and you close at the end of the year. Oh, that's a big ass hammer. BigAssHammers.com. It's a hell of a wick there. Monthly wick. Yearly wick. Yearly hammer. Still kind of sitting here waiting for a rally in stocks, waiting for a rally in crude to close out the day, the week. Got to get a nice rally here. But I guess this is a better trade because the longer it goes sideways, the more dramatic the actual move will be. If it's, you know, hopefully it's in our direction. Oh, on the dailies, yeah. So if you go to the daily, right? Yeah, you know, sometimes it's not tried and true. Like here's the thing where on the monthly we just keep shearing up, you know, here we just keep shearing up. Sometimes it does turn around at the end of the month, like, but not always. Like here's a turnaround end of the month, turnaround end of the month, but not always. Like here. Because sometimes we just keep on marching through that like it doesn't matter. So, yeah, well. Yeah, so here's the trend line of break, and at some point you have to think that it's going to be a little old, this trend. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There goes the euro. It's about time, guys. Jesus, fuck, I thought I was losing my mind. It's like my router didn't work this morning. I had to reload the goddamn software. I called the cable company. I'm like, my router. I said, I got no internet. What's going on? Oh, everything's not good on our side, sir. What's the number MAC address on your modem? I'm like, I ain't gotta fucking dig that out of the. I gotta tell you that. It looks like Earl's making a move. Look at that beautiful 5-minute entry on crude. Yeah. So here we go. Bye-bye, dollar. Yellen must be saying something that's bad for the dollar. Yeah, we're going to print more money than Jesus. So it looks like we're going to get a dollar pop in crude here. And what was the other one I was looking at? Okay, that's about to pop. And stocks are about to pop. Stocks are making a run for the border. They're going to knock out all these Mexicans up here. And here comes the infamous euro dollar. That's right, people. Don't count out the euro dollar. This is the horse in the race. It's picking up the rear. Oh, look at this beautiful entry on the pound. Okay, let's make some fucking money. It almost looks like that the gold wants to join the parade here against the dollar. Who else wants in on this dollar obliteration? I'm missing something. Dollar Swiss. It looks a little topsy-turvy. Not a mirror image, but here is the euro dollar on the 5, on the 15. Nice consolidate. Still trapped under this amazing unfair value. Let's do or die moment here. Of course, I'm okay if it for the next 2 hours we go up, you know, and then stocks go up and everybody goes berserk. And let me check in with Janet. She's still mumbling some shit.
We've been working very hard on this, done a lot over the last couple of months, but
it's quite an accent she has. A lot.
online application
Application.
to write up the standard agreement.
So we got to get her some new dentures. She's got a lot of. She's teeth are loose.
Large number of companies that are eligible. We expect the demand to be very large relative to the $2 billion in funding that's available, and we'll have to sort through how to allocate it fairly.
Fairly? Anyways, about 5 pips on this trade. Do you trade that? Dollar, the Turkish lira against the dollar, you actually trade that? Is it coming unwrapped? Is it completely berserk? Okay, it's coming up at 11 o'clock. Europe's closing. Okay, what do we got? What's the next? Everything's dead. Crude can't get the party started. It's trying so hard to break out here. Come on, Crude, you can do it. There you go, buddy. There you go. You can do it. Come on, get the break out. Oh, there you go, finally. Oh. Now let's look for a nice $1 slam. Come on, you can do it. Don't be shy. Baby steps. There you go. Good Lord. I'm gonna grow old sitting here waiting for this shit to... Yeah, I know. I'm not trading this. This widespread. You can't scalp here at this. It's a 10-cent spread. It looks like a fixed spread here at the crude, though. Let's see. I don't see it fluctuating. No, there it just tightened up slightly. Okay, sellers are coming in here. Let's see if they can scalp it back. Just made a new high, so there'll be sellers there. Let's see if they get their ass kicked. Trying to sell into that. Yeah, looks like they're about to get their ass kicked. It looks like clear sailing for another $10 here until here. Wow, there'll be a problem here, I'm sure. About there. We have the big structure back here. They're all kind of about the same area. All right, let's get a run. Come on, crude oil. There you go. It's not as hard as it looks. I'm here. I'm coaching the currencies and the. I actually am I'm a crude oil coach. I'll do Brent crude coaching. I charge more for that. I'm a mentor for the crude oil market. I tell it what to do, when to do it. It's what I do. After 40 hours down, I'm waiting for the retracement on the euro dollar. Can we commence retracement? On your mark. Get set. Stocks are probably going up, right? Stocks are about to take out the intraday high of yesterday. Right there. Just about to nick the wicks up here. Man, that is the most grueling pullback I've ever bought in my life. I think I've never seen the euro dollar pull back for 40 hours. Pull back 40 and rally for 4. If it pulls back 40 and goes up in 40 pips in 4 hours, that's fine. Still waiting. Yeah, look at that. It's kind of backing off a little bit. Gotta get that final punch. So crude oil looks like it's got a nice clear route. Let's check in with Grandma, see what she's got to say.
And that may be a good thing or it may be a bad thing. It depends.
It's a bad thing. Let me help her out a little bit.
On what the expenditure is for. If it were, say, for infrastructure spending or for
Climate change
that had a very high payoff, we might decide that that was a worthwhile trade to make, but it doesn't
investing in America.
crowd out private spending.
Chairman Powell, I have a question for you, if I could. The 10-year Treasury yield jumped above 1.7% last week, 1.7, which was its highest level more than a year. I think it's dropped a little since then, but the yield curve between the 2-year and the 10-year notes were 160 basis points, the steepest since 2015. What do you attribute to this uptick in yields in recent weeks, and what about the yield curve? Could you get into that just a minute?
Sure. So it seems.
Just a minute. Hold the phone. Okay, it's coming up at 11 o'clock. Europe's closing. The dollar's getting crushed. The pound's going up. Stocks are up. Crude's up. It's risk on. Okay, we're up 7 pips on that euro. Come on, euro. You can do it, buddy. Oh, here we go. Looking to break this line on the pound. I'm already long the pound. Hog long on that pullback zone. Got to break out and keep going up there, see? Okay, here comes the bum rush. 10 minutes before 11. There should be a short squeeze here on the pound. Ride that puppy north. I'll cash out above here. And then here's the Asian Asia high. I guess is going to be the long target because the pound can really rip. I mean, you could actually come up here and tag the. You could hit this thing, right? Where this actually fell through the floor and became resistance, so I think that's going to be the structure target. So I just do structure targets, really. I mean, if you want to, the high probability exit's going to be to get out right here on these little, these wick tips, Cash out this one, because, there's sellers there. And there'll be a little bit of pullback off of these wick tips. Or you're holding and you want those to just crush those wicks out. Let's go to the. So stocks are about to pummel through and take out the high of the week. It looks like we're going to take out the high of the week. That's the 4-hour chart at the beginning of the week's down here. Looks like people are selling oil there, cashing out a little, taking a little profit taken here, up in that hole. So there'll be a lot of people doing the scalps up here, selling, I think.
Continued service, and Secretary Yellen, it's good to see you back in the game again.
Thank you.
I'm going to start with
She was out drinking.
following the passage of the American Rescue Plan. The Federal Reserve upgraded your economic projections. The FOMC estimated last week GDP will
Okay, I'm up 8 pips. I'm up 8 pips in the euro. Oh, here we go. Let's get a stampede. Come on. This is going to be epic, right? 30, 40 pips. Short squeeze. A blistering short squeeze. Here comes the guppy short squeezing its ass off. Look at this thing come ripping back. Okay, so this one's actually, if you bought everything below there and you're going to get out at closing prices, you're about to cash out of that. Or you're going to go for the full retard engulf, where we're going to come all the way up to here. No? All right. Come on, people, let's go. I got time for this. With that 911 operator, I got time for this. Wow, look at this thing piling north. That guppy got punished. I look at the dailies. They just treat that like a ragdoll. I'm up 10 pips. Come on, let's go. Here comes the pound. The crude is going nuts. Stocks are about to take out the high of the week. Just die, couldn't you? Is this the most boring way to make money? I mean, it's not fast market now, but maybe we get a nice panic move here. It's one of the targets of the euro. It looks doable in this chart. This chart looks like a big reach, you know? When you go to the 15, you're like, yeah, we could go up 10 pips. I think so. Alrighty. There you go. Let's see some drama. Come on, man. Let me go up those stairs. Here, I'll show you how to run upstairs. Come here, bitch. We're giving lessons, stair lessons later. Stairmaster. Oh, this is going to be some kind of crazy challenge coming up to here on the pound. Oh, the oil. So that you got your scalp in there. See how the scalps work. If you had a Solomon up there on the crude, you could be short right now. And now your target's going to be the breakout point if you're short. Look at this nice pullback on the 5-minute crude. Buyers are coming back in. Okay, guys. Looks like the retail guys are buying. Here comes the goobers. And the buy stops are going to be triggered or maybe trapped. Come on, man. What do I look like I'm on drugs here? What do you have a drug test before you come on? Come on, man. Damn. That's what 40 hours down will do to the market. I get a nice short squeeze now. Stocks are on the brink of taking out the high of the week here. Let's see, what does the Dow Jones say? Up 330 points on the Dow Jones. Come on, Yellen, keep talking, baby. I think we're going to have to rebuild the roads with like something that doesn't hurt the ozone layers. We're going to do infrastructure building, but it's going to be green friendly. Edible roads. Come on, man. Let's get this party started on this damn Swiss franc is... I don't know, dollar yen doesn't really go along with that idea, but the Swiss franc is kind of the inversion. So Swiss franc's ready to tank, then the euro's ready to go up. But dollar yen is all different. So if this Swiss starts to tank, then the euro should go up, or the pound. But not necessarily, because I don't know. What did they come out with the ECB? Is that 11 o'clock? We got some more news coming out. Top of the hour news, because it came out with that consumer confidence. It was 10:30 for the euro. Oh no, consumer confidence in the euro is coming out here in 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes. So we might get some fuel out of that. Kind of dead in the water now. We had the consumer confidence over there in Australia. minus 11? Is that right? I'm sorry. The confidence came out at 1028 and it's minus 11. They kind of redid this. Somebody's been monkeying with the... Did they just change the... you ever seen that where they fuck around with the data over there at Forex Factory? Like they got it on one thing and then they flip it. So it was supposed to be got this. I guess it's better than expected. It's supposed to be minus 15. Man, you guys are pretty pessimistic. We got like plus 80 and stuff. We're always confident. We're just all hog long. You know, we're out of our fucking mind over here in the States, and we just do crazy shit all day. You know? We're bullish all day long. So this guy's going to speak at 11:40. That could get the market upset, right? I don't know. It's going to take a long time for this stuff to happen now. I'm about ready to fall asleep watching these fucking markets not move. You're short the ruble, long silver, high-ho silver. Short the ruble. Yeah, it looks like the dollar could crush the ruble and just keep smashing north. You know, when you go to the daily chart, it looks like, wow, there's a big vacuum up here on the north side. Stalled out here, but if the ruble, if the dollar makes it here against the ruble, it's got almost a free space up there. Gosh, I don't know. You know, this, I would sell the dollar versus the yen just because I'm against the dollar. I think the dollar's going down, but I don't know if it'll go down against the yen. That's a different story in some regards, you know. But look at this distribution up here. All these wicks on the 30-minute yen says to me that there's a lot of sellers selling in this box up here. There's a lot of activity. It's a little easier to see on the 1 hour. I'd already be short the yen in this box. Definitely short off of this wick tip right here. So that's the scalp, but it does look like it's going to keep going up. I mean, you know, it's really tough because if you're going to structure trade it, you're trading reversals on a dime. But if you're going to do this in a trend mode, you're like, holy shit, this thing's in an uptrend. I can't sell that. So you're really going against, I mean, even the moving averages have caught up to this thing, and people are going, it's bullish. You know, you could just also force a trade or force a direction by keep changing your time frame till it meets what you think the market's doing. See, to me, this is distribution. All these wicks up here on the 15, put a fork in it, you know. If I was going to sell there, I'd cash out here and buy it back. So this would be also a momentum trade. That's kind of a failure swing on the 15. So I definitely sell up there on the wicks. And then my first target's going to be anything below that wick, I'll cash out. But the high probability trades are trades that only make like 10 pips though, see? Because you know you can make it, you could sell here and it can come down here about 10 pips and you could cash out. You could go the other way actually. You could put buy limits here. You could trade bookends on this, you know. It looks like it's going to tank. But I'd prefer to be short right now on those wicks. That's why I don't like to sell now. It goes against my trading, like so. My system says that if the 15 minutes down, I should be buying. So if I'm already short, I should be getting out of my shorts, right? Because at the end of 15 minutes, if this thing's down, it's a buy. Which means if I'm a short, I got to get out. I got to take profits. At least with the strict binary decisions like that. But of course, if it's a big scalp, you're probably going to get out there. Now, if you're going to swing trade this or you're going to do a long-term trade, you probably hold this short till it comes back all the way down to here, which is 20 pips away, that target. Yeah, so the 4 hour, I'm going to trade that on Wix, see? So the 4 hour, you should already be short. According to my system, you're already short. Because on the 4 hour, you put your sell limits above that wick. That would be the lonely wick. Or this would be the supply zone. So you cash, you go short there. Simple as that. You don't need fibs or nothing. You're short. You're short the euro because of this pocket. And then your target's going to be, I guess, anywhere on the way down every 10 pips. And, you know, so you could scale out also. But also, if I'm not in tonight, if I was going to trade the yen tonight, I with all the confidence of any goober, I would throw buy limits in starting here all week long. Because once we come down into here, and the deeper it goes, the more you buy. And just play, because you see, you don't have to know where it's going in the end, because look at all this bullshit. Look how tradable this, with my wick entry system, look how easy this is. All of this chaos is tradable on wicks, but it's not from a standpoint of like trading a moving average on the 4 hour chart in the dollar yen. Okay, let's see what that looks like. All right, let's see how harebrained that is. Let's go for an 8-period linear weighted moving average. We could probably make money with that. Trend moving average. I'm going to go for 8. And I think it's better if your moving average is, you make more money if it's like blue, if you notice. Look at that's a little bit too. But see now, you could sell here every time you're above the, that's the trend. But I'd definitely be scalping to that wick. Alright, so we're waiting for this to capitulate. I know people do this moving average stuff, it's crazy, but oh, here's a good setup by here. That's the best buy right here. Top becomes a bottom with your moving average for confirmation, right? That's how I bought my first Porsche, was this trading system right here. People love that moving average shit because look at it set up here perfectly. I think we're gonna come back a little bit. Gosh, this is just taking forever to happen. I can't take it. Crude's on a hell of a run. So you could have bought that 5-minute pullback on crude. Stocks are about to breach the high of the week, so we gotta wait another 2 hours to get paid here. Probably all fucking day now. How to send a link? What do you got a link to? Yeah, I know they're not letting you put links in here. I don't know if I can turn that on or off. You kind of, if you do a link, you gotta like truncate. You gotta do a secret link. Like in other words, you gotta take off the .com. You gotta take off. You might have to put spaces in it, right? But we could figure it out. Or you might have to just put a title, like a link to a link. Yeah, because that's tough. There's probably some anti-spam turned on. I don't know if you can turn it off so you can just post anything you want here, but I didn't get that far yet. Boy, this is just like watching paint dry. Are we waiting for Yellen to say something profound like, yeah, we're just going to print more money than you ever seen in your fucking life?
Colleges and universities, as well as Hispanic serving institutions. I met with a group of, with a class actually of minority students from historically back.
More racism. Thanks a lot, buddy. Yeah, the government's systemically racist, people. Who knew? It's a business. It's not just an adventure, it's a business. Welcome to systemicracism.com. What's your gripe? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you said you're white. Well, that's going to be a problem. Okay, it's come on, people. Let's move these fucking markets. I'm sick of this shit. How's the pound doing? Oh, it's stalled out. Can we just get some follow through? We know we're going up. Could we just go up already? Does anybody have that feeling that we know where the market's going? Could we just get there? Are we there yet? No. The brutal struggle. That was a good scalp there on the euro. Crude oil's on a mission. Stocks are on a mission. Keep hitting it up. Up and up and up. Now the Dow Jones is up $358 because we're all going into a utopian dream. Everything's free. Everybody can come in here. I don't care what country. If you're from Mars, you can land in my backyard. I will not look for your green card. Everybody's welcome. Ross Warrior Trading. And Warrior Trading, let me look it up. Live trading in the morning. Okay. Let me see if I can hunt that down. Oh, wait a second. What's this guy saying?
IRS hold taxpayers that find themselves in this position harmless.
I've met with the IRS commissioner and discussed a range of questions. And
wow. I'm glad these guys are running the country. Aren't they doing a good job? It's fucking amazing. I can't print money as good as they can. The morning show. Fishing. Here you go, streamed 26 minutes ago. This guy's got more screens than I do. Woof.
Choppy and a little slow. We had some good action pre-market on ZKIN, some great action on DLPN. Okay. Squeeze. I can identify a couple of good setups. I didn't trade all of them, but first candle to make a new high. Again, first candle to make a new high. Micro pullback on an ABCD. First candle to make a new high. First candle to make a new high. First candle to make a new high. Bull trap. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 good setups. Well, unless you call that little mini setup there a bull trap. And then it rips through the high through there, and then it does a trap there. So it started to get a little choppy as it got more extended, which is not uncommon after you have this many consecutive green candles in a row. It starts to get a little stretched out.
Too many green candles. If I told you once, I told you 100 times. Can't have too many green candles or red ones. Yeah, it sounds decent. Yeah, so he's doing a right, he's running through this chart here. I'm not sure exactly what he's talking about, but cause I don't know if he's talking about buying the pullbacks on here. I'm assuming he is. He's not chasing it. Let's see.
This one was just a bit choppier. Now the float on APTO is 41 million shares, so it's going to be a bit more of a grinding stock. It's not going to have as quick of breakouts. It's going to probably have more institutional trading as well. So I didn't do super well on that one. And then the last one I traded was DLPN, which was the one I was looking at first this morning, and I traded it on the break of VWAP right here. Now, you may recall, I was looking at it down here at about 28.50 with a stop at 27, and I said, no, I can't I don't think I can buy that because it's below the VWAP. I feel like it's too risky. Then it rips up here to 29 and 30, and I jumped in at 30 right here. It rips up to 31.
So he probably doesn't want to do this because psychologically it's difficult, but you just have to buy that red candle, that big red candle. I don't know what time frame that is. It might be the 1 minute chart, but see, he's chasing this thing. Not good. I would not chase that. I would just step away. In fact, I'm selling on limits above this wick tip. I don't know if you can see it. So I'm completely different than this guy, but you know, he's got the moving averages, he probably looks at volume and all that stuff. So here's my contention with these kind of traders is that, you know, this is not exactly smart money chasing it. I mean, smart money is supposed to be the good money, the market maker. I mean, the people that are making the most amount of money, right? So, and the fact that he's waiting for here to get it is even ridiculous, right? He chases it. Not good. Not good. I mean, sure, if he's long here and he adds to his position up there, that's different. But why would you add if you're already up in profit? So you have to anticipate that these pullbacks here, even this one here, like if he was really bullish on this thing, he should be buying this plunge here and dumping there and then buying back. But then, of course, that becomes a lot of trading, doesn't it? Anyways, that's my... I mean, I always imagine myself... of course, he's got all bullshit on the fucking chart, too. What do you need all that bullshit for, right? But see, it makes people feel safe, and trading's a psychological endeavor, so as long as you feel... If you got the cup holders in your car, right, maybe you don't use them, but in case you want to have a beer while driving, you know? So it's about this comfort level that people have around their systems. And, I mean, I literally know people that if you show them a chart without a 20 EMA, they're like, there's something missing. You need to put the 20 EMA out. They won't even take a trade, right? And they'll tell me, oh, it's a guide. See, that's a guide. But I let go of those crutches of the moving averages because I could just see I was being betrayed by them. And I was starting to miss trades because I'm waiting for the indicators to catch up or some silliness like that. When it's just raw ass auctions, you know. That like what this big move up here, you know. This is an auction, man. These wicks. I mean, I don't know if you can run scripts. I think he's trading futures, right? He's trading stocks. I guess you could lay limits in. I don't know what's like in the stock these platforms. I guess you can manually lay some orders in there. Wow, the markets are dead. I can't believe how long it's taking me to make money here. Because we went down for 40 hours. It should take at least 4 hours to make money coming back the other way. HindsightForex.com. Can I help you? Build back better. How to rebuild your blown up Forex account. I like when these people have these oversold names like, overbought names like Warrior Trading. The stock's backed off a little bit. Only up 306 now, but that was screaming north on Yellen's babblings. She'd be a Yellen. I'm trying to find my link to the... Can't find nothing. I'm telling you, these markets are dead. What are we waiting for? More news coming out? I think so, right? Okay. Just treading water here. I'm up 10 pips. Wow, golly gee. Stocks are backing off. There's a trade for everybody here. Look at that. The scalpers made money off of this top. Crude's still on a bullish run. It's still very. Ruble's dollars going up against the ruble there. So we got still waiting for the dollar yen to collapse. So all we do is wait here. That's all we do. I think I'm going to cash out of this thing. If I'm up on anything, let me see. We cash out on this puppy. I wasn't in very much. I'll cash out of this pound. There you go, boom. Just bag that. I'm going to stay in the euro, though. Well, I'll buy more pound here. So, the nice thing about getting out of a trade, you can get right back in here. Put some 2-hour limits in. So if you cash out, you take the winnings, you come back in. Of course, you're going to have to repay the commission and spread, but at least you're going flat. At least you're banking some money. I guess I'm a high-frequency trader. If I get it in and out every 2 hours, to me, that's kind of high-frequency. Define high-frequency. Jeez. I'm not going to fall asleep like that guy yesterday. I'll start snoring here in a minute. Should have picked up a sample of that snoring. Oh boy. I'm exhausted. Waiting for this currency to go up. So we're going to buy pullbacks here on the pound. Man, this is like watching paint dry. I guess this is the pullback to buy stocks if it's going to happen. Otherwise, put a fork in it. You're trapped up here at the top. That's possible too. Wow. Let's see. Out of my way, buddy.
Potential to define and interpret these up and down ticks, the information the market gives me in some sort of threatening or painful way. Because what I'm going to tell you, what we're going to get into now is the effects of that. When you put money, what's that?
How realistic then is that 65% of your methodology?
What do you mean, how realistic?
70 or 80 or 50?
Go ahead. No, take the microphone.
How realistic is a 65% win ratio on your methodology?
I'm not understanding the question. How realistic is it?
Well, if you can't go by any individual specific trade, but you say over 20 trades, you can say you expect to win 65% of the time.
Correct. They're based on past performance.
Okay, but then again, looking at over any individual 20 or 50 sample, how realistic is maybe that 65% saying that that's a real number?
I'll find out. I don't know. I don't know. How will I know? How could I know? I'll find out. That's why you trade in sample sizes that are limited. In other words, I don't make an assessment of how well it's working until after the end of a sample size. If at the end of a sample size, I get a high enough percentage of winning trades where I'm satisfied, then I'll take another sample size. If I don't, then I'll find ways to tweak my indicators to improve my results. So for you to say how realistic is it, I have no idea of knowing what's going to happen in the future. And when you get right down to it, it is possible. Would it not be possible for me to start a sample size that trade won and end up where every single one of them was a loser? Am I going to know that in advance? And see, that's where paper trading is so critical, is that by paper trading, you will get a realistic assessment as to how well your edge works. And people have no problem paper trading. They'll paper trade to find out if their methodology works and to gain confidence in it. It's the other part that they won't participate in, meaning that they won't take a similar exercise to see how well their own psychology matches up to what they need to do to be consistently successful. In other words, to set up an exercise. Paper trading is an exercise, is it not? It's an exercise in developing skills, in understanding your methodology, is it not? So wouldn't it be just as reasonable to set up an exercise to learn how to execute properly, so you manage your expectations?
What do you consider a proper sample size?
20, 25 trades. I don't think it has to be more than that. I really don't. If it's not working within 25 trades, then there's something you're going to have to change. Okay, so it's all about our expectations. When I put money into a slot machine, I'm expecting something to happen. If it comes up a loser, do I get all worked up about this? Does this tap me into my accumulated emotional pain of every time I've been wrong and lost in my life? I mean, look at there are people who trade and because of their expectations, make every error in the book and can't make consistent money. And the reason why is because of because of their expectations. And yet, if they put money into a slot machine, where essentially the only difference between technical trading and a slot machine is the fact that with a slot machine, you have to put your money in first and then wait for a pattern to emerge. With technical trading, you have to wait for a pattern to emerge and then technically put your money on the line. The problem is, because the way our minds think, we think that because the pattern emerged, that somehow or another it's giving us an edge on that particular individual trade. And there's just no way of knowing that. But over a series of trades, it does. So it's like technical analysis gives the individual the availability of being the casino. Technical analysis lets you own the slot machine because you've got the odds in your favor. The casino makes the slot machine available to us because they've got the odds in their favor. But to derive the benefit of those odds, you have to be able to execute properly. And you have to think about this properly. It is just a numbers game based on the odds. That means that you can't put an extraordinary amount of significance on each individual trade. Because if you sat and played a slot machine, you wouldn't think anything of it. If you played a dollar slot machine and you sat down with the idea that, you know what, I got $100 in my pocket, and you didn't win, you might have, let's say 10 times in a row you didn't win, you're still going to push the button. Because eventually you think, eventually I'm going to hit. Eventually I'm going to hit, so it's all right. You see, it's all right. Same thing here. This trade didn't work. Well, eventually I'll get a winner. This trade didn't work. Eventually I'll get a winner. This trade didn't work. Well, eventually I'll get a winner. Well, I don't know about this next one now. And that's almost always the winner. Now, if it turns out that your methodology has diminished in its, let's say, in its capacity to produce a winning percentage, because the underlying nature of the market is changing in relationship to this fixed formula, then, that's why you trade in smaller sample sizes, or a sample size where you don't lose an inordinate amount of money to find out it's not working. But you do this right, and you're the casino. Regardless of all the dynamic traders, regardless of all this other stuff I'm talking about, it doesn't matter. None of that stuff's important. As long as you understand as long as you understand how the underlying dynamics relates to the formula, so that you don't put an extraordinary amount of significance on a formula that's just giving you a pattern in collective behavior, not individual behavior. And it's individuals who move the market. So those individuals, there can always be an individual or group of individuals who come into the market that do something that completely negates the outcome of your pattern. And that's all right, because there's no way to know that in advance. It's all right. When you look at it that way, then you won't get all worked up. Then it's just a random outcome, just like a slot machine. It's just a random outcome. Because that's what you're expecting. You expect a random outcome, you got a random outcome, and there's no emotional significance. Because here's what happens when you don't look at it this way. Let's take a typical trader who's operating out of the 4 fears. Okay, we got support, we got resistance, we got a nice trading range. The market's coming down to support. Okay? Now, the typical trader operating out of those 4 fears, the fear of being wrong, the fear of losing money, missing out, depending on the intensity of these fears in a given moment, he might have a hard time putting that trade on, right? He's got a viable pattern. All that happened here is that when the market, you had an imbalance in conviction. Remember, all price movements are a result of an imbalance in conviction. The markets came down to this point right here. There wasn't one person in the world, not one, I'm going to say this, not one person in the world, in the whole world, that would take out the bids to offer this market one tick lower than this price right here. Not one. Okay? And then all of a sudden there's an imbalance in conviction where there are more buy orders and sell orders that drives the price up to here. The same thing happens, drives the price down to here. Same thing happens here, here. Now it's coming back down. Now, from my perspective, I'm looking at it like this. How much room do I have to give the market to tell me that the people who bought here and the people who bought here are going to come back into the market and do it again? Because right now there's an imbalance in conviction on the sell side. That means that enough orders, buy orders, have to come into the market to absorb all the offers, to absorb all those offers, with enough left over to create upside movement. Do I have any way of knowing whether or not they're going to come in? No, I don't. But the odds are in my favor. At least I hope they are. In any case, I'm willing to risk a certain amount of distance from my entry point to find out. That's all it means to me. If they don't come in, it means, you know what, the guys that bought here and bought here, they might be out to lunch. And that happens. I'm not kidding you. I know that for a fact. I've experienced it. Because I intimately knew, a lot of the big traders in certain markets that would buy here. And I'm thinking, okay, they're coming back in, and they were out to lunch. Say, hey, where were you guys? But to the typical trader that doesn't think this way, what's going to happen? If he manages to get the trade on, it's going to be because he thinks he's right. It's because he thinks he knows what's going to happen next. Right? And he's not going to put in a stop, because to predefine his risk, how much money does he have to, how much room and dollar-wise, how much room, distance, the dollar value of this distance that he has to give the market to tell him that this trade is either working or it's not. Or that to let it go any further isn't worth finding out. That's all it means to me. But he's not going to think that way. He's going to think, by gathering evidence, that this trade might not work. He might be talking himself out of taking it. And so by the time he actually manages to get this order in the market and buy somewhere in here, he has convinced himself that he's right. Now, remember I said earlier, and I think I just said it once, so you might not have gotten it, that fear has an effect on the way we perceive information. When we're in a state of mind of fear, we are perceiving information in a threatening way. In other words, we're having an expectation of pain. You remember I said that to experience emotional pain, there's two kinds of pain: physical pain and emotional pain. Emotional pain requires an interpretation. The up and down ticks that the market offers us are not inherently pleasurable or painful by their nature. There is such a thing as painful information. I mean, painful from the environment's perspective. If someone's hurling insults at you, their intent is to cause you emotional pain. But that doesn't mean you're going to experience the emotional pain unless you interpret it that way. If they're hurling insults at you in a foreign language that you don't have the slightest idea about what they're saying, it may look to you like they're saying something that isn't so nice, but then again, you don't know what the words are, and so what do you feel? Nothing. The interpretations come from our beliefs. The interpretations come from our mental framework. In other words, the pain's already inside of us. All the words are doing is tapping us into it. Once we learn how to manage our interpretations, we can manage the way that we feel. We can actually determine how we feel in our own state of mind. So this trader, he's operating out of a fear of being wrong. So, like I said, he convinces himself that he's right. That's the way he gets the trade on. So let's say the market Now, I said that fear causes us to focus on the object of our fear, so that we end up creating the very experience we're trying to avoid. This trader is trying to avoid being wrong. Now, we have self-protective mechanisms. They can work at an unconscious level. There are mechanisms inside of us that will protect us from information that we perceive as threatening. It causes what is typically referred to as perceptual blindness, where there are things going on around us that we cannot perceive, even though we have the ability to perceive it, but we're being blinded from it. If I'm afraid of being wrong, what of the information that the market is making available to me, what am I going to focus my attention on, the upticks or the downticks? You're right, the upticks, not the downticks. Meaning that what I will do is I will place an inordinate amount of significance. In other words, the way my mind will automatically weigh this information in terms of what's significant and what isn't, it will give more significance to the upticks than the downticks. Because every time I get an uptick, it will be taking me out of my pain. I'll say, oh, it's finally all over. And then we'll get more downticks. And then we get a couple upticks and say, oh, it's finally all over. In other words, what my mind is doing to protect me is saying that these few upticks are far more significant than all these downticks. Now, do I have the ability to recognize a trend? In other words, being able to define and recognize a trend is one of the most fundamental characteristics of learning technical analysis. A trend is a series of higher highs and higher lows, or lower highs and lower lows. But in this moment, am I able to recognize this as a trend? No, because I'm too focused on getting myself out of the pain, which means that I'm focused on these upticks. Now, our trader's operating both out of a fear of being wrong and a fear of losing money. Now, what ends up happening is this, is that if this were to represent all the negative energy inside of his mind of what it means to be wrong, there's also negative energy inside of his mind about what it means to lose. And as the market moves further and further against his position, his belief about losing will start to gain more and more significance and start to rise to the forefront of his consciousness and make itself known, make its presence known, until finally he gets to a point where he cannot stand losing one more dollar. And that one more dollar, in essence, is when the pain of losing one more dollar is 1 degree greater than the pain of admitting that he's wrong. In other words, when this pain is greater than that pain by 1 degree, he'll get out of the trade. That's when he'll admit that it's a losing trade and get out. You guys with me on this? Now, he would say that the market did this to him. But what I'm saying is that is blatantly not the case. His fear did that to him. He created the very experience he was trying to avoid. He was trying to avoid being wrong, and he made himself wrong. And ultimately, this is always the spot where the market, where the market does that anyway. You guys with me on this? Okay, now, this trader gets out of this trade right here. He looks back at this chart pattern, and he... Why didn't I just go short? Why didn't I just go short? The ability to recognize this as a downtrend, or let's say he was blinded from his ability to recognize this as a downtrend. The distinction existed inside of his mind. In other words, he can actually make the distinction of what a downtrend is. But in that moment, while he was in that trade, he was blinded to his own distinctions. Because he was operating out of a trade-by-trade mentality. He was operating out of a trade-by-trade mentality. This trade took on the significance of life or death, just like any other trade that he puts on does. And to be a consistently successful trader, it ain't going to happen if you think that way. The pros don't think that way. Determine your risk. It either works or it doesn't, and go to the next trade. Determine your risk. It works or it doesn't, go to the next trade. That's all it is. That's the whole game. Now, let's say that this doesn't happen, but this happens. Let's say instead of it going against him, that the market does this. Now what ticks do you think he's going to be focused on, the up or the down ticks? The market's doing exactly what he wants, by the way. Now the market is doing exactly what he wants. And what ticks do you think he's going to be focused on? The down ticks. And why the down ticks? Because he's been in too many times of trades where the market has taken away his profits. And so he places an inordinate amount of significance on every down tick, and in essence ends up doing what? Leaving money on the table. So what he does is, let's say he gets out right here, so he cuts his profit shorts and lets his losses run. In Chicago vernacular, this is called shitting like an elephant and eating like a bird. What's that? Now, if this trader had a belief in a random outcome, that he didn't have to know what was going to happen next to make money, would he have these problems? What would he be expecting if he had a belief in a random outcome? That there was just a random distribution between wins and losses on any given set of variables that defined his edge. If he believed that, if he believed that it only took one trader somewhere in the world to negate the positive outcome of his edge, if he believed that no matter what reason he thinks he has for putting on that trade, that the reason why it works or it doesn't work will almost never correlate to the actual reason that he conjured up, if he believed all these things, how would he be handling this? Come on, how would he be handling it? Tell me.
He would have a plan, or if I would like to use the word strategy.
Okay.
When he got into the trade, he's going to say that, okay, when it reaches this level right here, I'm going to get out. If it goes down to this level down here, I'm going to get out. Now, he may have ended up leaving some money on the table, but at least he's going to be in that percentage that he had already predetermined that's going to create him to be a winning percentage of trades.
Would he have be saddled with the same emotional problems that he had if he was operating out of a fear of being wrong or losing money?
No, because he didn't have any emotion in the trade. It's saying, hey, it's following my predetermined plan that I have in place.
Right. And it either works or it doesn't, right?
That's right.
Because I trade from a series of trades perspective. I don't know what each individual trade is going to do. This is the way the pros do it, by the way. This is thinking like a pro. You want to make consistent money, this is the way you're going to have to think. Otherwise, you already know what the problems are. Trading will take on a quality of being exasperating because you can see the potential and it seems like you're always just like that close from getting it and you never get there. How we feel, our state of mind in any given situation is always real and the absolute truth. Now, I want you to make a distinction here. At any given moment, we're in a state of mind. State of mind could be any number of things. We have a lot of ways to define states of mind. It could be a state of mind of like satisfaction, dissatisfaction, happiness, joy, fear, terror. These are all states of mind. Confidence is a state of mind. As a state of mind, confidence, when I'm confident, I feel compelled to step into a situation. Compels to thrust me forward into an experience. Of course, if I'm fearful, then what am I doing? I'm pulling back because I feel threatened in some way. I'm perceiving the information that's available in that moment as threatening. But you got to remember, for me to perceive it that way, it means I'm interpreting it that way. Here's where people get real mixed up about this sort of thing. Is that the state of mind that we experience in any given moment is always the absolute truth. You can't deny the fact that if I'm feeling fearful right now, then I'm feeling fearful. That's just the way that it is. I'm in that state of mind. The particular interpretation that got me into that state of mind, however, could be completely dysfunctional. You guys with me on this? The interpretation that comes from what we believe could be completely dysfunctional. You see, as passive technical traders, if we believe that somehow or another our methodology is telling us what's going to happen next on any particular trade, the reason why we're having problems is because that is a dysfunctional belief. It was never true. Now, the states of mind that result from that belief are real. So, for an example, if I put on a trade and it turns out to be a winner, I think that I'm right. And as a result, I feel great. If I put on a trade and I think that I lose, well, then I feel like crap because I was wrong. The reality is neither one was really true, because when you win, you weren't right, and when you're wrong, you weren't wrong. Because whatever reason you had to put on the trade in the first place, again, had almost no correlation to what actually happened with the market. In other words, why the market did what it did. You just happened to put on a trade at that time that worked. And all technical patterns do, technical indicators, I mean, price patterns, is get you into a situation where there's a likelihood that when you get into that trade, it'll work. That's all they were ever represented to be. You understand what I'm saying? That's all they were ever represented to be. I'm not saying they don't get, screwed up somehow in terms of the way people represent them, but that's all that basically they ever were. It's not on a trade-by-trade basis. Now we're going to get into the last part of it. We're heading down to the home stretch, guys. Heading down to the home stretch. Are we all right up to this point? As far as anybody have any questions about fear and confidence and the relationships that we're talking about? That what we're talking about is the fact that we've got to, if we want to think like a pro so that we can experience the kind of results that the pros get, which are consistent, it means that we have to change our perspective from trade by trade to series of trades. Does anybody have any questions about that and why that's essential? So if you know that, why do we have to go to a series of trades perspective? Why? Well, hold on one second, sir.
Taking all the fear out of it, and you know that through a series you'll be right more of the time than you will be wrong, and you take all the fear out of it and just work on that basis without any emotion.
Correct. And why isn't there any emotion? Give me specifically why you think there's no emotion.
Well, you're doing it out of more of a mathematical concept and not, I think it's going to do this. You're taking it's either going to be right or it's going to be wrong, and you either walk away or stay in it.
I want you to use the words expectations in your answer, okay?
I don't really have any. I don't have any expectations. It's either going to work or it's not.
Yeah. In other words, this particular trade, you don't know what you think something's going to happen, but you don't know what. When you put money in a slot machine and push the button, you think something's going to happen, but you don't know what. And if it comes out to be the jackpot, well, hey, that feels great. You're surprised, right? When I put on a trade, I feel the same way. Literally, I don't know. I don't have to know. I just have to do what I need to do to make money on a consistent basis, which means I have to take every one of these trades. I can't pick and choose. The only reason why I pick and choose is because I think I'm right. So when you change your perspective from a trade by trade to a series of trades, it automatically manages your expectations in a positive way. I'm going to set this up for you as an exercise in a little bit, okay? But I just want to make sure we're anybody else have any questions about any of this? So you know, so in other words, what we're doing what are we doing at this point then? So you know where you want to go, right? So do we know where we want to go? We want to get to a point where we are actually changing the way that we think. When you walked in here this morning, you didn't think like a pro, did you? Now you have some idea of what it means to think like a pro, right? Come on, yes or no? Come on, guys, give me some response. Okay. How are we going to get there? Now we might understand it. How are we going to get there? Well, paper trading, yeah, sort of, but I'm not saying you just have the answers. I'm saying we got to have a way to get there, right? We have to have a series of steps to be able to get to this particular mindset, because what we're really talking about here is we're talking about changing the way that we think. Now, that can have some profound implications, right? No one seems to like to change the way that they think. Most traders have to go through the process. Remember this morning, the common thread between all traders who end up, being really successful is that they end up having to lose one or more fortunes, or what they defined as a fortune, to get to that point. It's because the process of losing caused them to change the way that they think about trading. Now, do you want to do this the hard way, or do you want to do it the easy way?
Easy way.
Okay, I'm getting some response here. Good. The easy way, right. We want to do it the easy way. So this is what this is all about now. This is what the last part of the workshop is about. It's about doing it the easy way. What's that? Right, there you go. How do we change? Oh, that's a good question, right? That's a real good one. How do we change? A lot of theories, a lot of techniques about it, a lot of theories on techniques. As far as I'm concerned, change is really a function of, well, you can break down to a series of steps, but really change is really a function of desire. When you get right down, remember how we took price movement and boiled it down and distilled it down to simply what? Price movement, all price movement is a function of what? Imbalance and conviction between buyers and sellers. All change is a function of desire. If the desire is there, you'll find a way to facilitate the change. And it really doesn't matter what the technique is. Honest to God, it really doesn't. I'll give you an example right here. Probably one of the most extreme examples I could come up with. You can, by the way, what I'm going to read you right now, I got off of Yahoo. And you can go Google this kid and find out more about him yourself, okay? But as I read this to you, keep in mind how this kid accomplished this. Because the scientists that investigate this, they don't know. They can't figure it out. To me, it's easy. The kid's desire was so intense that he managed to find a way. This is Lincoln, Nebraska. Bryce Mellon is a whiz at video games such as Mortal Kombat. Is anybody familiar with Mortal Kombat? I'm not into video games, so well, not those video games anyway. Mortal Kombat, okay? Got some people. Is this a tough game? Yeah?
It's
Challenging, okay. In that regard, the 17-year-old, and he's a little older now, this was a couple of years ago. In that regard, the 17-year-old isn't much different from so many others his age. Except for one thing. He's blind. And as he easily dispatched foes who took him on recently at a Lincoln Gaming Center, the affable and smiling Bryce remained humble. I can't say that I'm a superhero, he said, working the controller like an extension of his body. I can be beat. Those bold enough to challenge him weren't so lucky. One by one, while playing Soul Calibur 2, which is another game, their video characters were decapitated, eviscerated, and without mercy by Bryce's on-screen alter ego. I'm getting bored, Bryce said in jest as he won game after game. Blind since birth, when his optic nerve didn't connect because of Leiber's disease, Bryce honed his video skills over the years through patient and not so patient playing, memorizing key joystick operations and moves in certain games while asking lots of questions, paying particular attention to audio cues. He worked his way up from games such as Space Invaders and Asteroids into modern combat games. I guess I don't know how I do it really, Bryce said as he continued playing while facing away from the screen. It's beyond me. I'm just quoting him. Bryce knows this much. He started playing at home when he was about 7. He enjoyed trying to play, but he wasn't very good at first, said his father Larry, but he just kept trying. He broke a lot of controllers. When the questions of broken controllers comes up, Bryce flashes a smile and just shrugs. I used to have quite a temper, he said. Me and controllers didn't get along very well. Now we get along just fine. While playing Soul Calibur 2, Bryce worked his way through the introductory screens with ease, knowing exactly what to click to start the game he wanted. He rarely asked for help. Once the game started, he didn't need any help. How do I move an exasperated opponent, Ryan O'Banion asked, while doing battle, which his character was frozen in place. You can't, Bryce answered before finishing him off. That's what happens. That's why I don't play him, O'Banion said after his blood-spattered character's corpse vanishes from the screen. How Bryce became so good is a mystery to his father. He just sat there and he tried until he got it right, Larry Mellon said. He can't ever complain to me or anyone else about how hard it was. Bryce hangs out any chance he gets at the Dog Tags Gaming Center in Lincoln, opened last month. Every now and then, someone will come in and think that he can beat the blind kid. That attitude doesn't faze Brian. I'll challenge them maybe if I feel like a challenge, he said, displaying an infectious confidence. I freak people out by playing facing backwards. There's nothing he likes better than playing video games. He will be a senior in high school next year after graduation. He plans a year off because he wants a break from school. And when he goes to college, he wants to study what else? Video game design. This is just an extreme example, but I think a really good one, that all change is a function of desire. If you want it bad enough, you'll find a way to do it. If you want to be able to think in probabilities because you want to be consistently successful, you will find a way to do it. I'm going to give you ways, but what I'm saying is that you will find a way. If you don't, then it's that simple. You won't. It's like almost every, let's put it, the traders, when I was doing coaching, the traders that I worked with fell into the two basic categories, and there almost wasn't anybody in between. The first category would be traders who were already consistently successful. They already knew how to win, and what they wanted was fine-tuning. So they'd go to a trading coach like myself to find ways, find some really creative ways, let's say, to fine-tune themselves where they can actually make more money than what they were already making. And then the other category was desperation and I'll do anything. They all do anything. Everyone in between, no way. And even the all do anything wasn't always sincere. Sometimes it was just lip service. Change is also a function of the degree to which we change, is also a function of the clarity of your intent. In other words, you can have the desire, but your intent has to be really clear. Because when you think about the whole concept of changing, what you're really saying is that I'm willing to let go of a certain portion of my identity, in a way. Of some part of myself that, I obviously operated out of for X number of years or months or whatever, maybe put a lot of energy into, and you got to be willing to let that go. Is it even possible to change a belief? How about it? Is it possible to change a belief? I mean, it happens all the time, does it not? Is there anybody in the room who did not grow up, like this is just a simple example, a simple illustration. Is there anybody in the room who did not grow up with a belief in Santa Claus? Most everybody did, just an example. If you believed at some point in your life in Santa Claus, where's that belief now? What happened to it? What happened to that portion of your identity? Because if we were all children, if we were all 4 and 5 years old, and someone knocked on that door and said Santa Claus is out in the lobby, we'd probably be jumping over each other to get there, right? In other words, that belief, the energy inside of that belief would compel us to express ourselves in a particular way, a way that was consistent with the belief. If I believed in Santa Claus and someone said and gave me information, said Santa Claus is in the lobby, I'm going to be jumping over these tables to get there, as a 4-year-old. Now, as an adult, someone knocked on the door and said Santa Claus is in the lobby. I'm sure I'd just ignore them. Where did my belief in Santa Claus go? What happened to it? Yeah, I don't know the underlying. I mean, really, I can't say that I know the underlying dynamics of how that energy got transformed. But I can say it doesn't exist inside of my mental environment any longer in a way that would compel me to express myself like I did believe in Santa Claus. In other words, there's no more energy there. I can remember when I did believe it. I could say to myself, yeah, there's something, or maybe even something there even now, but not enough for me to go running out into the lobby. You can say before you walked in here that you might have had a real strong belief that whatever you used to determine your edge gave you that edge on a trade-by-trade basis. In other words, I wouldn't be putting on this trade if I didn't think I was right. Now you can say to yourself, are you willing to let that go? The only way you're going to be willing to let it go, to even generate the desire to let it go, is if you're really clear about your intent. Hopefully I've given you enough insight to be really clear about your intent. as to why you might want to let this go. Because it's just going to create frustration. If you like trading on a random basis, then great. Then stay on a trade-by-trade basis. And trade randomly, because it is fun. You'll win, you'll have winning streaks, but I can assure you without a shadow of a doubt that you trade randomly and you are setting yourself up for catastrophic losses. Because anything you do could result in a win, and most of the things people end up doing are just the kind of things that set themselves up for a catastrophic loss. Because you are reinforcing inappropriate behaviors. On a trade, when you trade randomly on a trade-by-trade basis, you are reinforcing inappropriate behaviors. Those inappropriate behaviors, namely, are not predefining your risk is the biggest one. You get into a trade, you don't predefine your risk, and you win. You're going to do it again. You're going to do it again until you get hit with a huge loss. And sometimes those are really hard to recover from. And in fact, for most people, they're almost impossible. Not that you can't, it's just that they just don't have the resources for it, nor do they have the desire or the inclination to do it. They just walk away. Are you relatively clear about why you would want to do this? Why you'd want to go from a trade-by-trade to a series of trades perspective? Sincerity. See, you need the desire, you need the clarity, and you need the sincerity. It can't be lip service. It has to be real. It has to be authentic. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say to you that based on my experience, if you're clear, if the desire is there, it's genuine, the clarity of your purpose is there, it's unconflicted, and so the sincerity is there, it will virtually happen automatically. That is the technique for change. What most people, the problem is that with most people, it takes usually a series. Let's say it takes using various techniques that are available, that have been created and thought up, that over a period of years they finally get to the point where they have the real desire, they have the clarity, and the real sincerity is there. And once all those are in place, the change happens automatically. And they would think that it happened over a period of years using techniques, but the reality is it just clicked into that. Just finally, the whole thing clicked into that one point where it's all there, like the straw that broke the camel's back. I mean, a good example would be about what I'm talking about in terms of how clear you have to be in some cases, because some of the energy that you want to move out in terms of a conflicting or dysfunctional belief, it could be really strong energy. I mean, it could be pretty substantial. When you think about it, I mean, there are traders that I worked with many years ago, especially, that were really, hardcore technicians. I mean, these are really hardcore guys that just, I'm not even going to mention the techniques they use, but, it's like, well, I'll get like Elliott wave casualties. I mean, there were guys that were just, there was a time in the late 80s and early 90s where a lot of my off-the-floor traders were what I call Elliott wave casualties. And, and because these are guys who just, who love to analyze. And, when they start understanding the difference between analysis and execution, and also the underlying dynamics of the market, it's like they had to get to a point where the realization that they'd spent 10 years or 8 years and thousands or tens of thousands of dollars on analysis and workshops and seminars, when none of it was, or very little of it was really necessary. I mean, they had to reconcile all that stuff, and that wasn't an easy thing to do. That wasn't an easy thing to let go of. It wasn't an easy thing to say, okay, it was all right. I know what I need to know now, and, But how do you know what real clarity of intent is? Imagine yourself being held underwater. Imagine yourself being held underwater. And as your air starts to run out, second by second, it gets to the point where you believe that if you don't get a breath of air right now, you're going to drown. That is a point at which every fiber of your mental being is aligned 100% with your desire for that next breath of air. There's no conflict. There's no hesitation. There isn't anything that argues inside of you for anything else other than that next breath of air. If you want to make money bad enough, in other words, if you want to be able to make the kind of income that you can rely on as a trader, then your desire to switch to this series of trades approach has to be greater than any resistance that you might have to stay in a trade-by-trade approach. Does this make sense? Degree of conviction, I just basically gave you that too. How much energy is behind your desire. Energy moves prices in the market. I mean, what moves prices? An imbalance in conviction. What does conviction imply? Conviction implies energy. Energy. I am not going to bid a price up to a next highest level unless I think I know what the hell I'm doing and that I can make the market go further, or someone else is going to come in and help me out. I have to have conviction to do the opposite of what it takes to make money, meaning buy high instead of buy low, or sell low instead of sell high. My conviction in the future has to be greater than the guy on the other side of the trade. Conviction moves prices. Conviction will move energy inside your mental environment. Focused thought will move energy out of dysfunctional beliefs. And that's basically what we're talking about. We're talking about clarity of intent, desire. That is focused thought. You know exactly where you want to go. You want to get to the point where you believe that there's a random distribution between wins and losses, that anything can happen, that you don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money. And that's the big one. I don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money. If you understand the benefits of installing those beliefs inside your mental environment as a core component of your trading personality, then you will find a way to do it. I'm going to give you a way, but self-discipline. Self-discipline I define as simply making a conscious commitment to pay attention to what you are thinking, saying, or doing in relationship to what you're trying to accomplish in any given moment. In other words, if, for an example, I have a goal or a desire or an objective, a desire to transform myself into someone who can think like a professional trader, someone who thinks in a series of trades perspective, someone who believes in the random distribution between wins and losses in my series, and I also know that, I may have any number of conflicting beliefs that I've acquired over the years that say otherwise, that say, even though I'm aware of the benefits of this, there's all these other beliefs that say this isn't true. This is not who I am. This is who I am right here. He seems to be making a lot of sense up here, but you know something? This is who I am. You want to transform yourself into someone who thinks this. You can use self-discipline as a technique, which is simply, my objective is to think in a series of trades perspective, start monitoring your thoughts, your words, or your actions to see that they're consistent with what it is that you want to accomplish. and then simply purposefully refocus when you find out that you're saying, doing, or thinking something that's opposite or not consistent with what you desire, and just constantly refocus. Eventually you'll get to the point where you are that person. A real good example of employing self-discipline is back in the late 70s, I decided I want to become a runner. And I can't tell you why. Because I don't remember the reason why. I just got it in my brain that I wanted to do it. Now, back when I was a kid, in high school and college, I was very active, played a lot of sports. But from that point on, my lifestyle was such that I ended up becoming somewhat of a slug. And I'd say a slug, I watched a lot of, my primary vocation other than working was watching TV. And so when I decided that, I wanted to become a runner, what did I do? I went out and ran. And I found out that I couldn't. I say I couldn't, I literally couldn't. I was shocked and astounded as to how out of shape I was. I couldn't even run 2 blocks. And so, I went out the next day and only could run 2 blocks again. I thought, oh my God. And then I didn't run again for probably 6 months. And so when I ran again, I at least had enough desire to compel me to run more than a couple of days. And I found something out is that I was amazed at how fast your body adapts and improves. And so that gave me a lot of encouragement. Because, I ran a couple of times, and I ran the 3rd and 4th time, and it's like I ran so much further, like the 3rd or 4th time, I'm thinking that gave me a lot of encouragement to think, okay, I can do this. And so I set this goal for myself that, this was like in May, I don't remember, in May of 1979 or 1978, I really don't remember. Anyway, but I set this goal for myself that I wanted to be able to run 5 miles by the end of the summer. And at the time, it seemed insurmountable. It really did. It didn't seem like it was even remotely possible to me, but that was my goal. And so I went out and, being kind of a methodical person, I went out and I bought a journal, a running journal, and a stopwatch, and of course the running shoes and all this kind of good stuff. And so set out to just start running, and immediately ran into a set of obstacles. And those obstacles had to do with like it wasn't a part of my identity, because every time I said, okay, I'm going to go running, okay, I'm going to go run. Well, what do you think happened? All these conflicting and competing thoughts flooded my brain, like, okay, it's too hot, it's too cold, I ran 3 or 4 days ago, nobody I know, none of my friends are doing this, it might rain, and the biggest one, of course, was, I'll go after this program. And of course, I never went. So I would say that out of all the times that when I said I want to run, I would say that I managed to actually get my shoes on and get out the door maybe 30% of the time. Okay? But that 30% of the time, I was improving, okay? And I was actually getting further and further and getting encouraged. But I realized as I could run further and further, like I was up to a mile maybe, or a mile and a quarter or something, because I marked it all off in terms of like every half mile kind of thing of the course that I did. So I realized that I was getting so enthused over the fact that I was even getting that far that I thought I needed a mechanism to get the 5 miles, because I thought I'd quit. What I mean I thought I'd quit is that if I got the 2 miles, that was so far beyond what I thought I could ever do anyway, that what would compel me to go to 5? And so, I don't know why I thought that way, but that's what I did. I really did. So I established what I called the 5-mile rule. And the 5-mile rule was, if I managed to get through all my conflicting and competing thoughts, and if I managed to get through those and actually get my shoes on and get outside and take 1 step forward, that I had to always run at least 1 step further than I did the time before. And I knew what that was because I kept the journal. I knew exactly where I stopped. So my rule was I always had to go, I could go more than 1 step, but I had to be at least 1 step. And what I found, and this was really interesting, because what I found is that there was a threshold. There was a certain threshold point at which all the conflicting and competing thoughts went away, and it was like I became a runner. It was like I didn't have to force myself to go out and run anymore. I actually felt compelled to run. And in a sense, what I did was create a new sense of identity. Like some people might call it a habit or whatever, I just call it a new sense of identity. I actually established a belief that said, I am a runner. That's who I am. You see, it's like it was people, and then my friends and family, they all thought that I was really disciplined. Because that's what I say about, most people think discipline is a personality characteristic. I don't define it that way at all. I define it as simply a technique for change. Because when we see somebody doing something that we can't do, that we'd like to do, but we have a problem with it, we just naturally think that they have the same kind of problems and that they're being disciplined in doing it. And that's not the case at all. If you're doing something effortlessly, it's because it's who you are. There was a threshold point, like I said, where all the conflicting energy just completely dissipated. And instead of me having to consciously say to myself, oh, I'm going to go out and run, I actually felt compelled to run. Then I got to the 5 miles, and then I got to the point where I was running so much that I actually had to establish a corollary belief to learn how to listen to my body, because there were days where my body was basically saying, hey, this is not a good day to run, and give yourself a rest. And that had to be all right. But for a while it wasn't, because when you start injuring yourself, then you know you're overdoing it. So I actually had to establish a belief that it was all right not to run. So it went from conflicting and competing thoughts to this is who I am. And now it's effortless. Completely effortless. There's no conflict at all. That's what you're going to have to learn, or that's what you're going to learn how to do with your trading. You're going to learn how to put on a sample size of trades where it becomes completely effortless, where there's no conflicting or competing thoughts about what it is that you're doing and why you're doing it. It wouldn't even occur to you to make the kind of mistakes that you typically make now. That's what you want to do. You want to get to the point where it doesn't even occur to you. It doesn't even enter your brain. Does everybody understand that example? And like I said, when you realize that you're not appropriately focused on your objective, meaning you notice that you're either thinking, saying, or doing something that is inconsistent with what you're trying to accomplish, you deliberately refocus your attention on the object of your goal. Just do the best you can. Okay. So basically, like I said, this whole section, this last section is giving you steps and techniques for evolving into a professional trader's mindset. So what you want to do is you want to resolve. In other words, say to yourself, my desire is to be a certain way so that I can make a consistent income from my trading, something I can rely on. So I resolve to stop analyzing or trying to figure out if the current opportunity to put on a trade is going to work. Resolve to stop doing that. And when you find yourself doing it, consciously refocus your thoughts that analyzing is not beneficial in any way. As a passive technical trader, you are dependent on the behavior of the traders to make your trade a winner. And you are using a mathematical formula or price pattern to predict what they will do. Math formulas or price patterns don't know the intentions, objectives, or reasons why the individual traders who are capable of moving prices behave the way they do. As a result, you will almost never know the real reason why any particular trade worked or not. There's nothing to analyze. There's just nothing to analyze. Nothing. There was back when I was in commercial casualty sales, there was a sales course that I bought by Zig Ziglar. Everybody know who Zig Ziglar is? Okay. And there was a part of this sales course where Zig Ziglar was talking about the exact right moment to ask a closing question to close a sale. And and he said he's trying to get people to understand when that right moment is. And when you know where you're at that right moment, Zig Ziglar paused and there was silence. And then he screamed, "Shut up!" He screamed out much louder than that. Shut up. The first person who talks loses. In other words, when you ask that closing question as a salesman, shut up and don't say a word, because if he said the first one who talks loses, and that was the truth. That worked. I found when I felt compelled to talk before he did, I didn't get the sale. And when I was able to keep my mouth shut and let them talk first, I did. What I'm saying to you is that when you get a signal from your methodology, stop thinking! There's nothing to think about. There's nothing to think about. Do you understand why I said that? Just put on the trade. There's absolutely nothing to think about. Just put the trade on. So, you resolve to stop analyzing, okay? I resolve. I'm not going to analyze anymore. When I get a signal, I'm going to stop thinking. Resolve to learn the skill of trading without fear. In other words, manage your expectations by discarding the trade-by-trade approach in favor of a series of trades approach. This is what we've been talking about for probably the last half an hour. The pitfalls of a trade-by-trade perspective. Anything you do for any reason could result in a winning trade. The problem is many of the things that you could do that result in a winning trade could reinforce trading behaviors that could lead to a catastrophic loss. Losing streaks can easily cause one's attitude to deteriorate into a negative spiral when you trade in a trade-by-trade perspective. From a trade-by-trade perspective, you are making a choice to pick what you think is an edge out of all the other possible trades you could have picked. In essence, you are saying, I am picking this trade because I think it's going to work. When you trade in a trade-by-trade perspective, you can't help but think you know what's going to happen next because you are picking trades that you think are going to work. And therefore, your expectations automatically will not be in line with the realities of the market from its perspective. And therefore will have the potential to define and interpret market information in a threatening way, therefore causing your perception of that information to be all out of whack, and you're going to end up creating the very things you want to avoid, which is lose and make money, or lose and be wrong. You guys with me on this?
Yes.
The reality is, at a rational level, you don't know if any trade is going to work because you never know for sure who's participating and what their intent is. You're guessing. See, you know what traders is? An educated guess. This is what we do as traders. Edge. Got an edge. You-cated. Guess. That means probabilities. You're making an educated guess. You've got the probabilities in your favor. That's all we're doing here. With a specific expectation of the outcome, any market information that doesn't conform to what you expect will be perceived as threatening. You will be trading with fear. If you win, you think you're right, and if you lose, you think you're wrong. In either case, you'll be setting yourself up to make a trading error on the next trade. Just think about what I just said. Regardless of what happens, if you're right, or if you're wrong, in either case, you're setting yourself up to make a trading error on the next trade. Because our minds have the natural tendency to connect the past with the present. If the trade was a winner, in other words, if you're trading in a trade-by-trade perspective, and you think you were right because you won, in other words, whatever reason you use, the market seemed to validate that reason. We know now that that just is not the case. If the trade was a winner, we're susceptible to, on the next trade, not predefining the risk. Well, the last one was a winner. I knew for that reason. I knew what was happening. Therefore, the risk doesn't exist. Not letting ourselves get stopped out of a loser. Jumping the gun because you're anticipating the signal. Over trading our position size. Not booking any profits because you think it's going to go on forever. Is this making sense to everybody? If the trade was a loser, you're susceptible to not predefining the risk, because you're going to gather all the information that's necessary to make sure it's not going to be a loser this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be putting it on. Right? You're going to analyze it to death. You're going to hesitate, get in late, or not get in at all, take profits too soon, or revenge trading by not booking any profits. In other words, whatever the market's given you ain't enough. I got to have more. The last trade was a loser, I got to have more. The benefits of a series of trades perspective. You know exactly what behaviors serve your purpose and what behaviors do not. You cannot trade in a series of trades perspective with a trading plan and not know exactly what behaviors will serve your purpose and what behaviors will not. Because everything's planned out. You're either following your plan or you're not. But the point is, everything is planned. You are not picking individual trades, therefore, no one trade has any more or any less significance than the other. The next trade, this trade, they're all just trades. None of them have any more or any less significance. You will gain a sense of freedom to flow in and out of your trades without conflict because you are not living or dying on the outcome of any particular trade. By reducing the number of variables, you will be learning what works and what doesn't. By truly accepting that the outcome of this trade could be different than whatever happened the last time, you are positively managing your expectations. Now think about what I just said. By truly accepting. What does it mean to truly accept? It means that there's no other part of your identity or consciousness that is in conflict with accepting the fact, genuinely accepting the fact, that this trade could have a different outcome than the last one. If the last trade was a winner, it means that this trade could have a different outcome. It could be a loser. If the last trade was a loser, it means that this trade could have a different outcome. It could be a winner. You see, our minds don't feel like there's anything wrong with you by thinking in the previous way, because our minds are wired to think that way. Our minds are literally wired to connect the two. That's why it's so difficult for many people to break through into this ability to think in probabilities and to break into this threshold of consistency. Is because we're working in some cases against natural wiring. It is natural for our minds to say, if this is what happened the last time, if the circumstances are identical or similar this time, then the same thing's going to happen. What I'm saying to you is that you have to step into an exercise where you consciously disconnect the two. In other words, your whole purpose is to disconnect this now moment from what happened the last time. Because there is no connection. The reality is there's no connection. That's the truth. You just can't let your mind think that there is a connection. There is no connection between the outcome of this now moment opportunity with what happened the last time, even though the variables that are getting you into this trade or identifying this opportunity are identical. That creates quite a paradox for our brains, okay? That's why people can understand the nature of probabilities. They can understand them, but they can't function from that perspective. You have to train your mind to function from that perspective. That's what separates everyone from the pros. Okay? You have to train your mind to disconnect. Don't let yourself think that there's any connection between now and what happened the last time. Because the reality is there is none. There really isn't. I don't care how identical it looks. You can use the same mathematical formulas and criteria in those formulas that apply to market data and come up with these patterns, but I guarantee you the traders that are operating in the market now are not the same traders, identically at least not the same traders as the ones that operated the last time. Therefore, there's no possible way that there could be a connection between now and then. There's just no possible way. When you disconnect, when you make that disconnection, okay, you won't perceive market information as threatening. You'll eliminate the potential to make a trading error, and you will be aspiring to trade without fear in a carefree state of mind. Now that you understand that your technical methodology does not tell you what will happen next on a trade-by-trade basis, in this section, I will take you through a step-by-step process that will integrate the principles of consistency as a functional part of your trading personality. Up to this point, we've talked about how we get into this mindset, about resolving to think in certain ways, but this is learning how to disconnect. In other words, learning how to circumvent that natural mechanism in our mind that automatically connects things, connects similar events, this now moment opportunity, this now moment event, with something that's in our mind as a memory. If there's enough, if there's enough similarity there, it'll tap us into a state of mind that's identical to our memories, as opposed to what might be available in the now moment, which may be very different than, very different than what we think that it is. I mean, that's where we have relationship problems, communication problems. It's like it's this connect mechanism really does cause us a lot of problems. It really does, because in many cases, a lot of the pain and heartache that we feel in our lives is not connected at all with what's really happening in that moment, but you wouldn't be able to convince ourselves, or no one would be able to convince us, or wouldn't be able to convince ourselves that what we weren't experiencing in that moment wasn't real, because what we were experiencing was the energy. It was the fear, the confidence, the dissatisfaction, the betrayal. The energy of it is real, that you can't say this is not what's happening. But the problem is that the interpretation of the information that tapped us into the state of mind, and the connection that our mind automatically made from this now moment to some memory in the past, could be, like I said, completely erroneous. When you look at the very nature of the universe and the way it exists, there is no possible way that any moment could ever duplicate itself. No two moments are ever alike, ever. And could never be. Because if you just look at it, if you look at physical reality as constructed of atoms and molecules, and those atoms and molecules are in constant motion. They are in constant motion. For two moments to ever duplicate themselves, it means that all the atoms of all the molecules would have to be in the exact same spot they were in some previous moment right now. And that ain't going to happen. So when you really get right down to it, every moment is really unique. Every moment in the environment is really unique. But our minds don't process information that way. Every moment in the market is genuinely and truly unique. But our minds don't process it that way. We have to train our minds to process it that way if we want to make ourselves the casino. If we want to put ourselves in the situation where we are the casino, then we've got to get our minds to process information in a different way. Richard had a comment that I thought was really good.
We tend to associate with a winning trade or a losing trade. That when we do suffer a loss, we tend to think of ourselves as a loser, instead of that is just a trade that turned out a loss.
Right.
And when we do get a winning trade, we think, well, I'm a winner. So you get caught up in the emotion of it instead of looking at it, that was a bad trade, this was a good trade. It has nothing to do with whether or not you're a winner or a loser.
Richard, have you ever played the slots?
No.
Never?
Well, yes.
Why couldn't you say
yes,
go ahead.
Not anymore, because I understand.
No, did I say have you ever played the slots?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When the tumblers didn't come up with any kind of a jackpot, did you think of yourself as a loser?
No. Why? Because I know that the slot machine is rigged against me.
Well, okay, but did you think there's any possibility of ever winning?
Absolutely, because I did get some. But
other words-
eventually ended up with an empty pocket.
But in other words, you walked into it with the belief that on any particular time that you pushed the button that there was a random outcome.
Correct.
You knew that, right? And so therefore you didn't think of yourself as a loser.
Correct.
Have you ever thought of yourself as a loser when you had a losing trade?
Yes.
And what would be the reason?
Because I lost.
No, because you didn't believe that there was a random outcome, right? If someone told you from the very beginning that whatever outcomes that you experience from any methodology that you picked to define an edge were random, would you be thinking about this completely differently?
It makes a big difference. Absolutely.
Yeah. So in other words, you wouldn't have the same emotional problems that you might have with the kind of errors and everything else that goes along with trading with fear if someone would have just said to you, you know what, there's a random outcome. Even though it's a pattern and it doesn't make sense and it creates a paradox for our minds, we got a pattern that produces a random outcome. If you believe that there was a random outcome, where would the emotions come from?
They would certainly diminish if not.
Well, they
go
wouldn't
away.
be. I don't think they'd be anywhere at all, would they?
Go away. Yes.
No, I'm saying if you just right from the very start, what would you have to associate with? If it's a random outcome, then you know that you're not wrong, right?
Correct.
So there wouldn't be anything to associate the outcome with any kind of interpretation that could end up causing you to feel some sort of emotional pain.
You're right.
All we're trying to do is get to that place now, even though you've had all this backlog of experience telling you otherwise. That's where we want to get to. How are we going to get there? We're going to create an exercise. Remember the 5 mile rule? Okay, we're gonna do the 5 mile rule in a trading exercise. Why are we going to do the exercise? You remember we have to have clarity of intent. What is our desire? Our desire is to become a consistently successful trader, one where I can generate an income I can rely on. Okay? And so we are going to actually trade for a new reason. We're going to stay focused in the process of trading as opposed to the outcome. The typical trader is obsessed with the outcome of a trade. The professional trader is focused in the process of trading and letting the outcomes take care of themselves. As a matter of fact, the best traders that I've ever encountered love the process of trading. The typical trader, on the other hand, either has no awareness of the actual process of trading or really doesn't like the process of trading, but they're addicted to or obsessed with the outcome. So you have to make up your mind, and everyone in this room at some point in their lives, for some reason, has decided to make up their mind about something, and when you have, you got results. I know everyone has had that experience. You've made up your mind with so much desire, so much clarity of intent, and with absolute sincerity that you got the desired result. So I'm saying that if you make up your mind to trade for a new reason, the reason is the acquisition of skills as opposed to the outcome or how much money you're making, you will acquire those skills, and then you'll find that the outcomes just take care of themselves. If you've paper traded or tested your methodology to the point where you have confidence that you have something that can generate consistent results, then you can do this exercise. If you haven't, then you're going to have to do that first. You're going to have to plan your trades. In other words, you're going to have to take your methodology and determine a given set of rigid variables, because what we're going to do is set up a trading exercise with just a simple 25 trade or 20 trade sample size. In other words, what you're going to say is that I am willing to invest in the development of these skills, the skill of learning to trade without fear, learning to think in probabilities. Because when you learn to think in probabilities, the fear will go away. And so what I essentially have to do is convince myself I have to purposefully step into an experience where I am convinced, where I literally convince myself that these principles are true. Now, they sound true to you. They might resonate as the truth, but you have to keep in mind that you might have a backlog of any number of experiences that would support beliefs that would argue otherwise. Because I could say to you that if I set up or you set up an exercise where you said, okay, I've got a particular set of variables that when they appear in the market, that is my edge, and that my edge will produce, let's say, even 60% winning trades, and you don't even have to have 60%. You can have 50% and still make consistent money, as long as what you have to risk to find out if it works is, a third or a half of what you normally get when the trade does work in terms of profits. But if we set this exercise up so that there's no wiggle room, there is no wiggle room. What I mean by wiggle room is that the variables, the criteria that you use are absolutely rigid, black and white. They're either present or they are not. That's the only decision you have to make. In other words, if you do it in terms of lights, whatever lights you're going to use, whatever time frame, the lights you're going to use in whatever time frame, they are either on or they're not. And if they're on, you are obligated to take the trade. And what you're going to say to yourself is that in this, whatever criteria or plan that you set up is, I am not going to take just the next trade. I am going to take the next 20 trades. You are committing yourself to taking the next 20 trades of the occurrence of your edge. You will know in advance, based on testing and paper trading, exactly the optimum amount that you have to risk. In other words, what your risk is on each trade, and it's not going to be a varied amount. It's going to be a specific amount, whether it's in terms of dollars or distance. It will be a specific amount so that you know exactly how much each trade is going to potentially could cost you. And it should really be set up as a rigid profit potential too. In other words, I don't want you making subjective decisions just about how far you're going to let the market go in your favor. So if you can get a set of variables, well, let's say you even 2 to 1 or even 1.5 to 1, 1.5 to 1, meaning that if I have to risk 1 point of something, even if it's, let's say, in stocks, if I have to risk $1 to make that my particular set of variables, my entry variables, will get me into a trade where if I risk $1, I'll get $2 60% of the time or 50% of the time. Then that's what you do. You do 2 to 1. There are trading methodologies that can be even the opposite. You can even go 2 to 1 here, meaning you can risk 2 to get 1. But in these cases, the trade has to be 80 or 90% correct. You can do it any percentages you want as long as it is fixed. There is no wiggle room. There is no subjective decision making whatsoever. Am I really clear about this? There is no subjective decision making whatsoever. Go ahead.
The big things in expectancy or in trading with risk-reward ratio is you don't know which trade is going to be the winning trade.
Correct.
And typically you try to let your winning trade, you get stopped out on your winning trades. But what you're saying to us for this exercise is that we take a fixed stop. I understand the fixed risk, but a fixed, essential profit stop.
You know what? If you can set it up as a trailing stop, if you can set your trailing stops up where you're not making any kind of subjective decision, you can do that too.
So it doesn't matter as long as it's defined.
If you're sophisticated enough to do that, then yes. Okay, most traders in these situations are not. That's why I make it real easy. Okay, as long as you're not making any decisions. So in other words, what you're saying is that if the market goes X number of points in my favor, I move my trailing stop up to a certain percentage below where the market is right now. And you don't move that unless you get stopped out or it moves up another gradient or whatever.
Is the caller there? I got to go to the, somebody's tapping into the phone line here. Hey, what's up? Oh, windstorm coming in here. A woman in shorts. Hey, what's up? Can you hear me all right?
What about you? I'm good. Hello?
Look at this 1 minute chart of crude. It's on fire. The dollar's going to hell. I guess Yellen couldn't save it. So what's going on there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Shit, yo, I was talking to you on the email the other day.
Yeah. What's going on there? Just waiting for the market to finally retrace. It looks like it's going to take 2 more hours.
Yeah, it's a lot of patience, man.
I mean, some of this stuff's going to, it may take all night. Yeah, because there was a big burst move, and big burst like that's kind of nice. But at this time of day, it gets pretty quiet. So
yeah, because they say the optimum time to trade is like on the East Coast or whatever. It's like 4 or 5 in the morning, right?
Yeah, I mean about 2 o'clock in the morning, it starts to get pretty crazy, especially when the news comes out of Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big move because there's really, the U.S. markets aren't open, so it's kind of like a one-sided trade. It's a pretty violent move. Like the sell-off of the pound or the euro coming into London, or that just sells all the way off like it did today. It just sells all the way off into the open of the U.S. market. They just beat it down into the ground. That's just tough to. But they could also beat it. They could also take it up too high too. Ridiculously overbought, or so it appears. Just depends. Every day is different, but yeah. So you're trying to make money in the crypto, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I was so aggravated the other day, man, because I made like $4,500 in like probably about 3 or 4 hours. I don't know if you could see the there's one crypto. It's called Scale Network. It's like a shit coin. It's pretty much some token on Ethereum. It doesn't do shit, but the volatility on it was like insane. So I was like, all right, let me take advantage of this. And I made a bunch of money, and I got greedy, and I kept trading it. And it turned into making 4,500 turned into losing 8,000.
Well, were you trading the same size every time you pull the trigger? Trading the same size both directions, or are you trading different sizes?
The only way I was able to make that money, honestly, I was trading with 100% of the account.
Yeah, well, there you go. You got to be dead on every time. I mean, you really can't make. It's like the minefield, or it's like if you, you kind of have a little bit of a. You got to be dead on,
Yeah, and I was dead on for the first few trades, and it worked out. And then I was like, okay, I'm just printing money. I got greedy. It's psychological part of that, But I guess it helped because I learned something from it. I probably shouldn't chase the market.
Well, I mean, you're probably just trading too big. Have you ever made that much money before trading?
Never made anything close to that.
Yeah, so that's usually an indication. I mean, if you made that much, I mean, you're on the wrong side of that trade. It's not. Yeah, I'm sure you know.
Yeah, because it was so volatile, right? Like I would get in the trade, and I would get out of it 30 seconds later, and I made $200.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of. I mean, well, but that's not exactly. I mean, you're just. that's high. That's very risky. Unless you can afford to win and lose that much money. I don't know what your appetite for risk is, but I mean, if you're making
Looks
$100
like
grand
it
a
was powered
month,
by high frequency.
what's up? Your mic's crackling. Like you gotta your mic's clipping or snapping. There's a snapping sound to it. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
are you trading for fun, for kicks, or are you trading trying to make a living or trying to make consistent money?
I mean, like, right now I'm on unemployment, so I have the time to be able to trade. And I mean, I would love to trade for a living, you know. But right now, I'm just trying to just make some extra money, you know. And yeah, the 7 to 8 grand. I really don't even want to do the calculations because it's going to make me sick, you know.
Are you trading with stops, or are you just like getting in and out?
I was just getting in and out, no stops.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I'd say what you're doing is kind of ridiculous because how long you been trading?
Probably about 2 years now.
Oh.
But it's just.
Well, you should be able to do it, right?
Yeah, but it's like I don't even have any consistent system. I've been watching your videos, man, and I don't know, the way I look at it is like you really don't know which way the freaking market's gonna go. You never do. And I think it's just about how you put the orders in. And like this time the time I made that money, like instead of doing a bunch of little orders, getting in and getting out, I kind of just did one in, one out, and it worked out in my favor. But the way I was making money, like over this past 2 years, I make a couple of hundred here, a couple of hundred there. The way I look at it is, it was just the way I was putting the orders in, and I wasn't too greedy when I would make that money. I was shooting for like 2 to 3% profit.
Yeah, like trading like a white guy, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if you go for like swinging from the trees, yeah. But I mean, you got extra time to trade now because you're unemployed too. So actually, the more you trade, like you can make a lot of mistakes, you know.
Yeah, so I mean,
Especially if you're trading
can't
like big
afford-
like that, it's kind of tough.
Yeah, it's tough, and that was probably one of the big mistakes. Is after I made the 4,500 or 4, whatever the hell it was, I probably should have just stayed out, you know.
Well, it's pretty tough, especially if you were up and you know what it's like to be up, and then you're down and you're like, I know how I did that before, but the problem is that, yeah, it's extra pressure, you know, a little extra pressure to perform, and then the problem is that the cryptos are fucking out of control. I'm sure you know that the volatility is so high because
The volatility's insane,
you're
man.
at historical prices. Anytime a market's, go look at gold when it was going to 2,000, it came all the way back to 1,000. So when gold ran up from 1,000 to 2,000, it came back to 1,000. But it was 3 years of chop and bullshit. So what you're seeing now is even if you trade the way you're trading, like, I mean, you got to look at structurally what's going on there. You picked a market to trade that's kind of ridiculous. Like, it could go sideways or it could go smashing back down. It's like, if you're trying to directionally trade it, I know people are saying that buy Bitcoin, and I'm like, and you get in where on that trade? Like, I mean, you're either scalping it on the 4-hour chart going from supply zone to supply zone, or you really going to sit back and drop a fucking 10 grand into Bitcoin, sit back at 55,000 a share and let it just come back to 20? I don't know.
I mean,
I'm not that guy.
Trading, anybody that says like to buy Bitcoin right now, because I've been in crypto like 3 years, man, and you know I've been trading it about 2 years on and off, but anybody that's saying to buy Bitcoin and go all in with your 401k right now,
Yeah, like buy and hold.
I think they're just smoking crack, because I think it's any amount of money, like any amount of time right now, I feel like Bitcoin is going to come crashing down.
I mean, crypto, I mean, Bitcoin right now, if you look at the monthly, this should be a sobering lesson to anybody that has half a fucking brain talking about buying this Bitcoin. Look at this monthly chart. Are you serious? Come on, man. Even Biden would look at that and go, "Come on, man! Look at this fucking chart. Come on."
Yeah, because people think it's going to go straight
You're gonna
to
buy it here?
100.
Are you fucking nuts? In fact, the guy that put the goober stop on, I was thinking of you when I thought of this. He put a buy stop here, and he got in confirmation on Bitcoin. He went long last month in the breakout. He's underwater right now, going, "Holy shit! Oh fuck!" I just couldn't resist. I knew there was confirmation. I put my buy order on the top of the last. And it was a bullish engulf, and I had like even Fibonacci's on this fucking entry. I'm going to hold this until I die. Yeah, I went long Bitcoin breakout last month. Because it worked the other month before. You know, this is the argument, is that worked over here. That strategy worked here. I bought this breakout at 40,000. I'm up on the trade. I mean, if I was in this thing, I'd be like, you know what? I don't care if it comes back to, I don't care if it keeps going higher. I get out here. I mean, who's holding on to this shit, honestly?
Yeah.
Look at that monthly. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I don't know, like you were saying, I just think it's really risky to get into Bitcoin right now, especially if you're just like buying spot and you're actually purchasing it, and you're not purchasing like you're not just betting on the price to go, you know, down or up.
I guess if you think Bitcoin's going up, you got to buy right now this week. Every week you got to buy every pullback on the weekly. So, you know, based on this kind of really crude trading theory, is that say you wanted to buy Bitcoin, you had to wait for this 2-week pullback to buy, and every 2 weeks it pulls back. Here's 1 week pullback to buy. Now there's 2 week drift back pullback to buy. But now what's going to happen, right? You know what? It's getting choppy. What do you got, a dog over there? You get a puppy dog?
Yeah, and that's why, like, I'm thinking, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should just, because I definitely can't afford to lose $8,000 every time I fucking put in a trade. That's insane.
Oh, well, there you go, sir.
But, you know, and I always see you trading, and you trade Forex, man, and like you just, you are like not, like, you cannot be pushed around on that. Like, I know there's a ton of people that have mentioned for you to get into crypto, and it's just like, you just stay with the Forex. Why is that? Why is it just the Forex market?
Well, if I start I wrote a script for Bitcoin. It's a pain in the ass. I got no scripts for it. Plus, it's a bullshit market, dude. It's not, I mean, it's like penny stocks. Seriously? I mean, Bitcoin it's only been around for 5 years, dude. It's completely a bubble. It's bullshit. It probably come back to 10. Here's what I think is going to happen to Bitcoin. My prediction comes back to $10,000 and it trades around 10. It doesn't hardly move. It doesn't hardly move because Visa and MasterCard don't hardly move. Dude, what are you doing? You're killing me. What, are you going through your drawer? Looking for a Fibonacci retracement tool? Who's that?
So
is that you? What are you eating? Your car, dude? What's going on? What is all that noise?
Oh, you talking about
killing me? What, are you going through your drawers?
Nah, I'm actually
blowing up my ears.
My bad. No, I was opening the foil because I'm having a breakfast sandwich. And
well, fuck. We'll come back when you're ready to. I don't know.
Nah, I'm done. Nah, my freaking dog too is.
Oh, is that your dog chirping? I thought it was either a chair. I thought I heard your dog yelping.
Yeah, no, it's my dog too. But yeah, man, it's like, so you really think that the whole market is a bubble, like the whole crypto market?
Can you see my chart online here, the weekly Bitcoin? Ask yourself, in just kind of a, I don't know how many charts you've looked at, but stock markets and stuff like that. Oh, it could keep going up. It could keep going up, but at this rate of change on the monthly, it hasn't pulled back one fucking month yet. Dude, it broke out from down here at like 18,000. It's at 55,000 or some bullshit.
Yeah,
I just think it's a bullshit mark. It's just, okay, to really lay the emphasis on, I'll zoom out to here. Like, that should just nail it in your mind. Like, ask yourself on this chart, what could possibly go wrong? You broke out down here, this triangle on the monthly. You know how fucking overbought that is? That's just fucking insane. It's a bullshit market. Like, oh, I suppose I should have got in down here. Yeah, but is this going to keep going? I don't know, dude. You buying into that? Oh man, the baby's coming back to at least 30,000 at some point. Besides, what happens when the world doesn't come to a fucking end? Is this just a reaction to fucking pure socialism? What if the deficit doesn't fucking matter? And it doesn't. We're living on the Star Trek Enterprise, dude. You can go do anything you want. You can get a loan on a house you can't afford. You can still get a fucking loan. You get fractional reserve banking. You can still loan out. The banks can still loan out 95% of what they don't have on deposit.
Yeah.
And really, I used to listen to these gold bugs telling me about how the world's coming in. Why isn't gold going up? Explain that to me. Why isn't gold going up? Gold's just dripping down and it's stalled out. Gold should be going through the roof with this fucking Dominion regime that we have installed. So
yeah, because that's what people say too, is with the money printing. That's the whole argument for Bitcoin, is that Bitcoin can't be printed, and people think that Bitcoin is going to take over the role of the U.S. dollar, and it's going to be the new world reserve currency.
I know they say that, but the thing is, look at the dollar. Bring up a chart of the dollar. I think I got it here. Dude, it's the tamest shit you've ever seen in your life. It moves up 5 cents maybe in 5 years. Here, I'll put it the dollar index right now. You tell me what you think of it. It's the most stable fucking thing in the world. Well, here's the weekly dollar. It's trading in a 10-cent range for fucking how many years? Okay, it was at 80 cents down here. So in 2012, the dollar's trading at 80 cents. Now the dollar is very strong. In fact, the dollar peaked at 102 back here. For all the talk about the dollar going to shit, you know what those days were? 2013. All those fuckers, you ever watch X-22 and all these fucknuts? Oh, the dollar. The dollar's going... Dude, I'm like... You're so full of shit. Look at that fucking thing rip. That's when I started like, oh, what? Even this bull pony and all these fuckers, don't get me started. But, dude, I mean, fundamentally, right? Fundamentally, it's like, am I in a trade for 4 hours or am I going to trade for 4 days? I mean, that's all that matters to me money-wise. But, of course, you can look at these. You can go look at Apple stock and stuff and look at Tesla stock. Talk about a brutal stock. Now, Tesla, I did a little video on that. That fucker's all over the map. Don't make no fucking sense. And it's supposedly Tesla guy bought Bitcoin. That's another reason why it's a fucking bubble. Oh, I heard Bill Gates went long vaccines. Oh, let's buy the I mean, they're all traps. As far as I'm concerned, if you're the last guy to hear about it, which, look, dude, I know people that don't even trade talking about Bitcoin. I go, thanks for letting me know the market's a bubble. Like if my mom knows about Bitcoin, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
She's 93 years old. Like she knows, if she says to me, "Hey, you think I should buy some Bitcoin?" I go, "Oh my God, thanks for telling me. Thanks for giving the sell signal. Thanks for the sell signal, man."
Yeah, because that's what people believe too. Is that once like the taxi driver's talking about it and everybody else is talking about it,
the doorman's giving you a tip, stock tip. That's the old doorman stock tip. Oh, thanks for the sell.
Yeah, that's the time to get out.
But that's, they sell newspapers and newsletters, and, a lot of it's Zero Hedge has people viewing because, I got an inside edge in the market. Dude, you just, here, look at oil's making one last stab at it here, but look at the sellers came into that oil, man. No, I mean, it's just, like if you're a scalper, it's different than if you're a swing trader, different than if you're a trend trader. Trend traders have to endure a lot of punishment. I mean, the stock traders, the Corona sell-off was so harsh. We're up above that right now, but you had to have some fucking balls to look at your portfolio and go, honey, we are like underwater. And then the whole thing recovers, right? But stock traders can handle that. But Forex is easy. It's floating. It's over the counter. It could do anything Bitcoin can do. It can go anywhere it wants. And there's leverage. And I already got the system to trade it. Whereas stocks, I'd have to be like, I don't know, the commissions would probably kill me if I trade stocks. I don't know. But Forex is, there's so many brokers in Forex. MT4 makes it easy. I wrote a bunch of shit. Over the 10 years I've been working with MT4, so I know it inside and out. Pretty much I can't write any holy grail robots, but that's just an easy thing. It's just like it'd be like saying I drive a Econoline 100 Ford. Everybody, you could, all day long you could fix that car. That truck ain't going to change its format. It's just... But I know everybody's got this new mousetrap, and I don't know, man. Like, I looked at those cryptos. I looked at the Dash Coin. I'm like, they all look the same, like they've just gone broke out to Nutsville. Now, I will say this about the cryptos, some of them have already gone through this cycle of a double in psycho peak, and I think Dash, it was either Dash or that Ether Coin. They've walked all the way back to $60. They've already gone through their double psycho peak. So, you know what I mean? Then you can hunt around for a good one to trade, you know.
Yeah, like Ethereum went to 1,400 in 2017, and then it went all the way back to.
Yeah, so you got
$60.
you got some. In other words, now you've established a high and a low, and then it's kind of tradable. In other words, the problem with Bitcoin itself, it's making new highs, dude. It could go to fucking $100,000 and rip back 20,000. Like it did that. Remember when it came back 10 grand off the top? I'm like,
No,
holy
I
shit!
don't know
Did you
if you
see
remember-
that? In 8 hours, it came down 10 grand. It was coming into a weekend.
Well, yeah, it was like 6 months ago, right?
Yeah.
It went down 30%.
Oh,
in
jeez.
a day.
No, it was. What was it? 6 months ago? Let me look. Gosh, I was watching that and I just was blown away. Here it was. It was on March 14th. So we hit this all-time high. This was the trap I was talking about, just above February's high, right? So it comes up in here. Now this is the all-time high of Bitcoin, by the way. It's never taken it out. We're a long way from it. So when it came up here to like 60 grand, that was on a weekend, dude. Look at Sunday night. This is Friday coming into Sunday. It falls out of bed. It's down $11,000. I told people Monday morning, I was go, how about that fucking Bitcoin? And then it rips to here, and the scalpers come in for the dead cat bounce, and the guys that trade like me got buy limits down here, right? I don't trade it, but that's where you can fucking get in right there. Same thing, you get in right here. So if you place pendings, now this is low frequency trading because you're only going to fill every week here, but right, and you'd be buying right now on the 4-hour Bitcoin you just bought at the market. Plus you got a pending here. I'm just talking about a structured trade, and that's all you can do. In the long run, oh yeah, if it comes up here, there's going to be sellers like crazy because when you look at the monthly, you're like, holy shit, you know, you can see on the weekly at least that if you ever come back to that wick, I mean, forget about it, right? And I don't know, this thing could just be doomed pretty soon. All you have to do is start taking out this stuff, and then
That's why I'm afraid to trade it anymore at this point, because I mean the whole market went down 30%, 30% in a day.
well, just trade it on the 1 hour basis. Look how easy this trade is. You got the Bitcoin here. You can either buy right now, and like I mean, the spread's going to kill you. I mean, I don't know. I mean, dude, I'm going to tell you right now, you know, unless you're you're either an investor or you're a trader. So the fact that the prices are high right now doesn't mean that you can't scalp all the structures that still exist. And the long run doesn't matter, I guess. Like you can look at the 4-hour chart and go, oh, here's supply zone, put some sell limits up here. It comes here, we sell, we put some buy limits down there. We get filled, we scalp it. I did it the other night there, where I just put some buy limits in, right mouse click, and I just scalped them when the market plunged and retraced. I got out. Now, to me, a retracement trade has got to be the crudest, easiest kind of set it and forget it entry, right? You put in the limit, they fill you cash out, or you're sitting there babysitting the thing going, oh, looks like right now it's going. In other words, you would have bought after 4-hour pullback here on the Bitcoin. You just buy, no questions asked, right? You just buy because it's down, it's structure, it's a great pivot. And then if I bought at the market here, I just put buy limits, stream them all the way down, and just walk away. Now, maybe it's not a big enough size to interest you to trade, but just put in a bunch of limits. Because for you to go into one trade really heavy and ride it for 30 seconds, I don't know, man. That's living on the edge. Because you gotta fucking nail that same. I don't know how good you are at scalping. I've met people that can trade binary options and make money, which you got to be so fucking fast, dude. You got to anticipate the next price and just go, I'm out. Like you got to grab it and go. You can't hang out for nothing. As soon as you ever seen Hilton Forex? This guy, this black dude who's trading so big with real money, you know, clients' money, you know, 100 grand on the account. He gets into 40 standard lots in 2 tickets. He's in for 5 minutes. He gets out. He's like, yeah, it's made 13 grand. I was like, dude, I'm not trading like, I mean, I just made 4 grand. I'm like, I'm not doing that trade. I mean, I guess I could if you put a gun to my head, but I just like to have a gentle equity flow. I don't want to see, I mean, it's hard to be consistent when have such
trading
a
like that.
giant gun. I guess it's hard to be accurate. It's almost like there's not much precision there, right? But I don't know. It's a matter of taste. I mean, if you're on a play trying to make some money on the side, I mean, I don't know.
No, but
if you get lucky, you almost have to, like you said, you gotta make money and stop trading the rest of the week. You'd be like, yeah, that was a good trade. You literally have to say, I'm not gonna go back in because it's too hard to make that money. Or if you're not trading with stops, if you get paralyzed and the market goes against you and you don't have stops in.
And that's what happened. I wasn't trading with any stops, and then the market, it kept going down. And I'm like, oh, should I cut my losses now or it's going to pop back up? And of course it didn't pop back up. And then I lost more and more and more and more money. And if I would have had the stops, I wouldn't have lost all that money,
Yeah. No, I couldn't resist the ICT. In fact, I thought of intercity trading, and then I isn't that cute? It's ICT.
Yeah.
That guy is so everything's got a copyright. I thought, I'm just like a couple characters from getting sued, But he calls it traders, and I call it trading. So he can't get me there either. I kind of made sure I was in safe territory.
Yeah, and I don't know. From what I've seen, man, the Fibonacci, the moving averages, all that stuff, I think is BS, and I just think it matters how you get in and how you get out.
Yeah, plus it's so much work, like if you show up at a trading terminal, that doesn't have your template with all your fancy moving averages, and you find yourself lost.
You're not going to get it, and then you lose money.
Yeah, you can't see the market for what it is. I understand people want to smooth it out and make the narrative make sense, but the market is a fucking train wreck, and when you look at it, if you can see your trade in there, I guess that's the question. Can you see how you could have got in and out? And then, of course, you still got to get in and out, which is another kind of like almost a day job. I mean, that's the thing. It's work,
Yeah. The reason I like the crypto, though, because I don't know what brokers you're looking at it from, but if you go on Coinbase Pro, there's no leverage or anything. It's all spot.
Dollar for dollar, yeah.
But the spreads are slim to none. If you're trading I don't know, any S coin, right, or even Bitcoin, the spreads are 0.04 of a tenth of a cent. The spreads are nothing, and then the commission, to get in and out of a trade is 0.5%, or if you're trading with enough volume, it's 0.25% to get in and out.
Oh, it's a flat fee commission.
Well, yeah, the spreads are usually really, really, really low.
It's a flat fee for commission, then.
Yeah, I mean they call it an exchange fee or whatever, but that's commission.
What do they charge you? $5?
So it goes by the tier. It's by a percentage. So anything under 50 grand for a 30-day trail. They call a 30-day trailing period or whatever. So pretty much, if you traded under $50,000 in volume for that month or that 30 days. You're going to be paying 0.5% to get in and out.
What do you think that's going to cost in dollars? $500?
It doesn't really cost that much. I mean, it's
so. What if I just decided to trade 10 grand, just day trade back and forth 10 grand? What's that going to cost?
I mean, let's just say you have
what's the worst commission? I mean, so obviously cheaper by the dozen. So if I trade only 10 grand, what are they going to charge me?
For let's just say you have a $10,000 position, you get in and out. I can't see it being more than $60.
Holy fuck! So that's pretty brutal.
That's bad, you think?
I can trade $10,000 for about, I'd say round turn. I think it's $2. Yeah, in Forex, yeah.
Oh, so that's another reason why you like the Forex then, because it is actually.
Well, you got so much leverage. I mean, it's brutal. Even I think you got leverage here of maybe 50 to 1 or 30 to 1 at this broker here, this Hugo. So the spread might suck here, but the commissions are I mean, really, with the spread and the commissions, it's only like maybe, I don't know what it is on this Bitcoin. Here, let me pull the trigger on a trade here. I'll look at the platform. The smallest trade here is a 1K. So if I just get in a 1K, just willy-nilly, I'll just pull the trigger here. It's a good trade anyways, actually. So I just bought at the market. Let me see what that cost me. Okay, so I'm down 13 bucks right out of the gate, 1K. So yeah, you're right. That's probably you're paying the spread and fees, because if I put on a 10K right now, it costs me about 130 bucks. So you're paying less. But I don't need to trade 10 grand of Bitcoin, because I don't know, dude. I'm in a 1K right now. I'm down 20 bucks. So to me, the spread's bullshit. So you're paying half that, I'd say. You're paying about $10 for a 1K. But I paid 20 cents for a 1K in the euro dollar. So I could put a higher density of tickets in. If your account's small right now, if I put a buy limit down here, I'm long, and if I put a buy limit down here, this will be the winning trade. So if the Bitcoin pulls back right now, I'll pick up this limit, which would be the smart money. The dumb money is just the trade I just did, where I just kind of get in. Okay, I'm in a fucking. But if you get in one's at the market, one's in a limit, now you got now you can be a trader, because if they spike it down, they hit your limit, and then it retraces, you cash out of that and still hold on to the same shitty trade here. But your account will be up. So it's a balance between market. If you trade 20% at the market and 80% on limits, you'll probably do good, because you're letting the market come to you. If you chase the market, or if you get in because you're like, oh, looks like it's going up, that's where you get fucked. You know?
Yeah, normally I trade on limits anyway.
Yeah, because if you do limits, and of course you kind of have to have a. See, I'm down 25 bucks on this fucking. See, that would drive me crazy. But yeah. So if you do the limit thing, and the Bitcoin's pretty amazing, because it's open 24/7, which makes it safer, right? Because did you see the gap? Well, you probably don't watch the euro, but shit, gap opens, right? There's no gap. There's no gap in this Bitcoin. Maybe the broker goes offline for 5 minutes, right? But your risk is lower in Bitcoins or in the cryptos, because they're open all, unless the market gets thin, right? Unless that when you're talking about sounds like a thin market, that crap, that one you're talking about, that garbage coin. But maybe it doesn't hard to get a fill, right? You have to maybe get a requote. Maybe you can't get out of winning trade there. Seeing there's no problem. Illiquid.
Like the market I was trading when I made all that, it was definitely a thin market. That's why it was like super volatile. It would trade 80 cents, right? And 20 seconds later, it's at 84 cents. 20 seconds later, it's down to 82 cents.
Is that a big
2 minutes later, it's at 87 cents. It was like super choppy, but it was like, that's why I was so greedy, because I figured, all right, it's just going to keep doing this, and I could just get in and out of a trade.
Oh, you just kept range trading? You just kept range trading a small range, and then it got heated up and took off?
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. It was ranging, and there was a few times where it spiked, and I was able to take bigger profits, and then I bought when it was at the higher part of the range, and then that's when it started. That's when it just took a dump, and I was like, all right, I'm going to hold it. It's going to keep going back up, and of course, I was 20% down at that point.
Yeah, I think it's hard to feel like that's going to be... Yeah, I don't know, man. That sounds like a rugged lifestyle, trading that crypto in that kind of size and that frequency for those...
No, well, it's not realistic, and that's why I was asking you. I'm like, so what do you think I should do? And I mean, the Forex market is...
Well, you could just trade crypto. You could trade crypto smaller, I guess. Of course, more pairs. I don't know if they call them pairs, but more coins. If you can juggle 10 coins and you can just trade them small, then I guess you're going to make consistent small money. Because if all of a sudden you make $4,000 and you lose $8,000, and you make $16,000 and you lose $5,000, even if you make $16,000 and you lose $5,000. You're going to think you're up, but the problem is when you lose $4,000, after making $16,000, you lose $4,000, you're like, huh. So, actually, if you've made 16 grand, you might feel like, well, I can risk a little bit more because I got a little bit extra money to play with, and then the market does something you didn't expect, right? And then you're fucked.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what happened, and that's why I was like, all right, I should probably take a step back. And like, I always watch your videos. I think that's why I was able to do what I did, because I'm not analyzing this crap, and I'm just buying when it seems like it's low. Buy low, sell high. I mean, and it's worked out for the most part, but like,
well, certainly, yeah.
Really,
well, 20% of the market's ranging, so 80% of the time you're making money. 20%, it only take that one trend to just destroy you. Right, so that one screaming move, in other words, the range is the cause for the big move. So eventually, it's going to make a decision. It's going to leave the doji and it's going to take off, and going to have a seriously bullish or bearish session. That's the product of all that sideways nonsense, So the market does finally make a decision, and typically it's the end of the day. Or the end of the week, or the end of the session, because there's there's an order imbalance that needs to be balanced coming back in. So as you come into, so this is Wednesday. If the euro retraces and the pound retraces into London Open, that might be the climax, And you get out there, and then you just have Thursday's jobs report tomorrow, and then Friday. So you're right in the middle of this big wave, And if you're going to hold a crypto, say you bought the pullback here in this, I'm only down $15 now, so I don't feel too bad about buying that at the market. But so you're in the crypto, say here, right? And they hit your target, you just have to get out. I mean, sure, it could keep on smashing north, and maybe you got involved in one of those, because if you look at the charts, you probably got into some fucking $3,000 move on Bitcoin. Or when Bitcoin was moving $3,000 in sympathy, the other currencies are moving like a fucking insane. Like, I can see the volatility across all of the coins. Like, they're all going half of them are going fucking berserk. Yeah, because when if Bitcoin is the Kodak film, I don't know if you know what that is, but if it's like the standard, the Apple iPhone standard of what a phone should be. When it's going into historical prices, the other cryptos are freaking out, and they're being overbid too, or underbid, and it's like a wave of psychotic volatility across something that is really just living in people's fucking minds. You realize that Bitcoin is in your fucking mind. The fact that I can clear a fucking ledger trade, so fucking what, dude? So fucking what? That's not something you invest in. People are going to wake up and go, you mean it's just a ledger? Yeah, ain't that a fucker? It's just like when people come into class and I go, Bueller, are you there? He's there. Wow, how much is that worth?
Yeah.
Nobody's selling that. I just think people are going to just go, what the fuck have we been doing? You bid that shit up?
Yeah, but you don't think there's any value in the fact that a government can't control it and nobody can shut it down?
But they're already controlling it. I mean, they traded on the CME, for God's sakes. Notice how Bitcoin sold off right when they announced they were going to sell it on the CME. So in April they go, this is going to be at a real exchange. Dude, it went from $20,000 to fucking 10 after that. Yeah, because the pros shorted the shit out of it. They go, look at this fucking bubble is shit. No, look at the CME opening timing, and the government has regulated. All these are government regulated markets. I mean, soybeans is only allowed to move 15 cents up or down, 30 cents in a range, unless the exchange changes. So it's all fucking, and it's just like it's a mirage. The argument that the dollar is going to crash and this and the yuan, you're just selling newspapers, dude. I'm telling you right now, take a microphone that you see these guys on stage, $1 million singer. He's using $100 microphone. Dude, that microphone's been $100 for 50 fucking years. $100 for a goddamn dynamic microphone. That's what the dollar is. The dollar, you might tell me about the dollar this, the dollar that. I go, dude, I can get a loaf of bread for $3. There's no hyperinflation, which is bizarre, right? You're going, what the fuck? There's money all over the place. It's just a belief system. I'm almost taking this from Mark Douglas. You have a belief system about something, you feel safe, you get in your fucking car, you're going 60 miles an hour, which means you have 120 mile an hour possible impact with the other lane should you drift over, right? You drive like that every day. You don't fucking think about dying. you're dead,
Yeah.
dude. I mean, of course, you got airbags and all that bullshit now, but so to go in and out of the market without feeling freaked out, that's your goal, I suppose. Because, I mean, do you want to stress yourself out? I mean, how old are you? Like 30? I mean, you want to be, you age pretty fast. Trying to scalp $8,000. That's a big fucking trade to pull off in like a couple minutes or a couple seconds.
Yeah.
That's
no,
a
I
big
pulled it
size.
off. I pulled it off in a couple of hours, which I thought I could keep doing it. It just didn't work out. That's why I'm like, maybe I should get into a different market and just try to trade a little bit differently. And the one thing that I don't have access to because of where I live is there is no leverage. I can't trade with leverage at all.
Where
At
do you
least not
live?
in crypto.
Where do you live at? In the city,
York.
it sounds like. Where's that?
New York.
Oh, just go fucking trade offshore. Just go overseas.
Yeah, but I just.
Well, you got to get some bitcoins. You got some real bitcoins, Bitcoin wallet. Do you have like a cash app?
Yeah. You have to do that, and then.
Yeah, I mean, you
with
pay
those-
about what is it? They charge you about 1%, or you can use Coinbase or whatever. You just get some real, just deposit crypto, and then it shows up as dollars. I mean, my account doesn't have literally crypto. It's just that they convert it to dollars.
Yeah. All you're doing is trading the prices of it, pretty much. You're not.
Yeah, I
trading
mean,
the
to me,
underlying.
to me, the value of Bitcoin is that it's peer to peer in a sense, and it is. I mean, so I believe that it's kind of anonymous because the government brags how they're echelon's able to listen to every fucking conversation, dude. They can't even fucking stop a guy who's gonna shoot up a fucking grocery store who's already on the list. So, I'm making money on this fucking Bitcoin. I bought that 4-hour pullback. I'm a genius here for a moment. I'm only down $7. I consider that a win.
But yeah, that's the one thing I can't do because a lot of these places, even if you try to go offshore, they don't allow U.S. customers in whatever specific state it may be. They got the geolocation crap.
Right. Well,
so
they will say that, but you can find it. There's a handful out there.
But again,
right here, you go this one. Hugo's Way, right here. Hugo's Way. Just go to Hugo's Way. I mean, his spread will tighten up here. I mean, like the spread detector says that I'm paying 1,300 and something spread.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, brutal.
But yeah, like as far as like the Forex, I did want to dabble in it, and I just don't know.
Well, it's going to be a lot cheaper. I mean, you're not gonna scorch your wallet. You're not going to get rich, and you're not going to go broke. Oh, you want to get rich, you just trade bigger, but you can scale in easier because the problem I see with Bitcoin at these prices, you can hardly. There's no leverage. If you're trading coin for coin, there's no leverage.
Well, that's why I had to trade so big, and I don't want to have to do that. I'd rather trade smaller and, maybe use some leverage,
Yeah, I mean, here I'm only down. I might be up on this trade in a little bit. I just got to overcome the spread and the commissions. The commissions is cheap. It's the spread that killed me, right? But if I put limits in, so if I put 2 limits in, I can take advantage of a tight spread. If the spread should tighten up just before it fills my limit, I'll lock in a better price. But I didn't do that. I didn't even wait for the spreads to tighten up when I pulled the trigger there. So if you're watching the spreads and you're going to trade at the market, you're going to wait for it to scrunch down, tighten up, pull the trigger, and that's the one you're probably going to get out in 30 seconds or 3 minutes and go, okay, I got the scalp in, I got some other limits down there. I mean, if you keep rotating your inventory, you're not going to feel like you're in too big because you're constantly making a little bit of money. So you're either going to constantly make a little bit of money throughout the day, or when you're swinging from the trees, what you were doing, like, oh, I'm up $4,000, I'm down $4,000. That's fucking, that's tough.
Yeah, but and also like what broker should I use as far as Forex goes? Like, what's a good broker that's not going to
Trader's Way. I suppose that's the Pikes, Trader's Way out of Dominican Republic, because they're unregulated.
What about like Oanda or Forex?
Oanda, they don't even let you trade. They won't let you trade there. They won't let you in the United States. You can't trade offshore Oanda. Oanda is out of Canada, and it's just a butt fuck. It's a big spread. You can't hedge. There's no leverage. That's just bullshit. That's the crappiest broker on the planet. I don't know why people use it. They advertise. I don't know. But yeah, that's bullshit. But I mean, just go. I mean, you can go. Just go on the internet and type up Forex brokers, Bitcoin Forex brokers, and you probably get about whatever. And then as big as you're trading, you just put like $1,000 in the account, and you need $1,000. See, the thing is, you need so much fucking capital, dude. You're locking up real money, and then you might even lose on that trade. I mean, you're actually locking up. If you stayed in the trade for 4 days, you're like, holy fuck. I mean, this is money you can't touch.
Yeah.
You got to hold that trade. You can't. If you see another opportunity, you can't do it, right? Because you got to dump that to get into other trades. So you can do a lot more stuff with leverage because you don't have to be so committed to one trade. But that's a matter of personal preference. Like some people just want one car. Some people want 3 cars because they're swapping parts on the other cars. They buy three of the same brand, and these are all different things people do to feel comfortable.
I prefer to do like a bunch of little trades. I think that's where like my edge is, at least, is putting a bunch of small little trades, limits in, and getting in and getting out. I think that's where I've like made the most money, like consistently, That's why, and like I don't even understand what leverage. Like I understand it a little bit, but 50-to-1 pretty much means that if the trade goes in your direction, right, you make 50 times the amount of money.
No, it means that I can buy 1,000-1 leverage. I can buy a euro dollar, $1,000 a euro dollar, and it costs me like $1.20. Costs me $1.20 to control. I need $1.20 to control $1,000 of currency in the euro dollar. So if I using $12, I'm in a 10K.
Yeah.
So if I want a standard lot for $120, I can control a standard lot, which means every 10 pips is $100. So every time it moves a whole penny, 100 pips, it's $1,000. So $1,000
It just lets you play with more money than you actually have. Is all.
Yeah, I mean it's basically like you put a down payment of like nothing. I mean you just have to have, you need to have like $10 in your account to control like a 10K. Now if you go to 500-1 leverage, you need $20 to control a 10K, and on and on. 50-to-1, you still need a chunk of money in there. It's bullshit. Now 200-to-1 leverage, you can do that out of a broker called FX Choice. You go to FX Choice over in I think it's Belize. It's a tight spread, professional broker. They only go to 200-to-1 there. I think you can still get in there.
So what makes the most sense to
FX
trade with?
Choice.
Like what amount of leverage does it make the most sense to trade with?
As much as you can get.
As much as you can get if you can do math. Because some people can't do the math, so they'll end up taking $120, going to a standard lot, and not realizing that every fucking pip is $1. And they're like, fuck, Jesus, wow. Just like you're making $8,000, now you're down $9,000. Because you're like, well, that was great. Yeah, because you're in so fucking big, which is what you're doing with real fucking spot prices. You're in so fucking big. You could trade with just a fraction of that and be in something that's not so ridiculous, right?
And make the same amount of money or close to it?
Oh, sure. Well, if you do good trades, I'm presupposing that you're a good trader. Hey, I'm up $20 on this Bitcoin. Look at that. I overcame the spread, and so I'm actually up double. Yeah, the dollar's going to shit here. So this trade right here, for example. Okay, so since we've been talking about that 1K, I'm up $22. Is $22 a good trade for you? Now, if I bought a 2K, I'd be up $44. But what I really want to do is buy a 1K and put a limit about, I don't know what they call them here, a few shiitakes lower. And then just, I'm up $25 on this trade. I don't know about you, dude, but if they take out the high, I'll be up $50. I'm getting out of this Bitcoin.
Yeah, but how much did you put in to make that $22?
How much margin am I using? I think here it's 500-to-1, so gosh, I'd have to close my other tickets to tell you, but I think here, let me go to their site because I think it's lower leverage on Bitcoin at Hugo. Let me see. Hugo's way. I guess Hugo used to have a ship or something at one point. It looks like a pirate.
You probably have what, 50 cents or something
I gotta spell Hugo
for that
properly.
to be able to make the 20 something dollars.
Well, it's not to make it; it's to control the position. You need to have so much money on deposit. I'm just gonna guess you need $10 on deposit to control a 1K of Bitcoin, because you're trading $1,000 of something that's worth. You're in a micro lot of something that's worth $56,000, whatever that math is. I don't know.
Yeah.
Here, let me see. It's just other people's money, basically.
If you're looking for offshore brokers, the easiest way, there's a thread that's been ongoing for like 11 years now. If you just Google going offshore to escape the CFTC, there's a thread that these guys have maintained on baby pips.
Yeah, guys.
And there's only, and that's not all of them. This is just the ones that they have vetted, basically.
Yeah,
And
Trader
like
Cliff, I think, runs that. Some guy named Cliff.
Yeah, I mean, I want the most leverage possible, but I don't want to be getting like screwed either, and just having them, what do they call it, requote or misquotes, and
Well,
shit
I don't
like
get
that.
any. I don't get any requotes. So I wouldn't worry about it. Just I don't know if you listen to Mark Douglas, but the trade by trade basis, you can't. Yeah, that's what you're doing. You're doing trade by trade trading. Like I'm up $8,000, I'm down $8,000. That's rough. That's like ridiculous. Because you just got to think about, like here I'm up $24, so I get out, I'll let it go. I could run a trailing stop, all that bullshit. I wouldn't do that on this trade, but let me see what they charge for cryptos. If they quote the leverage here.
So 50 to 1 leverage is not enough for Forex? You don't think it's enough to be able to make
Yeah, maybe it
decent
is
money?
for you. Might be for you. You seem to have a pile of money to donate to actual spot metals. So, okay, cryptos, you get 101 leverage. That's pretty good. 101. So, I can't tell you exactly what do you think? 100 to 1. So the thing goes for 56 grand per item, and I can get 101 leverage. So it's like, I don't even know. I guess I'm using about $500 right now. 560.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm using $560 to control. So I'm 100% ahead. I'm 100 ahead of you, because if you're doing spot with real money, yeah, so you could trade a 2K here with $1,000 in your account, I think. Yeah, let me go see what my leverage is right now. Okay, somehow I would say, let me close these other tickets. I'll tell you exactly how much I'm using. Here, just let me close all open and pendings. I'll start over on this trade. I just want to see what the leverage number is. That's why you want a demo, so you can just do harebrained shit like close all open and pendings. Okay. Alright, I'm a winner there. It's going to take a while to close all these tickets. I put a lot of tickets in, I guess.
Yeah, because I
I'll let
definitely
you
want
put
to
a lot of
dabble
tickets
in
in.
the Forex, and I wouldn't put in close to the amount of money that I was doing with the crypto. I want to trade with
I don't
leverage.
think you'd hardly feel it. If you traded 101 leverage, you hardly feel it compared to putting your whole fucking life savings in each trade.
Exactly.
I mean, that's just too much. Besides, you could do more tricks with a bunch of leverage than, because you're just too committed. If you're gonna buy like one Bitcoin and go long for 3 minutes and make like $3,000, I mean that's crazy. I know that's a lot of money. I don't think I could do it. I know this shit's. I gotta go manually exit. It's not letting me out. The robot's denying the ticket. I'm gonna have to do a manual exit.
Yeah, because I wanted to get into Forex and use like a regulated broker, but at the same time, it doesn't seem like you can make like decent money by doing that because the leverage isn't enough.
Right, regulation's just a joke, dude. It's a fucking You think the FDIC is going to give you a fucking $100,000 when they blow up all the fucking accounts at the bank? Fuck no, they're going to send you a check in 5 years and be dead. It's a fucking joke.
So you don't really, so it doesn't really matter which broker then?
Oh, sure it does. I mean, you got to find one that's going to let you in. There's just a handful out there, so it's not. Like I said, just go to Baby Pips and look up.
Well, what would you suggest if I was throwing in 2,000 and I wanted to trade with a decent amount of leverage? What are a few that you would suggest?
Well, I don't trade crypto, but here I gotta just restart this whole platform.
No. I'm talking about trading forex. Forget the.
Just go to Trader's Way and trade 1,000 leverage. You could trade the euro for fucking almost zero spread. I mean, it almost goes to zero. It's like fucking crazy, crazy leverage there. Let's see what we got. I'm gonna reboot this. I'll tell you exactly how much money it takes to trade one shiitake here.
Wasn't there that one dude that you was watching that was on Trader's Way? The guy you used to argue with?
Oh yeah, it's Pike. Yeah, let me see what I'm gonna use here. Okay, so I'm gonna buy the Bitcoin. I'm going to sell Bitcoin because it looks overbought to me. So the spread right now, when I pull the trigger, the spread's like 1,200. It's costing me $56. It costs $56 to control $1,000 of Bitcoin. There you go. It's not $560. It's $56. So you need $56. If you want to trade at 10K, it's going to cost you $560 in a 10K. Commissions are negligible, you know. It's all about the spread. So I'm down $15. I'm down the spread. If I sell another one right now, so if I want to build a short position, I'm going to wait till this is in a loss and I'm going to start adding to the loser. For the moment, I'm in, I just sold actually on the 15-minute chart, I guess, because I just sold 15 minutes. So I wait for this thing to pull back and I can cash out. So for you could sit here and you could trade the euro, or you could trade over here. But I'll warn you though, if you're going to trade the euro, if you're going to trade forex, you got to get out of the market about 4:30 in the afternoon there, and you can't really get back until the spreads tighten up, because if you're in big positions with tight stops, they'll just take you out. Especially with just about any broker. Certainly this broker, the spread might go to fucking 30 on the pound right at 5 o'clock. And then you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, so what are the best times to trade, you think?
Well, as long as you don't trade at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, that's going to be tough. 5 minutes before 5 p.m., you better be out of the market if you're in any kind of tight stops or big positions.
Oh.
Because the spread's going to go to shit.
So what would you say, like 4 in the morning to 4 p.m.?
Yeah. Depends. I mean, if you could be up all day long, you'd trade the whole fucking thing all day. I mean, it's going to be active around midnight into noon, I'd say. All this drama is usually about midnight to noon. So after noon here, that was the climax here in the Bitcoin. Actually, was just a little bit ago here. See this climax here? This is the middle of the day. What is that? If you go back, God, that's fucking. The drama here was about what in Bitcoin it looks like was 6 hours ago. That peak moment there. Good place to sell. Right up there, but now it's kind of just drifty bullshit.
And I've never traded with leverage too, so I'm scared to go short. You know what I mean?
Doesn't matter. I just went short. I'm only down $7. I just went. Doesn't matter whether you go long or short. The leverage has nothing to do with that. It just means you have 10 times the purchasing power. You don't have to use your own money. I'm sorry, 100 times the purchasing power. Just don't use your own money, that's all.
Yeah, so how do you actually lose? Same thing.
What's that?
If I put $100, right, and I'm trading with 1,000 to 1 leverage.
Well, you would, and you can't do it on Bitcoin, but yeah. You're talking about the forex, right?
Yeah, forex, yeah.
Like Boost.
like how much? If I'm trading with 1,000 to 1, and I'm trading about, if I put $100 in margin, how much does it have to go out of my favor to actually lose all that money?
Test.
Okay, so if you buy a 1K, so you buy a 1K, right?
Focus.
Here, I'll do it right now.
There we go.
So here's the British pound. I'm going to buy the British pound at the market.
Testing.
Watch.
Test.
Right.
One.
So I just bought the British pound at the market,
Two.
and I'm using. Okay, let me get out this other one.
Okay.
Okay, I'm using right now. I'm using $2 of margin, 500 to 1 leverage. There is no. What you're asking? What the fuck is that noise, dude? Here, killing me.
Jam of shit, Mike.
Let me
He's
turn that
back
shit
to haunt us
off.
again.
Holy fuck! No, I got. Where's the mute button?
What?
Lordy Lord. Oh, it's killing me.
Jesus Christ.
What is that feedback? So, no, the question is that you have to make up the spread, right? For you to get into profits, for you to get your first profit in, you got to overcome the spread right now. So I just bought the British pound. It's got to go up. I'm actually down. It says I'm down 11 because I paid the commissions of I paid 5 cents on this trade, and I'm down the spread, which the spread is about a dollar. I'm sorry, the spread's like what, 12 cents here. So I'm down 12 cents plus the commission. So I'm down 20 cents, right? Roughly. Now, as far as what you're saying, how far does it have to go?
Yeah, to lose all the money.
What? All your money?
Yeah, no.
How much money's in the account again?
No, just for whatever you put in for that position. Like if you put in $2 a margin or whatever.
Okay, so I'm using $2.74 a margin, and I just bought the British pound. So what are you wondering? Like how much punishment I can take on this trade?
Yeah, before you lose the before you lose the $2.74.
You don't lose it. You don't lose it. You don't lose it. How much money's in the account again?
1,000.
I think you got to go about 1,000. Was it 2,000 pips against you to blow up the account? So to blow up the account, lose all your money, 2,000 pips is just not. It would take you like fucking on a 1K. It's going to take you. Maybe you never blow up the account. It might take you 3 years to blow up the account.
No, I meant like how much pips does it have to go against you to lose the $2.74?
You don't lose. It has to go like 2,000 pips against you. In other words, let's do this. You got $100 in the account. You put on a 1K. You've only got 90. You got $87 left to trade with. Now in that situation, if it goes 1,000 pips against you, you just blow up the account. I mean, you're gonna lose $100, because you're gonna lose $10 every 100 pips, right? 1,000 pips, you're gonna lose the whole 100. You lose the whole count. So, in other words, the margin's just a deposit to hold that position. There is no. It's not like you put a stop in. That margin's not like a stop price or anything like that. It's not like that. You're controlling. You see what I'm saying?
Kind of. That's why I'm like. That's another reason why I've never really traded like Forex or anything, because the math it's hard for me to wrap my head around it.
Yeah, $2 is 20 pips. So, for you to lose, like right now, I'm up in this trade. Look, I'm up 21 cents. You see how that works? So I could get out of this trade right now and go, look I just fucking won. Look at that. I just won 16 cents. Boom. Now I just put a buy limit down here. Buy limit, wait for them to come down and pick me up on that. Or I decide, you know what, I really do like it. Let me buy back in. So now I'm down the spread. I got to make up the spread again and the commissions. Down 17 cents. And I could actually chase it here on the 1 minute chart, by the way. I could chase it here like a goober, I could keep chasing. And, I like this trade. And look, coming into the end of, the stocks are going to close here in about 2 hours. So let me buy. It looks like stocks are going up. And this is the last move of the day, too, So you could get into a trade now and kind of just be like, yeah, I mean, this market's drifting up. And it looks like a good, good all-around trade. I mean, but,
This is also why it's easier to think of it in dollars per pips rather than percentages, like how everyone's trying to teach.
Yeah, I like the idea that I have a
$2
$2 risk. If I got a $2 stop on a 1K and I got 20 pips of risk, so I guess the most bold trader has a 100 pip stop. He's risking $10 per trade. You put $100 stop. That's 100 pips is a big move.
Yeah. So to just wrap your head around it easier, basically, a 1K, a micro lot, that's 1,000 units of currency, is roughly, right, just to round it out, is roughly about 10 cents a pip.
Unless you, I think in the dollar yen it's a little less because the way that it's the leading edge is the dollar. It's the dollar to the yen. So
yeah, I mean, I just like to round. I mean, just to.
Actually, some brokers actually charge you a flat fee margin per instrument. Actually,
well, yeah, I mean, or the flat fee also. But I mean, plus, if you're trying to figure out like how much can I, like roughly, like trying to figure out in your head, like, okay, I got $1,000. Well,
right.
10 cents per pip. Roughly, that's how much you can lose.
Okay.
So think of it like that.
So if you put a 10 pip stop and you lose $1, but the thing is that you can have a lot more creativity available with leverage, because now you could put an 8K here, a 10K there, a 3K there, and if you get stopped out of one of those, it frees up that margin, or you just ride those trades till they make money, and you can do all the math on what it's costing you per trade.
Yeah, the leverage lets you have more ammunition. You get a bigger sandbox to play in.
It's like a BB gun, as opposed to a big giant elephant gun where you load it up with a fucking 2% of your count and you try to fucking kill shit that's maybe not even there.
Yeah. So like you said, like an 8K, you round that out roughly. That's roughly like 80 cents a pip, right? 10K is roughly $1 a pip. So you do the math like that, it becomes easy just to kind of figure out what kind of like, oh, okay, here's how much money I sort of feel I need relative to my leverage.
Yeah, but you never lose. The only ways you lose that actually that margin you have blocked off. So they block off margin in your account to control positions that you have, and the only problem is if you overload your account and you use high leverage, you don't realize that when the market goes against you, it starts to evaporate your free margin, as they would say, the margin that's available for other trades, and now you're starting to encroach. Where what you're doing is you're trading spot. You're literally trading with real fucking money with no leverage, which means when you start to lose money, you're like, I'm fucking losing money. Like, it's not like you're getting stopped out unless you. In other words, you can't get stopped out of your trades, right? You just lose money. Whereas you in other words, what they do, like a broker, say you only got $300 in there, you are not in that position anymore. And if it starts to go in your favor, you're like, holy fuck, I got to get back in. Whereas you don't have that problem. If you can withstand a drawdown and you can handle waiting 40 hours, you might end up actually making money on that trade. You only feel losing money, but you're never going to miss out on a trade, right? Because even if you bought fucking Bitcoin at 55,000 and it drops to 20 grand, you can tell people, listen, I'm just underwater. I'm still in the trade. Whereas in Forex, they're going to take you out. And of course, you could trade with a stop on your real money, right? When you do these spot trades, can you put a stop in that?
Yeah, you can. And that's what was really weird too, is a few of these trades that I did, I put, it was a sell stop limit, I guess is what you would call it, right? So I wanted to sell at 95 cents, right? And my stop was 87 cents, and I purchased at 91 cents, right?
Yeah.
And it hit the 87 cents, and it didn't trigger the order. It just kept going down, which I don't know if that's the exchange's fault. I don't know what that is. Unless I'm just not looking at it correctly.
Was it a buy or a sell you had in there?
It was a sell. It was a sell.
Well, unless you have I don't know about that platform you're on, but unless you have your ask turned on. So here you have a bid and ask line. What you're seeing on your screen is actually the bid price. That's the selling price. So if you go short the market, it looks like they're not hitting your price is because they don't plot the ask. So if you're short and you have a trailing stop, they'll take you out of the trade. It looks like, hey, they took me out early. A lot of people don't realize that all the prices on the screen are just bids. It's just it's the selling price you're looking at, not the buying price, and the buying price is what's going to stop you out of your sells. I don't know if that makes sense. But
maybe
a lot of people,
it
looks invisible to you. You wonder why. I put a stop in. Why the fuck take me out? They haven't hit that price yet. Yeah, they did on the ask side because the ask is above the bid. And if you're looking at the bid and you're like, well, in other words, the quotes, on my screen I got on the right side is what it costs to, and on the left side is what you sell it at. So if I sell it,
it was weird though, because like I think the purchase price was like 91 cents. It triggered the whole order. I got in everything that I wanted to buy, right? And then for the sell part of it, I said, okay, my limit is gonna be 95 cents. And my stop was, I think it was 87 cents. And the prices went down to like 83, 84. And I'm talking the bid and the ask. And the stop never got triggered. Is there a reason for that?
You mean you had a sell stop to go short when it started to tank?
Well, no, I just had the limit, the sell limit.
Okay.
And it had a stop on it.
Did they actually trade through that price? You saw the bid go through the sell limit?
It traded right through it. I actually have a screenshot of it.
Yeah, you know what? I bet. See, on MT4 platform, it's almost a guarantee. I've never seen that happen, but you're on like a cash platform, and I used to trade futures, and I've seen that before where I called the trading pit and I said, am I still in that trade? And they go, yeah. I go, I just saw it trade through my fucking price by like half a cent, and they're like, well, there's nobody in the pit to take the trade. Apparently, there's nobody to step up to the plate, and since you're on a cash platform, it's probably just like there wasn't any. I mean, they just don't give a fuck.
So is that what it is? Just there was nobody on the other side of that trade?
Yeah. Well, do you have a platform that's well, on MT4, it's happening through the platform, but if you're over at CoinEx or Coinbase, I don't know if that's going to be on some if there's market makers behind the scenes saying, "Oh, we don't just ignore this guy's stop." I don't know. I'm not into the crypto world. It's hard enough to make money as it is.
Yeah, no, it literally went straight through the damn stop price.
Yeah.
And it just never triggered. And that's happened to me numerous times. And I'm like, all right, am I putting these orders in wrong?
Is that CoinEx? Who is it clearing that? You said the platform is CoinEx?
It's Coinbase Pro or Coinbase.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too pro, does it?
Yeah, exactly.
I know Coinbase pissed me off so fucking bad. That was my first crypto purchase. I could hardly get out of the fucking trade, dude. They didn't get him out of the fucking trade for 5 days. I'm like, dude, I just get me the fuck out of this fucking thing. And I couldn't figure to log in their bullshit thing with all their fucking levers of protection. I go, you know what? Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. I told them to fuck yourselves.
Yeah, Coinbase is more like for just the beginners. You literally just buy or sell. You can't alter the order at all.
Oh God! I mean, you better be prepared to hold it for 5 days, because that's how long it takes to fucking tell them, get me the fuck out of this thing.
And they nail you on the commissions on.
Oh my
Coinbase.
God! I thought I'd been bent over, raped without lube. It's like 10% plus a fee on that.
Pro is where you want to be though if you're actually trading crypto. Yeah. That's where the spreads are super low and all that, and the commissions are slim to none. And that's where my stop wasn't triggered. You could see the order book and everything. And my stop was at 87 cents. It was supposed to be sold, and this shit's trading at 83, 84 cents. And I'm like, well, why was I never stopped out?
Bottlenecks.
Yeah, there's
in
probably
the network.
A lot of stuff stacked up.
So there could be a million different reasons why the order didn't get triggered.
There could be rodents.
Too many orders at a given point.
There's sometimes it's rodents gnawing through the optic fiber in the back room.
Yeah, my guinea pigs weren't switched on.
Yeah, I mean when you put on a little bit of methamphetamine fell on the ground, and a couple of the guinea pigs got a hold of the wire, started gnawing on them. And
that's what it seems like. Because
all it takes.
It is what it is. Yeah, it's when a normal sense of a network can handle 10 million orders in a second, and then all of a sudden there's a surge of 50 million. Then the guy looks, there's a big candle, I'll just buy, sell, whatever, and then the orders are queued. So the time you might have got the initial order, but then the stop loss for it to actually get out, it has to clear all that other stuff first, and then comes to yours in the queue, and then bam, that could be a minute late.
Yeah, and then by that point, it's already at a completely different price, so that's why it just never got triggered then.
Yeah, it's to their end.
Yeah, and that's what it is too in crypto. A lot of these exchanges, they cannot handle the volume especially when it's like ripping up
Yeah.
and ripping down. These
Well, it's like
exchanges can't handle it.
it's like what happened to Robinhood. Robinhood, those guys are trying to pound into those stocks that were rarely traded, and they couldn't get filled. Well, duh, there's no clearinghouse available liquidity. It's all gone.
Yeah,
When it
yeah, and
pushes too hard.
especially in crypto, like the liquidity is like shit. I mean, especially on these little coins, you know.
If you've got volatility, you look at it from a stock fundamental point of view of the company itself as a long-term thing, not a short-term trading thing. Just it's long-term. I got a spreadsheet of 1,400 coins on Excel that updates every few minutes and tells me my loss of profit. But I bought, like 5 years ago, I did a sheet. I bought 100 coins, pretend, of every shitty coin there is, every coin I could scrape and get data on. I would have been up about $10 million easily by now.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, for sure.
Just by buying and holding. That's all it is. Not actually trading. Just buying the coins from somewhere and holding onto it. And then a few years later, then like gold. Like simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, especially with crypto. And it's crazy because there's this one crypto right now. Everybody's talking about it, which I am not buying. It's called Theta. And this coin did like 1,000x in like 3 weeks. You know, because like there's like no liquidity in it though. So like even if you had like $1,000 position, you might not even be able to get out of that.
Yeah, you're screwed. Basically, yeah.
You know, you could be up 1,000x, but you can't sell any of it.
Yeah. I do like. But if the spread bet in the real sense, or at least a portfolio, even at the time, if I only bought one coin of every one, it would have cost me, I think, $14,000, $15,000 for the whole lot. I would have been up stupid amounts of money. Now, some of them are not going anywhere, mate. They're not. They're just a bunch of nerds in some basement somewhere have come up with some ideas. They got great understanding of encrypting stuff and all the different technologies, but the marketing is bad, just like stocks.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you look at it from like a fundamental point of view, like a lot of these cryptos, some of these cryptos, they're great ideas, but in actuality, you know, they're not supposed to be like a stock. But a lot of them, they are pretty much issuing a stock, and you're giving them, you know, they're like a security, you know, and they claim to not be, but a lot of them are, and you know, that's just like that's bad in itself, and you know, a lot of these coins are going to zero, and you know, some of these coins that have went 1,000x are still going to go to zero, because there's nothing, there's nothing behind them.
There's one way to look at it. There was a company, right, that says we are doing eco coin or something. It's called eco-friendly for the environmental kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The downside is, I pointed out to one of the techies there, that you need like 100,000 terawatts of energy just to make all these coins or something. It's not very environmentally friendly, is it? Yeah?
Yeah, especially
It's died, it's gone, it's dead.
Oh yeah, even Bitcoin, I think that's one of its biggest flaws, and even the biggest supporters of it are blind to this. You know, the higher that Bitcoin gets in price, the more money it costs to mine it, and the more people are competing over the mining to actually get the coins. You know, which the more people trying to compete, the more energy it costs. You know. And it's just like some of these, like Bitcoin, it takes more energy to mine Bitcoin than like a whole country. And I think that's retarded.
Yeah, that's right. They said one Bitcoin was more energy being used on Bitcoin alone than all the power grids in Argentina or something.
Something like that, yeah. Or it was like one Bitcoin transaction is more than like a whole development of homes. You know what I mean?
You live over there in New York. Is it upstate New York up there? Didn't they outlaw mining your Bitcoins at home because they said it was using too much electricity? They outlawed it in that little village up north of you.
Yeah, I think there was because there was supposed to be some big place that was supposed to open some big mining operation, and I don't think it ever happened. And
Yeah,
that
they were
might be
like,
why
oh,
it
it's
never
just
happened.
too big a carbon footprint, you know.
It's ridiculous, and that's like, to me, that's one of the biggest downfalls for it. But in the short term, people are still buying it, and I believe in Bitcoin, but I just don't see it going to these astronomical crazy. Bitcoin, there's a few others that I like really do believe might succeed, but
There's
Bitcoin
one
I think
coin you
is
should look at. There's one coin that might really take off depending on the research. There's a coin that's designed. They get their funding through a coin that they mine it, hash it, but it's for cancer research. They actually have like a technology that does molecular bioengineering, basically reverse engineering, looking at cells, how they divide, the characteristics, and how to solve cancer. That has improved over time, though. And each time they come back with these massive data sets for different chemistry, amino chains, all that clever stuff, that creates medicines, basically. They get a massive release of money and investment, and then other people come involved, pharmaceutical companies and things like that. That might have a future. I mean,
yeah,
that's
like
useful.
I definitely believe there's some coins that do have a future, but most of them, and including Bitcoin, I think are going to zero. I mean,
Yeah,
Bitcoin
yeah.
it just takes too much energy to mine Bitcoin, and if it was $1 million a piece, I mean, it's insane the amount of energy that it would cost to mine that shit.
Right. If you want to do fundamentals with cryptos, it's very simple. Look at real world applications. In
Yeah,
other
real
words,
world use for it. Yeah,
yeah,
utility.
yeah, utility like banks, exchanges, shops,
So I'm
online
sure
purchases, stuff like that.
I'm sure you've heard of XRP.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's definitely one that I believe in. But yeah, as far as trading goes, though, I'm just like, I just losing that money left a sour taste in my mouth, and I just don't. I just would like it would be nice to be able to use less money and make just for the most part consistent profits, and I'd rather do that than lose like a couple of $1,000s at a time.
You got to try and think of what you are first. Are you like a short term trader, or are you a long term investor, or somewhere in between? You got to
I
think
mean,
about things.
for currencies, I just can't see holding a position in currency for a long time. I feel like it's for like people like me, like retail. I feel like it's supposed to be traded.
Yeah, currencies are a funny one. I mean, you got to look at politics as well, and the economies and things like that. I would like just in case. It's who's the best guy I know? Best guy on YouTube out of all of the so-called gurus is Anton Creel, where he actually looks at the classifications of currencies across the world,
Oh, you talking
pegged,
about?
unpegged.
You said
Yeah,
Anton Creel?
yeah.
Yeah, he seems like somebody that's no
An actual,
BS.
he is a trader. He is a trader, and
He's
also his sidekick as well.
Yeah, because he's an actual trader, and that's the thing. A lot of these people, they don't really trade; they just sell these BS courses, and that
Yeah.
just really pisses me off too.
Understanding different currencies is like anything. You've got to try and work out, is it risky or not? I mean, exotic currencies, they look good on the surface, but when you see the spreads, it's just ridiculous. You can do a simple test. If you get MT5 or MT4, go to a broker that's got zillions of these currencies and just put on a pretend trade and note down how much it costs per lot for 10K, yeah, per lot size 100K, and see the actual charges at any given time. And then
Yeah.
you'll start seeing how bad the spreads are on some of these wacky currencies. It's madness.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely rather I would prefer to trade like the Euro USD or the yen or something like that. I would probably stay away from the exotics because the spread is just too much.
Yes, but they do have one thing. If you've got the nerve to do it, is the volatility is there. It really does get volatile. Oof.
Yeah, so it's similar to the crypto, and you could definitely make good money doing that. But See, me, I just don't know enough about currencies in general. And like I do, I want to get into the Forex market and trade it. I just don't I don't know how to use the MT4 Pro, the platform. I don't know if I could do that on my phone or not. Do I need a laptop? Like,
Desktop. Get a desktop.
yeah, which broker should I really use? How much leverage should I use? What's the amount of money I should start with? I feel like it's just like I'm overloaded and I just don't even know where to begin, and I've watched Simpleton's videos, and he just makes the most sense, and he seems like he actually knows what he's talking about. So,
but brokers are nobody's responsibility, not in gurus at the end of the day, because a broker, you're dictated by the broker, aren't you? The technology behind the scenes. You can do a test though if you want. The best way is to, again, there's a con with demo trading versus real ones, is where the servers are located. You generally find the demos on these isolated, perfect subsystems, right? Yeah. And then the live ones, when you actually have an open account, they're on a different cluster.
Yeah,
and there is a difference.
So, and why? Also, what I always wanted to know too is when you're trading like currencies or whatever, how come there's no order book? How come I can't see the order book? You know what I mean?
Order book for who?
For the currencies. Like if I'm trading crypto, I could see how many people want to buy or how much people want to buy or sell at a certain price.
Because it's decentralized, mate. Decentralized. Yeah. In other words, the only people, like tick volumes is a con. All a tick volume does is tell you how much ticks there are. If it gives you any cloud stuff, that's only to the local broker for the most part. It's decentralized. In other words, you only see what the broker's orders, their site.
Yeah.
You don't see the whole world. Nobody's going to give that. If you did, that'd be amazing technology, right? Can be done, by the way, with a cluster. But all it's showing is what the broker is getting. It doesn't show you anything else. So, what's that level 2 crap? I haven't gone into it because that's just a con where I see it as well. The idea is to actually see because there's more buyers or more sellers doesn't mean it's going up. That's a myth. Because it's the amount of manipulation.
Why is that though?
Well, if there's more money on the buyer side but less orders, there could be more sellers but with less money. It goes up and down, mate.
Yeah, so
this is where high-frequency traded firms come in and just screw with all these data sets in so many wonderful ways. So what you perceive as, ooh, that's busy, I'll buy now, and oh, it's a seller. Oh dear, it's an illusion, mate.
Yeah,
a mathematical illusion that most of us, some of us, have to actually get through and look at things a different way.
So who's actually quoting the prices when it comes to the Forex for the currencies on whatever broker? Is the
thousands of people, thousands of machines, millions of orders, massive hedge funds, anybody and anyhoo. Everybody and nobody and few people and loads of people. No, actually, the amount of people trading these days is actually reduced. If you look in 1985 to now, liquidity has dropped right down, I think. There's less and less money actually in the markets now. Less and less people are trading, and more hedge funds are actually sacking people and replacing them with machines. Is it better?
Yeah. So it's not the bank. So the banks don't actually quote the prices, or it's a bunch of different, like who are these liquidity providers or market makers that people talk about? Like who are these people?
Well, a lot of people talk about them as if they're con men of some kind.
Yeah.
But I have no experience of market makers mouth to mouth. I've never met one, mate, so I wouldn't know. But what I've read of all these people in the conspiracy tinfoil wearing nutters out there, they're waiting to get you, bro. They're waiting to have you. It's what they are. They don't know anybody else's orders. All they know is a certain amount. That's it. They're just as blind as the rest.
Yeah, and aren't they just so the banks or whatever or hedge funds? They're just filling people's orders as well. They're just
It's a noise, mate. It's just a big cluster of noise. And you're trying to work out where the noise benefits you. Where's it actually going? That's it.
So are there actually anybody on the phone like quoting prices anymore? Like the banks or whatever, they'll call up another bank and be like, "I'll sell you 1,000 yen or 100 million yen for X amount of dollars." Like, do they?
I don't know.
Are there people quoting prices over the phone still? Or this is all done over the internet now.
Well, it's mostly every bank I've seen, and all the specifications of hardwares and everything else is all computer driven. There's none of this phone shit unless it's special orders. I was told by this guy in London. He said if a billionaire comes along and he wants to acquire assets, especially government kind of assets or something very important, then they generally will give them the best quotes they can and actually take their money and split it up right and make more money for them in the meantime. If you've got $1 billion now and you go to one guy and he's a specialist in this, right, I got $1 billion and I want you to get me at least at least 800 million pounds. Of course, it could take 10 days, a week, 2 weeks, 3 months
to get the best quote
across amount of time. Now, you see some of these charts go up and down like nuts. Have you noticed bars are just for no reason? What? No news, nothing important. Just boof, boof, done. Whipsaw, basically.
Yeah.
There's a good chance they are big major deals. They're either debt payoffs or something else. There's something to shift that price like that. That is a hell of a lot of money going through there. That's not a small amount of money.
Yeah, so somebody's putting in an order for something.
Yes, and what happens, that one big player, as some of the conspiracy people talk about, it's not a question of just one big player. It's the high-frequency trading firms will pick that up mathematically, and then they all kick off. And that's what happens. It just goes nuts.
So it's all just freaking noise.
Yeah, for the most part, it is noise. Yeah, that's right.
So
very hard to understand.
Is most of the money that goes through the forex market, is most of it speculation, or
No,
it's
drug money. It's all drug money going through.
It's pimps and hookers, mate.
Yeah, it's a lot of it's drug money and porn money.
I wish.
Other than that,
no, it's speculation, most of it, right? Or is it people?
No, actually, there's people that are trying to. People actually, like he was saying, they go out hunting for a good deal on the euro because they gotta buy the euro because they gotta go do a deal with the euro dollars. So plus it's a float, it's a floating situation. Plus it's a hedge, right? So just like farmers, that they trade on the futures exchange, so they might short corn on a futures contract because they know they have a bad crop. So it's like an offset. You protect yourself.
Yeah. That's the same thing with a lot of these people that are doing business in a specific country or whatever, right? That they'll.
Well, plus you got the swaps. Today the swaps start, so you notice they start. Some people just try to make money from the swap, but that's kind of a complicated. I guess it's a. They used to do this carry trade on the yen until it fell apart. They just hold this. They just hold it for the swap.
What's the swap?
Oh God! Well, so it's kind of like the interest on the currency. So if one currency has higher interest than the other one, and they keep flipping that, and now the swap's quoted is it Wednesday, at the end of the day. So at 5 p.m. tonight, you're locking the swap. So if you hold a position overnight, it's not a lot of money, but some people hold it just for the swap. That's why Wednesday has such a profound price pulse to it.
Leroy, why don't you try Leroy? It's 1,400% swap rate now.
Can I short? Where can I? I want to short the swap. Can I go on a swap hedge? No. Can I take a swap hedge? Can I short the swap? I don't like it. Like, in other words, can I take the other side of the swap? Or you're saying it's going to cost me that much? No, if you're on the other side of the trade, right? Depending whether you go long or short, right? Because you make money if you're short, but if you go long, you're losing the swap. Is that how it goes?
It's ridiculous because no, the idea is for somebody to actually buy into the lira, but the truth be told, people are selling it off, so they give you this incentive, I guess. But I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's like interest on your bonds. It's like the face value of the bond's going down, but the interest is going up, so therefore, get people to buy the bond market.
I did some tests across tons of currencies, just an overnight thing, like 11.55 kind of shit. And I just left it there across, I don't know, 100 odd currencies. And then I started looking at the different swaps. Now, in some cases, I actually made money off a swap.
Yeah, I think
it's in the indicative opposite of their interest. Yeah. You're supporting the economy, basically.
But that's like that's a pretty low profit trade, but it's guess it's a high probability trade. You can see the number.
The issue with it is it's down to the agenda. One is speculative, and the other is to invest in the economy in a sense.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the economy sucks.
It's just like it's just like the futures market. People trade corn and soybeans. They're never going to take delivery. But if you, technically, if you don't get out of your futures trade, you have to take delivery on the shit you've been trading. Right? There's 2 weeks left in the contract, and it's like, you really want a bunch of hogs on your doorstep? Not that they would, but technically, you bought them.
Yeah, but and that's another thing. Futures is like people always talk about trading like the E-mini future contracts. Yeah. What do you think about doing that? Do you think that's like a good thing?
A lot of people do it. It's probably closer to. I don't know. A lot of people do it. There you can't see the level 2 shit because you can see all the tickets on the exchange though. If you want to see that level 2 trading shit, you want to see the orders. But like I said, the orders don't show you what's in somebody's head just before they pull the trigger.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Right, yeah.
So the level 2 shit means absolutely nothing then.
Yeah, I guess people use it. They lean on it. So people say they're making money from it. And they love it because I did this thing about level 2 is rubbish or whatever, or what depth of market is rubbish. And I got the most fucking hate on that, dude. I got like 10,000 views or 1 million thumbs down because people are like, I make money doing that. I go, because you know why you're making money doing that? Because you believe that you're getting an edge. In the end, the people that make money that have good money management, that's the people that make money. So yeah, I get that you have. That. Yeah, I mean, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel good. If it makes you feel good, you trade better, right? It's a placebo effect in a way.
Placebo, that's right. Yeah, but there's another issue: the law of large numbers. Look it up, everybody. It's simple, and these flipping gurus are the same. They come with this amazing strategy, okay. And 10% of their people will make money, 90% will lose. But they'll only show the 10% who win in to convince the new groupers coming in to buy it. Like, it's the same con, basically.
Are you telling me that? You telling me that if I lose my hair on the top of my head and I see an infomercial where the guy puts some shit on and his hair grows like a chia pet, that maybe my hair won't grow like that? Are you trying to say?
Yeah. What do you do?
Yeah, I think a lot of these gurus piss me off. That's why I was attracted to this channel, because it's just no bullshit. It's like you could definitely blow an account.
Yeah, that's the spice of life, is blowing up an account. You haven't lived till you blow up even a demo.
Right. Have you ever seen a tree, when you plant a seed, have you ever seen a tree grow into a giant oak overnight?
Well, it depends how much methamphetamine you sprinkle on top.
How much shrooms you've had?
Yeah. I usually use powdered Adderall in the soil, so it seems to fucking perk right up. It's a very perky plant.
So
the more somebody paints, people paints all these fantasies, mate, or the more it sounds too good to be true. It's bullshit. That's a simple philosophy of life. It really is. Yeah.
So it, like, if I wanted to get into this, for like, what criteria do I use to get into a trade Do I use any of these tools?
Okay, here's
once
the
I
first
get into this-
criteria. Is the market open? Next criteria, do you have a mouse in your hand? Oh, you're good to go. You don't need a whole lot. It depends. You want to get fancy, or just want to or you have lick your finger, you stick it in the wind. Hopefully, you're outside, and you just they get a bias from that, and then you just go.
I mean, that's literally what you're doing anyway, right?
Yeah,
A lucky coin.
Sadly,
You should have 8. It should see the third is either like the wind one. That's pretty good. There are alternatives. Lucky coin, kissing your ass, and whatever way you tip is a buy or sell. Your cat is left or right. That works.
yeah. Here's what
sometimes.
you do. You see, do you have a cat around? Do you have a cat? Does he still have his right and left paw? You put a
I have a
post-it
dog.
note.
He's
Oh,
chewing
well, there
on
you
the
go.
tree.
How about this? You take his front right paw, you put buy on there, and the left one you write sell, and then you invite him over to the keyboard. I mean, it could be any easier.
No, that's pretty easy.
Well, there you go. I mean, fucking A. I'm not even charging for that advice. That's free. That's a freebie. The rest, how to trade with a dog mentorship is that costs money.
No, but so if I'm looking at a chart and I'm like,
You're using
so
charts? No, don't use a chart. It confuse you. All that noise. You don't want to see a chart. Just look at the quote machine. I'm teasing. Just call your friend and ask him, you think I should buy here?
Yeah,
Find
but
random
is that
people on the
really what you
street.
do? You just say, "Oh, this looks like a good price. I'm buying."
Well, I did that earlier in the Bitcoin and I made $23. Come on, look at that. I'm like, yeah, it looks like it pulled back. Yeah, I wouldn't put too much in invest in any one decision. If you're trading small, then you don't have to donate too much. I understand if you're trading real big, you better be dead nuts on. But you trade a couple here or there. You accept the fact some are gonna. Sometimes you just need a starter wife. You can't. You're not always gonna find the first girl's gonna be the best one.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta settle for. Well, that one's good for. That doggy position girl, and what missionary? Yeah, she's got a family that nags me, and I like the one that's blind because she thinks I'm hot. Yeah, that's why. She's like, God, your nose. Can I rub your nose again? Oh, all day, honey.
Yeah, I'm just like, I want to get into it. I just.
Well, do the demo, man. I mean, just trade the demo, and you'll figure it out. You don't have to put real money in. Just download a demo and just be a fucking idiot. Just get used to it.
Yeah. Yeah. So what should I do? Should I get? Because I don't have like a desktop computer. Should I be doing this stuff on like a laptop? I can't do it on my phone, right?
Yeah, you can't do it on the phone. I mean, you could, but it's hard to really manage trades on a phone. I'd get you get a laptop.
That's a conduit.
Yeah, you can use a laptop.
Have you seen those infomercials where this woman pops up? It's so easy to trade now. All I do is when it's going up, I press buy, and when it's going down, I press sell. See, I just made 580 quid. Let's look at the statistics here. Oh, that's right. 92% fail at this. Okay. Yeah, those have been things. No, a mobile phone is the worst thing you could ever use for trading. It's got to be the most.
Well, you could go to Office Max, is it? And you get that easy button, that big easy button they got at the office supply store.
No, but like I would like to scalp because I think that's kind of like what I like to do is put in a bunch of orders or whatever. And like, is there any type of system? Like, is there any type of like special keyboard you could buy to like set this crap up?
I'm using it. If I wanted to, I got a $50 used Cherry keyboard. You get them on eBay all day long, and you can program the whole thing. So if you wanted to pull the trigger, you could sign a hotkey. You get about 72 hotkeys available in MT4, so you could have. Technically speaking, you could have. Half of those buys and half sells.
What is it called? A cherry keyboard?
Yeah. Well, Cherry keyboard is like you get a McDonald's. It's like a programmable keyboard, and then you just download the software and it's free. But they got some trading ones.
Razer.
Yeah, they got some
Razer keyboard.
fancy
That's what you
trading
need.
ones.
A programmable Razer keyboard. That's it. Programmable Razer keyboard.
How much do those cost?
Razor. RAZOR. Razor
how much they
release
charging
gun, which is
for it?
programmable. And it's fully automated keyword stroke, sets of keys. So you can press one key and it can do 10 keys in a sequence order. It's clever shit. I had one a few years back and it was handy for certain things. I don't need to do it anymore because I can do it in software, so it doesn't really matter. But if you really wanted to set up, like you could press one and say, this is a buy at 10K, and 2 could be at 20K, and 3 could be a 40K buy, and so forth. And shift 1 could be a sell at 10K, 20K, 30K. You can program it the way you want. Like, it's a really clever keyboard. Like.
So, all right. So I'm gonna get in this trader's way then. Is that the best broker you would think?
Well, I mean, as far as leverage and the fact that they have a lot of traders there, so their tick charts, there's a lot of data. There's a lot of traders there, so they have nice, smooth charts. And you know, it's you know, they probably got servers in New York. I know another broker that's got the servers are literally in New York, but you know, they go right over there's some underground wire or something under the water.
You think a MacBook would work? The laptop MacBook?
I don't know if MacBook works because, well, MT4 needs Windows, so you need Windows.
Oh my God! Of course, just my luck.
No, there is an alternative for trading on Mac. That Indian bloke, what's his name? The Indian guru. He uses a Mac.
Really?
I'm trying to remember what platform he uses.
Maybe there is an MT4 that runs on. I thought you needed Linux to run the MT4 other than Windows.
Other than Windows, yeah.
Because gosh, but I did see a guy running.
Wine. You can install Wine on a Mac Pro, and then it'll run Unix-based.
That's I guess that's how you do it.
But at the cost of performance, I'm afraid it won't be the same as a proper Windows desktop. Where you left?
Yeah, you probably have a little lag time because you have a shell within a shell in a way.
Yeah.
You said Trader's Way is 1,000 to 1?
On currencies, yeah.
Is that how you would normally trade, 1,000 to 1? Or
yeah, because because it's easier to do the math. Yeah, I do 1,001, and that's how I trade because the math is easy. If I'm in a 1K, if I see I'm using $2 a margin, I know I'm in a 2K. So that can keep track of the size I trade because I trade so many tickets. I'm sure I could do the math on 500 to 1 leverage, but it's just easy to do. I guess you know it's decimal math. You know, it's metric. Yeah. It's a metric number. It's just easy for me because if I trade the pound, it's going to cost me more. It's going to cost me $1.60 to trade the pound. If I know the pound is eating up more margin and its spread's worse and everything. Yeah. It's a giant clusterfuck. It's a composite mess then.
Yeah, because that was one of the biggest issues. I just didn't know where to start, you know. And
you can open a demo account there and pick whatever balance you want to insert. Say you want to put $2,000 in there, and you just download the platform, I think. And I don't. You have to register even, but and then you just get your feet wet. You know, you can sit there and just. I mean, trading in the end comes down to, if you're manually trading, it comes down to just every day, just hacking it out because you just learn as you go, you know.
But a lot of it is money management, right? And the way you put in the orders.
Yeah, I would say the size you're trading and, you know, especially in, if you're going to be a day trader, technically you're supposed to be flat at the end of the day. And it's just how you did during the day. So if you're a swing trader, you might hold it for 3 days, though. See, if you're in some small position, you can handle more punishment. So maybe you can make 100 pips. Whereas if you're scalping, you make 20 pips. You know, that's pretty good. That's standard lot. $200 is pretty good. Might make it to $200 in a week. You might be in a 10K that's moving 200 pips, but you can afford all the drama. Well, it finally gets to your target, which I don't know how people do it, honestly, because if you've ever looked at a 4-hour chart and realized that you were up 80 pips and now you're down 80 pips, and you should have got the fuck out, because in a week from now you may be down 40 pips. So, I mean, Forex is 24 hours, so I guess take advantage of the fact that, you know, it's open when it's open, and you know, I guess you're taking advantage of that fact. Plus, you got the higher leverage, you know.
Yeah, because that's what sucks. At least for me in New York, I don't even think it's possible. Even with the offshore brokers, it's not. They unless you get a VPN. But then if they do find out your location, they just steal your money. They'll just kick you out and take your money.
No, who's that? Who would do that?
What's the bro? What is it called? Not Bitfinex, BitMEX. BitMEX is leverage trading, and there's people that, you know, they'll send their Bitcoin over there, and they'll be on a VPN, and I've heard it many times. They find out your location, they kick you they kick you right out, and they keep your money. It's right in the terms and conditions.
What? For trading crypto, or?
For trading crypto, yeah.
BitNex. It's like it's like the Bit Nazi police.
Nah, BitMEX.
They knock on your door and come on, bring out those Jewish bits. What are they? What? BitNex.
No, if they find your location and you're in a location that you're not supposed to be trading on their platform, they'll
fuck their platform. I'm
account.
talking about Traders Way. They don't give a fuck. Traders Way doesn't care what you do on their platform.
Oh no, Traders Way. Yeah. I was just talking about crypto.
Oh
itself.
no, I'm sure they do, but fuck that. I mean, that's like probably of course you're using a proprietary system that you probably have to be licensed to use or some bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably got to sign like a non-competition agreement, a bunch of bullshit. I'm sure. I don't know. But no, you can. It's a free world. You can trade. Nobody's going to know you're trading in New York. That you're trading Forex. I mean, unless you really think somebody's going to spend the time to watch one guy trade.
No, they don't care. Forex, it doesn't matter for New York. It's like for the crypto and leverage trading, for whatever reason, for people that live in New York, it's like impossible to access it. And for crypto.
Well, it's impossible in every state in the union, not just New York. I mean,
but New York has these really, really strict regulations.
Really?
And that's why a lot of
good lord, what a shithole. No offense,
a lot of
but
brokers won't let New York residents trade on their platform, even for spot trading. Has nothing to do with leverage trading. This is just spot.
Oh, they probably don't want to be.
Damn near impossible.
They don't want to have the regulators come down and hassle. Maybe.
That's what it is, and because a lot of it isn't even regulated yet either. So.
Yeah,
that's one of the big issues too.
I was trading in Russia. There's a broker. He's probably still there. And it's called Master Forex, and it's in Russia. And I was trading there, and the guy said to me, he goes, "You got to close your account." And I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, I said, well, "Oh my God, He says, "Yeah." He goes, "Frank died, Dodd Frank, whatever the fuck it is." And I said, "Wait a minute." I said, "Dude, you're in Russia. Why in the fuck would you care? There's no jurisdiction." He goes, "Listen, they just raided a broker down the street." He goes, I swear to God, that's what he said. "You don't fuck with the United States. If it's illegal, we don't do it."
It's exactly that. That's what happens with crypto. Like these people, they don't care if they're in Cyprus or Greece. If the regulations are like for wherever you live, and like if it's New York, they're not going to let you trade unless you have a VPN, and you could say you live somewhere else. But a lot of these places are KYC, so it's like know your customer. You have to give them all the identifying information. So you're screwed either way. You can't. If you're in New York, you are not leverage trading crypto unless you're on a VPN, and you're risking losing all your money doing that. Because if they find out your location, you're fucked. Will
they take you out in the street and beat you with a Bitcoin?
Pretty much. They just keep your Bitcoin.
They put a Bitcoin up your ass to make you walk around and humiliate you.
Yeah, well, as long as it's not in your hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's that New York, I mean, it's like California. You know, you ever go on Amazon to buy something, and they go, if you live in California, you know, this is not even, you can't even buy this because it's got like a battery in it or something.
Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, New York
I'm like,
has a lot of
dude, you know what? Nobody cares.
dumb regulations for New York. It's really annoying.
Oh my God! I mean, that place, it's brutal, man. I mean, how's anybody even do anything? It's such a gridlock of rules and.
Yeah, well, there was one crypto I was trading on Coinbase, and they ended up they said you have a week to sell it, and because we're delisting it from the exchange because there was like a lawsuit that's going on with it or whatever. So I had to sell it because I wouldn't have been able to sell it anywhere else.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
there was no other place for a New Yorker to trade that crypto.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, so like it definitely sucks to be in New York when it comes to trading a lot of things. Pretty much, it kind of sucks.
I always think that regulation was designed by all the brokers. See, all the floor brokers kind of created Dodd-Frank, like they stepped in because there was when Forex came along, there's no delay in the feed of Forex, right? It's real-time quotes and there's no exchange fees. So all the exchanges were pissed off. That's probably why New York did that, because they're trying to force people to trade stocks and shit that's local, because you're up against the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
It's a political thing. It's a money thing. They don't want anybody to leave the reservation. Got to keep them down on the farm, you know. Got to keep them down on the farm here. That's gotta say.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll probably be on later on or whatever. I got a few things I gotta take care of.
Yeah, you go better feed that dog. Give that dog some bitcoins or something. How'd you open an account for the dog?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
So don't forget, it's gonna be buy on the right paw, sell on the left paw.
Gotcha.
You hook that dog up, turn him into a fucking guru.
He would be too.
That's what all of them online are, pretty much. They have the IQ of a dog.
A canine guru.
People believe that crap, though. I don't know. I could just open a channel and be a guru because I can make a ton of money. I could just say that this strategy works perfectly. Do it, and people will sign up for my course.
You got to have some good bumper music, though, I think. In other words, you also have to, this is another one I understand, you got to say share and like and subscribe. You got to say that over and over again.
You got to also have the ability. You got a certain overhead of renting stuff. You got to rent your watches. You got to rent your Calvin Klein fucking pants. You got to rent your trousers, your top class shirt. You got to rent a new hairstyle. You got to rent your contacts so you look cool, and you got to rent your teeth. Make sure they're okay. Yeah. And you got to rent a nice car and rent somebody, or just have a photo in somebody's very rich villa. I'll do outside, preferably not too close, just in case you get arrested. And yeah, just set up the illusion that fake it till you make it, and there you go.
Yeah. I'm going to set up the account. You
could be a trading coach too. You could be a trading coach, and you could be. Don't forget, when you do your course, you always have to start off with like mastering entries, mastering trading. It has to be mastering, because you don't want to have any slaving of anything. I'm just letting you know. Slaving Forex.
The key is to not actually show how to do it. You just talk about a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of special words. Don't forget the phrase order block's going to come in handy at some point.
Oh God, please.
Don't confuse that with order cock. Order block's a completely different thing.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to make the account right now. I'll let you guys know when it's done.
Yeah, serve it up.
All right.
Let's see that. Okay. All right, dude.
I'll talk to you guys later.
I was going to say, he sounds like he's from New York with that accent. I almost thought he was going to try to get me a pizza and hook me up with Guido. Yeah, man, like... My sister needs a date for the night.
I always get the Chicago accent, the New York accent mixed up in some ways.
Yeah, the Chicago's a little bit more attitude.
Yeah.
Well, the stock market had a nice blow off top there. It was up 360 now. It's just barely up. It looks like GameStop after they pulled the bubble. Speculation bubble was ripped out from under it.
I had a lot of good trades from oil. Loads of them. So, there you go. I'm using
markets are on fire, man.
They're not normal.
I'm still holding my euro dollar for the retracement. After 40 hours down, it's a little bit depressed. So I'm looking for the retracement to go into London. From here to London, I'm holding this euro for 40 to 60 pips. But yeah, that was a pretty ruckus day there. I still think Bitcoin's done in the long run here. I don't ever see it taking out these highs. It's over.
We've got US oil there. Yeah, 1 hour. What's it look like on your screen?
Double wicked up here. It hit my supply zone here. Came up into it just nicked the Asian highs here from yesterday. There's a bunch of sellers up there. But I traded that. I paper traded that. I said we're going to make a $10 run. We actually made a $20 run there.
Do you know, that's the worst, right? You put a trade on, right, and you get stop hunted. It's not really stop hunted in the real sense, but just by 1 pip.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, they fucking kidding me.
Oh, no, I had that happen this morning. So this morning I'm buying the euros. It's plunging, and they stopped me out of about a 20K, right? And I'm like, those fuckers stopped me at 20K. So immediately I come in, and so what I do is, this is anger trading. I got a 50 pip stop to make 100 pips. I've actually got that ticket. So I just come in and I just nail that like 20 times to make up for that. And I'm like, okay, fuckers, come and get my 50 pip stop. And then I lay limits between so I come into the market, buy with a 50 pip stop to make 100. Then I put limits below that and I go, okay, fucker, bring it. Now I'm like, really? We're going down there? Okay, fucker. That's my attitude. It's kind of like, it's a real kind of stubborn attitude. That's
one thing I should have told him. He said if he's got an airport nearby, he needs to go find a single private jet and pretend it's his. Like, forgot that part.
Oh yeah, What for confidence, to build his confidence up?
Yeah, and a beach. If there's a beach nearby full of really smart women, probably better in California maybe. But just pay him a few dollars to pretend they really like you, and
yeah. Ask him to be a stunt wife for the day in your new car, your new 4X Porsche.
Is this webmaster guy flipping?
He's trying to post a link, but you gotta. If you post a link, you gotta do a little stealth mode on there. You can't put in the .com or nothing. You just have to give us the. He's trying to get a Discord room going. I found my Discord thing finally. But you kind of got to do a sneak posting.
Like that? Does that work?
Let me see. Did you post something?
Yes. Admin links only, probably, is it? Your settings are on admin only links.
Oh, you mean I can make it so that you can post porn and everything? Can I change the settings there, you're saying? Let me see.
Yeah, you've probably got admin only can post links, nobody else. Like, so I can't send you anything of midgets doing ballet dancing or something, you know.
Yeah, what is the settings for that?
I don't know, they're probably there somewhere. It's standard of any kind of web chatting, because anybody can post any crap on it.
I wonder if the settings is in the very top of the whole stream there. Oh, it's moved to the edit button below. Oh, I like when they move shit. They have a little thing. It's down there. Why can't you just have this as stream settings have moved? Click.
You know, back in the early
button.
90s, things were easy, you know, but then all this new fancy designer interface, all this fancy shit, it seemed more confusing than ever before. That's why I hate Apple.
And they keep trying to streamline it, and they just keep hiding everything, and they keep changing the path.
Yeah.
Oh, edit here, no.
No.
Okay, wait a second. Maybe it's in here. Yeah, I don't know how to switch that. It's called. Wait a second. Okay, so I guess it's in settings down here. It's going to be like allow. Here it is. Allow porn postings. It's right under P for porn. There it is. Wait. Allow embedding. Fuck, I don't see the. It says allow.
Or just post him the meet link, dude. Just
hold. Okay, that's. No, that's weird. I definitely had to mark this thing. This is not made for kids. Listen to this. Listen to the English that YouTube uses. This video is set to not made for kids. Is that really good English? Come on, people.
Well, it's supposed to put comma exclamation. No, what's the name? Commas, isn't it?
Why in the
double
hell?
Commas, like,
Oh, here we go.
correct.
I found the culprit, I think. Wait, I don't. It says edit moderators, community settings, maybe, right? That's got to be it. Yeah, community settings.
Hyphens. The hyphens are going
Community settings. I don't have black links is not set. I don't have it set. It's it is a black link toggle, but I don't have it. I don't have it marked. I guess no. I don't see any. That's weird. I don't see any filters turned on. Maybe permissions? No. That's weird. I don't know. You just have to do it secretly and just kind of do just don't put the whole .com in there.
I was doing some tests of hold in things, like, you know what I mean? But I nailed about flipping 4 good instruments. I made what was it? 6,700 quid. So I don't know, $9,000. And I let some ride, and the swaps. Oh my god, on Bitcoin. Ugh. So they weren't very nice, but they make a bit of money, like. But yeah, I'm up 9 grand, so I can't complain. So
yeah. So what you mean? You held them for more than 10 minutes? A couple hours.
I've got some that I hold for like one's a day, one's 2 days, one's 3 days, and 4 days,
Yeah,
one's 5 days, 6 days.
Finally get to a decent target, huh? Here, let me
Well,
see
no,
this.
it's just a way of saying, well, I know that's coming back because but it's kind of like saying, well, let's see what the swaps are like on this broker because it's come back sometimes. And other things, but the actual trades I recommitted to for short term. Yeah, I could have made double that though. Like I said, I've got a few things to put in, and yeah, that was very easy, very easy.
Takes some patience to hold on to these trades.
And that's based on modeling, mate. Pure modeling.
Boy,
It's all based on
is it a boy?
probabilities.
Okay, well, I don't want to. Is it a boy or girl model?
It's neither. It's what,
Unisex model
pen.
using.
No, what? No, it's a new one, and they got a new one now, isn't it? Millie Cyrus talks about it. Pant-sex or pant-sexual, pansexual.
Okay, like omnisexual, like anyway, anything goes.
No, I think she means I look like a boy, but I'm a girl.
Oh, well, I go for the.
I'm straight.
I go with
And
you,
I'm straight.
yeah.
So.
Straight as an arrow.
A straight lady boy.
Yeah, right. You're like that. Yeah, because that's you got to be a rare find. I'm a
Hey, can y'all hear me?
yeah,
Yeah.
webmaster, huh? Is a webmaster? Is there a web slave? No, I don't have that yet. Webmaster. It's quite a
Depends who you
it's
work
quite
for.
a spiky looking icon.
I gotta change my name to Web Primary.
Oh, I could hear you really good for a second, but now you sound muffled.
Oh, sorry about
There you
that.
go.
Yeah, I'm messing with the gain on my mic. Yeah, I'm going through
Yeah,
the
that's
audio
good.
interface. So, hey, yeah, man, it's cool. Y'all should get like a Discord going so it's easier for people to like join and.
Yeah, what is the I have a Discord, right? So let me see if I can log into it and then I can post that. I'm just not Discord
Or we
able.
could just join the no nonsense Forex Discord and use their voice chat.
Have you been over there? You know, they kicked me out, so
Yeah.
I mentioned
No, I've
topics
never
in the
been.
wrong
I've heard you talk
room.
about it before, though.
It was pretty brutal. They didn't appreciate it. I started asking, like, how come my vote is on a USB drive? And they're like, get him out of here. It was kind of a...
Yeah, is 1,000 periods enough on my moving average?
Gosh, I don't know because, you know, I like to go with the cloud, you know, 1,000 pip cloud, 1,000, yeah. If you go too big, you can't even see it on the chart, you know. To zoom out to find the moving average, you know, it's too long then.
I was kicked out of that
basically,
place in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes. So I went to the Goober Park. I said, I'm studying to be a professional quant. My mate's got a cluster. And we've gone through every indicator all your Goobers are into. We've calculated every possible contingent through machine learning. And we've got 1.2 trillion possibilities all set up here. What I'm saying is, none of your shit will work other than luck. Get him out of here!
I've got some friends who are into machine learning, and the tools are actually getting pretty amazing these days. So, like the Microsoft .NET platform, they've got all these like automatic machine learning tools you can use. So basically, you just throw a bunch of variables at them, and they do like an auto regression analysis. So you can like give them the parameters, give this machine learning algorithm the parameters of a bunch of different indicators, and then give it the time series data for price action. And then it will look for like correlations between price and these indicators. So you can just like, run all these indicators with all the different settings at different, variable amounts, and, come up with like what indicators work and whatever. But that's all beyond me. So
I had a nasty reply from those people that are in there. We don't give a care what you have. Rubbish. I was like, I'm just trying to tell you reality, mate. I'm sorry to burst your bubbles and all that. So it's like 90% of them will actually lose money in it. And then 5% of them might make a bit of money, and 5% will just make money by pure coincidence. Sheer coincidence.
I don't know if I put the right link in there. I don't know anything about Discord. Is that a real link I put in there? I just went to the home button and then I came up with this link.
Human history is full of people that tell the
truth. If you've got a Discord server running, right, at the top, I guess if
just
you're
go
an
to
admin,
home. Just go to home, and that whatever address comes up in the home window, upper left-hand corner.
No, you want to create an invite link. So, like, if you've got the server open at the upper right, there's the thing that says like invite people or whatever, and it'll give you an invite link. It'll be like discord.gg/ and then like usually 6 letters or numbers, and then you can just post that, and people can join it freely as like a public thing.
Upper right-hand corner.
Or I'm sorry, upper left.
Okay.
Can you actually chat? You can actually chat in Discord, can you? Voice to me.
There's audio. No,
Yeah, and
upper left-hand
post
corner
links
is just the home button, though. Right. So add. You're saying invite somebody. Let's see, how does that work? So the invite button.
I actually had some questions for you, Simpleton, though, man. I've been watching your channel for a while, and I've been trading Forex for, I don't know, about 1.5 years now. I think I learned more from your channel than pretty much anybody else. And I went, made the rounds with No Nonsense and, ICT and, a bunch of other YouTube scammers trying to sell quartz work and shit like that. But, lately I've, trading Forex is fucking, it doesn't match with my schedule, man. Like, so I mostly play, I mostly
Yeah,
trade
no.
GBP USD, right? So like, you want to catch the London Open, you want to catch the New York Open. That's where all the money is. So like, I'm Central, right? I'm Central Standard Time. So fucking 2 a.m. to 10 a.m., dude. That's a
Central
fucking hard
Standard.
schedule to
Oh,
swing,
so you're in
right?
Chicago? Like, is that Chicago time?
Yeah, Central.
So,
Yeah, so-
what time are you gonna go to sleep?
Fuck, man. I mean, like normally, I mean, I'm not. Actually, that's what my question is about. Is like, because I kind of stopped trading forex and I've started trading futures. Because instead of all the liquidity being from 2 a.m. to 10 a.m., right? All the liquidity is from, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So it's a lot easier for a U.S. trader to trade, the futures market on the CME exchange. 'Cause it's
Well,
in
you can
Chicago.
still just wait till 9:30 in the morning and trade forex, because you'll see the markets. Like if you notice the euro dollar this morning, they bid it down into the U.S. Open, and it's still the same situation. As opposed to riding it for 2 a.m. If you take a ride from 2 a.m. to say they bid it up or down into the U.S. Open. So if you get on the train there at 2 o'clock in the morning, yeah, if you're going to babysit it and ride it all the way into U.S. market, maybe it turns around and goes the other way. Yeah, that's a hard lifestyle, But you don't have to. You could just wait till 5 in the morning when you see Europe's all frothy and people are so the market will jockey around and people unload and load in this shit just before the stocks open, because that's a cash market, and then there's those 4 hours of insanity in the morning, so you got 9:30 to about 1 o'clock, the volatility dies down.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm trying to trade for a living, and so, I tried just doing a U.S. morning schedule, catching the New York Open and trading through the day. But it seems like the volatility pretty much dies at about 10 a.m., 10 to 12, Central Time.
Yeah, right around 11 o'clock. There are some amazing runs, and right into about noon, like say the Euro's in a short squeeze, and it'll come flying back all the way to about 12:30, and then you kind of get out because it's going to go flat and drifty unless you're into these really small moves where you have to trade bigger to make money. And so, so here's the thing. If you're going to do like that, let's take a look at, say, what currency are you trading? What you typically trade?
I mostly trade GBP USD. I'm pretty much exclusively.
Okay, so look at the pound here. So now these trades, you got to kind of, in the pound, you got to have some deep pockets, or at least you got to have wide entries. If you look at the 4-hour chart, right? Now you kind of have to have a little bit of a broad view. So you got the 4-hour chart. Say you had a day job, and you're like, I can't get to this fucking platform. So this week you can see this giant structure, this big hole forming in the British pound. I think everybody's aware of this contentious price. It was on right about March 8th, right? March 8th on the 4-hour chart. You see all this crazy shit here. Now this is your classic. You could have traded this without even being there. It comes down into a new hole on the 8th there, right? It chatters around and it goes ripping north. Now, also presupposing that you held that for the whole week or something. So you could probably be in the trade for like 12 hours and make a chunk of money. You could have also be long the pound right now. I don't know how wide a stop are you going to run typically?
Well, so,
Wow.
when I trade with U.S. brokers, so I can't hedge, and I don't use MT4. I just use, so I've been like using IG. So I'm an intraday trader, right? Like I want to be, I babysit all my positions, and then when I go flat,
Wow.
right? I want to be out and just not think of it anymore. So there's never really a time where I'm setting limit orders far away from the market just to see what happens. I'm always just sitting there right there. I'm usually, looking for entries
That's
at
tough.
the market.
Yeah, that's a tough. So how big do you trade per ticket?
Well, it depends. I mean, sometimes I'll go balls to the wall, and I'll be trading 2 or 3 lots.
Wow. Did you turn your mic down? You sound like you got quiet, like you turned your mic down or something.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. So, Yeah, usually two or three lots if I'm going balls to the wall on scalping,
So
But
let me see now.
entries.
You're actually getting in manually. So you buy one standard lot, then another one, and you just peel them all off at once, or do you work around? Oh yeah.
I won't scale in on micros usually. That takes too long. But whatever's between micros and standard lots, there's a tenth of a lot. So I'll be scaling in on because that's a 10K or something like that.
Did you ever trade on limits before?
Yeah. I mean, I'll trade on limits. That's how I'll scale in on limits. Up to a lot. And if it's going my direction, and I want to FOMO in, right? Then I'll just hit a lot just right off the bat.
You could place a bunch of you could place pendings in an array on your desktop, and so in that situation, what I would do is I would get a tablet. I get an 8-inch Dell tablet, or maybe a bigger Dell tablet. And 8 inches is good because I can hold it in one hand. And I just put my scripts in there. I have close all profits. I have close all tickets. I have actually got double clicks where I can lay in a grid. And I would just trade on the tablet because you could take your tablet to work. And, okay, you know that you're probably in your mind's eye, you're picturing the pound probably fell in this fucking hole here. You knew there was a hole. You're under 100 pips underwater right now, but the bottom, you're in a bigger tick at the bottom. You're buying 10Ks by the bottom of that rack, right? And then you could take profits, or you could kind of babysit it on a tablet, right? Because you could lay these orders out in a logical place where you got a desktop and you can think and you can space it out, and then you could just come and manage the trade from a tablet. It's kind of hard to manage it from an Android phone because there is no scripts you can run on an Android to say close all profits or close all.
I'm mostly scalping though, so like I try to get in big and then hold a position for maybe an hour, and then get the fuck out, And I mean I'm an indicator trader. Like I do trade price action, of course, but I've written my own indicators that really help me out. And so for me, scalping is the way to go. I want to get the fuck in. I want to make my money and get the fuck out.
So, but you're saying you want to trade. So, but you ended up trading the ES Mini to fix the problem, right?
That's what I was gonna fucking ask you about, man. Is like, have you ever looked at NQ? Have you ever fucking looked at the Nasdaq futures, dude? That shit is fucking brutal. I mean, it moves.
Well, I guess apparently there's no spread, right? Like you're just paying commissions.
Yeah. I mean, you get to a futures broker, you're paying, basically, to enter one contract, you're paying $2 a side. So, like $4 to $5 round trip on a contract, on one contract, right? So,
no, I've seen it. It's schizo. People do trade that. There's people skimming it and everything I've heard of, All of a sudden,
yeah, I just started trading it about a couple of weeks ago, and I'm still trying to get a handle on it. But the crazy thing about it, right, is like, GBP USD is the most volatile forex pair, and that's why I trade it pretty much exclusively.
Other than the guppy, but at least this has got a tighter spread than the guppy. The guppy's pretty Euro versus New Zealand's brutal, but the spread is insane. But this is a big mover. But I mean, what do you think that when you run your indicators, what time frame are you looking at?
Well, so on NQ, right? NQ is basically like so that's the Nasdaq futures, right? That's like trading at light speed. So on GBP USD, when I'm scalping, I would typically be scalping the 1 minute or 5 minute candles, right?
Good Lord.
On NQ, because it moves so fast, it can literally move fucking 300 pips in 5 minutes. And each pip, if you're trading the micro E-minis, each pip is worth 50 cents. If you're trading a full mini contract, each pip is worth $5. Yeah. So I mean, think about that, right? If it can move 300 pips in 4 fucking minutes, and each pip is $5 on one contract, holy shit,
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're gonna like for instance here, if you're gonna swing trade the pound, you're gonna buy the pound here right now. You're gonna buy the pound right now, and you're gonna hold it for like 2 days because there's a high probability that if you look at the daily British pound here. You really think this is going to keep tanking? It's probably going to retrace back to the wick that it took out, this lonely wick. You probably can make 70 pips here, and you should be up 20 pips off the bottom of the wick right now on the British pound. Like you should be able to buy that first plunge here. And but this is managing a bunch of Essentially, it's like grid trading, but that's how I'm doing it. Like I'm not interested in making $200 scalping. I'd rather make $400 in a swing trade because what you're saying is that you can't babysit it. You don't want to trade in the middle of the night on Forex. Well, you just throw limits in. You're already making money in ES minis, so I guess it's about making money. You might as well just trade the stock market. Well, why even bother with Forex? Unless you want the high leverage. I mean, you're trading ES mini, that's stocks, right?
Yeah, the ES minis, man, that's some decent.
It's
fucking
ES
leverage,
500
right? Like
small
day trade
contract.
margins.
Yeah, no, I mean it's
Like, I
money.
think-
So I mean, if that's working, I would just do that because you don't have to trade everything. I mean, you feel like you're missing out. I mean, London Open can be pretty amazing in the British pound. Here, you could have sold Sunday night on the British pound, right? If you trade indicators, what do you have, moving average or something? You should have been in this British pound trade, right? I'm sure there's a rally into this. I mean, if this isn't going down here, then I'm fucking not online. I mean, this is obviously in a fucking downtrend on any level. And you just get in when the market gets quiet. When it doji's out, you just get it. That's a trend entry. As the market gets quiet, get in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've tried position trading GBP. I was actually short GBP from like 375, and then I was underwater for a long time. And I was in it pretty heavy. I was in like a lot and a half. And if I would have held that to now, I'd be pretty decent in profit right now. What is it at? I don't have a chart in front of me. I can't see your handles.
Oh, it's all the way down to like 137.
It's like 3.5, right?
137.
37. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, sure, certainly
GBP
that's
can be beautiful,
yeah.
but-
And so was it you just couldn't wait for them to pay you, or it was just too
I
ridiculous?
couldn't wait. Yeah. Well, I mean, I had a friend who I've been trying to teach Forex, and then, he's always looking for whatever's the most profitable. He wants to get rich quick, right? And he's like, "Have you ever looked at the fucking futures markets?" And I was like, "No." And it's like, dude, look at NQ. Look at the Nasdaq futures.
Just go trade the Dow Jones. Fucking
Yeah,
serious,
Dow 30 or-
I mean, every
Yeah,
pip
it's
there,
crazy.
those things
Markets
that's
are
it's a big moving thing.
You get so much more leverage in futures than Forex too, right? Like Forex, if you're trading with like I know you're using like Hugo's Way, and I know you're using like Trader's Way before, and those are all like out of Seychelles or something like that, right? Those unregulated.
Well, it's Dominion
brokers.
Republic. Yeah, I mean Dominion Republic or
Somewhere in the
Asia.
Caribbean.
Or
Some tax haven.
actually, I think Belize still lets you trade in Belize.
Yeah.
They used
See,
to
I
be
just,
able to. But I mean,
I don't
1,000 to
know,
1
man.
leverage.
Like, I can't trust those fucking brokers. Right? Like if I'm trading a big account,
Well, there
right?
you go. See, I know a lot of people
Jesus
say that. Why would you trade a big account? Is my question. Because you trade high leverage, you don't need a big account. You trade in 500 with leverage. Why do you need a big account?
Well, actually,
what is the
what is
leverage at?
Way.
What is the leverage at your ES mini leverage?
Well, fuck. I don't know the exact like
30 to
ratio,
1,
but like
50
if
to
you're
1.
trading on a day trading margin, right? Like at Tradeovate, you can open one ES mini contract for $500, and then
Ouch.
each pip is $12.50,
Yeah,
and it moves
that's not leverage.
fucking 50, 100 pips. That's fucking crazy margin. That's insane. It's dangerous, actually.
Well, no, your margin's
quick.
high. It's low leverage. You got to have
No,
$500 to trade one contract. If they have $500
Yeah, one
on
contract
deposit.
where each. Yeah, but on one, you have to think like one contract is basically like you're trading one lot. So
Right.
like on GBP
I know, but you
USD,
use
right? One lot.
I could trade one lot for $100 of margin. You're using
On
500.
Hugo's Way?
Well, it's going to
So
cost.
that's 1,001 leverage, right?
No, it's 500 to 1. Trader's Way, $200, $250 I could put a trade on a standard lot at Hugo's Way or any other 500 to 1 broker.
Yeah.
So,
Which is how it used to be in the U.S. with U.S. brokers until we got.
well,
fucked by
U.S. used to be
Dodd-Frank.
500 to 1, and then
Yeah.
you got fucked over by the government. And now in Europe, it's 30 to 1, so we're actually 20% above. We're 20 pips, 20 points above them. Because
Yeah, I mean, in the US,
they went full
legally, they-
retard in Europe. They went full retard and went 30 to 1. They're
Well,
just
we're
trying
kind
to
of full retard in the U.S. now. Like most
50 to 1.
brokers won't give you the full 51 leverage.
Yeah, probably not.
They do like Yeah, no, I'm telling
See,
you.
the thing
I've been
is
trading
that
with all the,
right.
Forex.com and IG and all them.
See, that's and those Oanda. There's just like the worst spreads, and it's just terrible.
Yeah, it sucks.
No, I guess the thing I'm assuming that if you're going to trade forex, you're a risk taker, and you really don't give a fuck if the broker goes out of business, because I would never have more than one. I have more than one broker, so I don't know. I'm just not. It's been going on for 10 years now, and I've never been fucked by my brokers. So and they're not regulated, so I don't have any fear. But
well, I did make an account at Hugo's Way. I was going to give it a try, and even try your MT4 scripts. But you can only fund it with crypto, and I just don't do that shit. So I don't touch crypto. I
Well, you
don't
don't
even
have
fucking know
to.
how
You
to buy it.
just-
You go to like Coinbase or some shit.
no, you just download the Cash App, and you can buy it in about a millisecond here. Just download the Cash App. It's by Squarespace. It's called the Cash App, and you can buy crypto right there on your phone. I think it's charging you about. So if you buy, like, say you bought $200, they're gonna charge you $3 to buy $300. That's probably about 1 or 2% to buy, and then of course.
So how do you withdraw fiat then, like from Hugo? Because Hugo's Way is going to give you a withdrawal in Bitcoin.
You come Bitcoin. It comes into your wallet on your Android, and then you can decide to cash it out. The only danger, of course, is that if you withdraw 10 grand out of your broker, it's floating in Bitcoin for a little bit. So maybe you want to do that in Asia.
You're getting fucked on on basically the arbitrage of the Bitcoin price.
Well,
right?
I mean, you might win
10K.
though. You might win. See, in other words, if you take $10,000 out and they transfer it over, and Bitcoin goes up a little bit, and then you convert it back to dollars on your phone, it goes right into. They send you a debit card that's connected to the app, so you just go right to the debit card, and then you can take from there to go to your bank if you want. Of course, for another fee, but you just got to have. I guess you got to be a modern guy. How old are you? I mean, this is how people are transferring money around, is the Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, I was a crypto trader before I started trading Forex, and I just refused to touch it anymore.
I'm not talking about trading it. I'm just using it as an exchange instrument, so you get your money
Well,
offshore.
I mean, that's kind of my fear, right? Is like I fucking buy Bitcoin for my deposit and trade with it, and then I got to get it, out of there, and then I'm on like a
it's
time
in there.
limit,
It's
to
in.
convert it back to dollars.
You got a minute. I mean, I can do it. I can do it in 30 seconds. I can do it, dude. I don't spend more than 30 seconds in Bitcoin. As soon as I get the Bitcoin, I cash it out, and I can go into cash if I want, or I could hold it.
And you can do that through the Cash App. Is that what you're talking about? That
dude, I could I could send you Bitcoin here. You give me your Bitcoin wallet address here. I'll send you Bitcoin in a nanosecond.
Cool. Well, I mean, I'll just convert all my
you download it, and then
fund an account for me.
Well, yeah, you have to link one. You have to link one account to your bank account to get money onto the debit card that Cash App has, and then once you're in that space, then you can buy and sell Bitcoin. I don't think you can buy any of the coins, but I haven't tried. And then, no, I said that's the only kind of spooky part, is that, say you took $1 million out and you forgot that I better make that to cash, and you leave it in the Bitcoin. You're actually in Bitcoin, for real, for cash, no leverage. And then, I guess, but like I said, I'm not that. I guess I'm too old. I'm not afraid. I don't care anymore. It doesn't bother me. Sometimes I win, if I take out $500, I'm like, hey, look at that, fucking Bitcoin's going up. By the time I convert to dollars, I'm up $10 maybe. But then, of course, I could also lose $10 in the next time. But it's luck of the draw. But of course, I'm only in there as soon as, so I get an alert, right? Bell goes off, boom. There's Bitcoin in your wallet. I can cash out of that thing in under 10 seconds if I really gave a fuck, right? But I usually look at it and go, oh, isn't that interesting? Look, I got some Bitcoins, and if you're only in $500, you're not going to see it fluctuate, because the market's trading at 55,000. If it drops 1,000, you're not going to see it in what you're holding. I mean, percentage-wise, it's fucking nothing. It goes from 55,000 to 54,000. You ain't gonna see that on your balance for $300 on a Bitcoin.
Yeah, I did. So that's cool then. I mean, I didn't know they had that Cash App shit. Like, I thought you had to go.
No,
to
I thought you did too, and I did go to
transfer.
Coinbase. No, I was a fucking idiot, dude. Like a year ago, I was sitting there going, because I used to just do PayPal, right? And because there's PayPal brokers. So before this, there was PayPal, and talk about fees, talk about getting raped. But I don't care. I'll pay 5% because I'm making money. But No, when I did Coinbase, I couldn't even fucking do anything there. And the fees, I'm like, what the fuck? So I bought some Bitcoin, and guess what? I own Bitcoin. I'm like, I can't transfer that? No. You own Bitcoin. It's a brokerage firm. Coinbase is not a place to do transfers of Bitcoin. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you got to transfer it out to a wallet, and then from that wallet.
Yeah, so what's the point? I mean, I'm just getting killed on fees, and I still haven't got cash. So I don't know. The Cash App's like a lifesaver, but no, that's not too much of a. Not too worried about those logistics of that, because in the end, I guess I'm a risk taker, so I don't mind a little bit of fun. It's not that dangerous out there, is it?
Yeah, well, I think, I think you'd be pretty good at like, I'm just kind of curious if you could use your tickets, your auto trading tickets, to trade these fucking crazy ass futures markets.
Yeah,
because
I think. Well, you could. Here, you just
20
bring.
times more volatile than even the most volatile.
Well, here I
Forex
got the ES right here. Here, I got the S&P 500. Fuck, minis here. S&P 500. Let's trade it. So I could write a script for that. Yeah. So here's the S&P 500.
Or NAS 100. Look at NAS 100. That's the right above SPX there on your list. NAS 100. That's what I trade.
So this is. Let's see what they're going to charge me here to put a trade on. Click trading. Let me just not use this template, kind of up against the wall there. Another thing is, see, when I put my template up, because of the pips, that's another reason why I don't trade anything, but everything's built around Forex in my system.
Right.
So here's a sell-off in NASDAQ. I'm going to come in here and let me see if they'll let me out of these trades. All this bullshit I put in here. Because I gotta clear off these to see how much margin. I'm curious to see how much margin I'm going to use. I don't think they have high leverage. I think it's like crypto leverage on stocks, isn't it? I don't know. Like I said, I don't really. Yeah, because in the end, aren't you just trying to make money from price fluctuations regardless of instrument? But I know people are attached to, or they get used to certain platforms, and that platform becomes the thing that they really, they like this platform or whatever. Okay, so we're out. Now let me see if I can put on a raw dog trade here without any. Oh, Christ. This thing's just going to fucking keep giving me bullshit. I got to reboot the whole platform. There's something wrong with that close all position script. It's just bullshit.
Yeah.
Reopen.
Well, I don't want to fuck your shit up, man.
I don't trade. That's just demo bullshit. That's why I trade demo. I'm not gonna fucking worry about that. So,
yeah.
I just wanted to put a trade on here and see what it costs me. Okay, I'm gonna buy a 1K. I just went long a 1K. So it's the same. It's the same. It cost me $64 at 501 leverage to hold a 1K. I'm up $2. Right? I'm up $2. What's that?
So on that sell-off, right? That's
I just bought.
That's about 800 fucking pips, right? So if you were trading like the minimum size, which is the micro E-mini, that's 700 pips. It's 50 cents per pip, right? And you made those 700, 800 pips in about 2-3 fucking hours, something like that. That's what I'm saying is, like, if your system could work, if your scripts or whatever work on this type of a symbol that moves so fucking fast, the profit potential is like 4 or 5 times that.
Well, so is the loss. I mean, the speed's not too. Here, I'm gonna drop a grid. I'll drop a pending here. So I just dropped a pending. It should be just one buy limit there. Oh shit. Okay. See, the problem is I just dropped a pending, so I have to make this step so fucking big. I have to rewrite all these scripts, but you could write a script. So you have to take this script, rename it S&P 500. You can see my stop. By the way, the spread here is 11.2 or 120. So right now I'm down 67 cents. Let me go long here. I'm gonna get in. I'm using $400 of margin now. I just bought like
That's a 1 minute chart. Holy shit.
Yeah, so it makes more money, see. Now, so here I just bought everything at the market here like a pig. I bought a bunch of 1Ks that I'm using $380 a margin. So let's see what we get a rally here. It's kind of gonna come up to the floor here. I wonder if this is gonna make me like $100 if it ever came back to here, but I'm just trying to guess. I know the spread's costing me $1.20 here every time I pull the trigger. Let me see. Yeah, it's costing me. It didn't get filled there. What the fuck? It's not filling me. Okay, it cost me 13 cents. I'm up $22. I'm in a 9K. Is that good? Am I doing good? So.
Yeah. See right there, you could.
Yeah. See, watch now. Now I can. Now here's one thing you can do. Is I can close all profits on this symbol right now. So I just bought at the market. And I think as soon as we can make money here, as soon as this pops up and takes out this resistance on that peak up there, I could just close all winning trades and cash out. So for that convenience, it's worth it. I'm up $6. So as soon as I'm up $30, I'll get out, right? Looks like I can make $50 here.
So how many? What was on that grid?
Yeah,
like
it's as if I'm trading 10K. It looks like to me, it feels like I'm trading 10Ks as far as how much money I'm risking and losing. It's like 10Ks. Okay,
yeah,
I just cashed out.
Did
you see? I just cashed. I just made $40 right there. And I think getting out of those, I got out of those very quickly, and now it's going to tank. So I just made $40 in that little move. So it's almost like you're trading 10Ks. That's why you're noticing that. Because see this order I put in? This is the, that's a Forex order. The stop is so close to the target there that you can't even see it. If they touch that ticket, my target is less than the spread. Yeah. So this is essentially, this is an 11 pip spread according to my my tickets, and I'm trying to make 11 pips with this script. So you need a script. You can use the Bitcoin scripts on here though. I think I wrote a Bitcoin. Let me look. I got a Bitcoin script in here. I think I call it Bit. Let's see. I think it's in here. I wrote it just because I wanted to test drive it. See, they're coming up on these tickets to fill, and it's like, oh, that was British Pound. What is that? I got it in here. I think it's called Bit. Yeah, look how vicious that's like a $40 move in a 10K right there. We just missed it. See how they took out my ticket. Let me just put a good old manual ticket in there. So you're trading manual, right?
Yeah, I'm trading.
So
manual
I just put 3K in there. If they dip down this S&P one last time, we can get auto-filled here. Ignore that guppy trade I got going on. Okay, I'll just take that off. It's distracting. They're just about to fill me here. I'm like one. There we go. Boom. Okay, I'm in. I'm up $26 on a 1K. So that one I could take off by myself with one fell swoop of the button. I think I get out of that one. So here I could take $2 and run, right? I just made $22.50. That's a 1 minute chart I'm trading though. I'm gonna see if I can find this Bitcoin one. I'm pretty sure it's in here because this is the Bitcoin broker. What the fuck is it?
Well, hey man, if you'll do you use Discord? Like, I know you got one.
Yeah, I'm here right now. I guess I could post the script in here. I don't know if you know how to copy and paste the code, and it's just like I could put the source code in there for the Bitcoin one. Then you could get started with this. You have to use you have to have almost 2 zeros to the scripts to convert them to these stock market available ones that are in the stock market. I can't remember where I put the fucking thing. Oh, see, they came and they just filled my NASDAQ there. Yeah, trading at the market, man. You must be sitting there watching the tick chart when you get in those trades.
See, this is where it's gonna get brutal. Because I bet it's gonna fucking rip down from here. Because it just broke that resistance. I bet it's gonna fucking rip down like probably at least 100 pips over the next few minutes.
Yeah, so you got this.
Just fucking crazy movements.
That's
dude.
quite a
Just
sell-off
insane.
there. But here's a great scalp here is if you bought this plunge and then dumped it when it came back into this previous floor, that'd be a great trade. I actually
It's
put
a brutal market, man.
I actually put a link to the pit one. I should be able to find it. It's like
No nonsense reviews I'm reading.
Let me see.
Wow.
Because I actually posted it at that Hightail site. I put the... Because I did a video about it and everything. Anyways, it would look like this. So if you were to... I'll just make a new one, I guess. I'll do a 1 hour script, plus these things expiration dates on them. So here's what you do. You take your classic script here, and then you change this take profit. You have to first rename it. Make sure you name it Bitcoin something different, and then just make sure you don't. We'll call it we'll just call it bit, and we'll trust that it's a winning script. I'll just take and add a bunch of zeros to this. I think we're going to have to add 2 zeros to the stop and 2 zeros. So we have a 2,000 stop and a take profit of 2,000 also. I think this might be right. We'll find, we'll drop it.
Jesus Christ, the 2,000 pip stop loss?
Yeah, because it's not really 2,000.
Like
When it says 200, it actually means 20. I'm sorry, that one actually is pip per pip, but yeah, if I could just find it.
20 pip, 200 pip.
So here it is. It's called bit. So this is going to be a 1 hour script. That's probably too tight a stop. So let me make it 5,000 on the script now. This will give you some breathing room so you can just use it as an end of the world stop, kind of. Doesn't blow up the account stop. That's a break even, 5,000 to 5,000. At least you can handle more volatility in the markets. You can handle. Okay, so here we go. This is going to be. Now I'm going to zoom in on the 15th so we can get a gauge of how deep in the market this thing's going to look like. And I just have to delete these objects so I get a clear view. I should probably take trades off. Where is it?
Oof, Dash shipping coin just flipping flew up.
So the thing with this script is if I put it above it, it's a sell limit. So here it's a sell, down here it's a buy. So if I put a sell up here that lasts for an hour, there's no way we're coming up here in an hour. But that was what it looked like. Here you get into here, and here's your stop. Here's your take profit. That's it. That's set at 5,000, and you could probably just go from there. Down here it's a buy limit. Up here it's a sell
how does
limit.
the position sizing work on Hugo's way? Because if is this the actual futures market, or is this like some derivative on Hugo's way of the futures market?
I guess it's spot price. They're
If you're
charging me
trading the actual
They're charging me
NASDAQ futures
They're charging me $60, which I think
for one contract or for one micro contract.
Yeah, which I don't know. I guess it's trading at $12,000. So is that 50 to 1? I don't know. I have to look it up. Maybe it's 100 to 1.
Because if you're trading the actual futures market, right, on a micro, which is the smallest contract size they offer,
Yeah.
each pip is worth 50 cents. So if you were trading with a fucking
Did they call it-
5,000 pip stop, right? I mean, on one single micro, that's $2,500 of risk.
Well, they call them points, right? They don't call them pips in here.
Right,
but
points,
anyways,
yeah. Points are pips.
So
yeah, that's the
actually,
smallest.
well, the spread here is I think 11 points then, because 11.2. I think that this number here, like if I go to the British pound, I go to the Guppy, it says 2.3. It says 25 on my spread indicator, but that's because it's a 5 decimal broker. So we have a lot of decimals here in the.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm wondering. If they're decimalizing the futures somehow.
Yeah, we
and
have
paying
0.80. So at
fractions.
0.80, we have 0.35. So you have that's in the stock market, Dow Jones. So if I go to the S&P, where's just lost my S&P chart. So S&P says, yeah, 0.80. NASDAQ, yeah, 0.75. I'm getting filled on my hand place limits right now. I'm down 32 bucks. So yeah,
I've never been to one of those. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, so if you put in this order, yeah, they're charging me 64 bucks per 1K. Margin requirements. I forgot to mention the word margin requirement to that guy. It's just kind of a required to hold a position. But I don't know how much my 5,000 pip stop makes, actually. 5,000 point, whatever that is, because... Oh, look at that. It just got monster filled on a bunch of limits here.
Yeah,
now,
and it's...
See, these are the scripts
it's probably
I
gonna
dropped.
rip down about 700 pips in the next 15 minutes.
See, these are the ones I dropped. And look at my take profit and my... See, this has take profits and everything. So now I'm up on these trades, believe it or not. You know why? Because they just dipped into my window and I just tagged the perfect entry here. I'm actually up. Wait a second. Why am I getting killed on those other tickets? And my pendings all got in the same price. Now that's kind of weird. I don't get what's going on there. Isn't that weird?
I think those two that you're deep underwater, those were the manual placements.
Yeah, but why are the other ones almost the same price? Within...
That's what I'm saying, man. This
Why are
shit
there
moves
so many
fucking
tickets?
wild.
Okay, I guess I'm in a 1K. There you go. So I'm up 53 bucks. What I'm gonna do is, did you see I was up on that trade instantly? Did you see I was up I was literally up like $3 instantly because I got the fucking optimal trade entry, dude. I bought that. I bought that.
Dude, that's what I'm telling you, man. This fucking NQ shit is crazy. It
Well,
moves
it's
so
your
fucking fast.
Yeah, because you're trading a 10K, dude. You're using $64 a margin. I think it might be 50 to 1 or 100 to 1. So yeah, you're trading giant positions, dude. It's the futures market. The contract is, look at what it trades at price wise. This is why it's trading at $12,000 fucking dollars a contract, dude. The British pound trades at $1.20, $1.60 or some shit, So yeah, the face value. See, I was up on that trade. Now I'm down 36.
Slamming down that. Yeah.
But what I can't understand is why did it fill everything almost the exact same? Something weird with the script I just dropped. Oh, you know why? I figured it out. Check this out.
On script.
Oh fuck yeah. So here's why. I just launched this fucking script that puts buy limits in, dude, 1 pip apart. That's why you're seeing 1 penny difference on my wins. 1 fucking penny. In fact, there's slippage because some of these have the exact same fill. Apparently, I put a 10K. I didn't even notice because I couldn't see them, So this is actually I dropped a basket. I thought I was dropping a single ticket. So what happened there was I'm using $500 a margin too. But so inside that script that I just wrote, if you wanted to do a grid drop, the pips apart here would have to be at least 10, if not more, to capture a area. So, but anyways,
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm
fun
doing.
anyways.
Is I've got a staggered entry 10 pips apart on micro contracts, and so I'll lay down a grid of like 10 micros, 10 pips apart, and I'm hoping for a move of 200 to 300 pips on each entry.
Yeah, I'll do it here. I'll go 10. So this will be a 5K. The reason why it says buy orders and sell orders because depending where you drop, this is a drag and drop script. So I'm going to put 10 pips apart on both the buy and the sell side. Yeah, no, the markets are all like, so it's Wednesday. It's the end of the day, So I'm underwater again on this fucking euro, but I'm counting on the retracement tonight because it's just bobbing around, and there's not too many sellers left in the euro or any of this shit. So a lot of people are like, the trend traders are like, euro's going to keep dropping. I'm like, really? Look at the fucking dailies. Look at the 4 hour. But I just have to endure this swing trade I'm in, I guess. The punishment of being in a swing trade. Yeah, there's no free lunch. You're either scalping or swing trading, but you're either way you're kind of like, are we there yet? So here, this is going to be my modified. I think I'll just cash out of this just to get it off my books. I'll close out
Jesus
profits.
Christ. I'd be glad when my platform is fucking done. Enough of this bollocks. Dismanaged, mismanaged, all these fuck ups. Fuck.
Okay. Here comes my magic 10 pips apart. This is going to be a 5K. I'm going to sell into the rally that you claim's coming. Man, look, it's taken off. I should have stayed in. Thanks a lot for getting me out. So, it's in here right now. Just seen it. Oh, fuck. I'll just recompile it so it shows up.
And that's what I haven't got access to that.
There she blows. Is that what the Brits say? Shit like, there she blows. Let me get these other tickets off the chart because it's just too distracting. See if they let me out.
That's a NASDAQ, right?
Yeah.
Well, they got me out that time. So, okay. So let me put in this magical bit script. I'm going to sell anything above this wick. Oh, fuck. That's not going to work either here. I'm going to have to go like fucking 100 pips apart on each script now to get 10. Yeah, see, that's the problem. That's why I don't do it, because I have to rewrite almost everything I've written to fit the decimals of this stock market. It's just crazy.
What is the difference between a sell limit and execution of market?
Well, supposedly the limit's there, you know. Supposedly, unless you get slippage, you're going to get that price.
I don't use any of this. Yeah, all the MT5 stuff. It's none.
All right, I got to delete these guys.
By the way, the day trading margins on the futures, on most futures brokers, are about to end in about 15 minutes. So like volatility just kind of takes a shit around 4 p.m. Eastern time.
This is crazy, man. How am I supposed to fucking trade this? Here, I'm going to try something else.
People killing orders, maybe?
Oh, I see what I have to do. I have to add 4 zeros. Because the other thing is already pre-adjusted. Okay. So, actually, you see that trade I just put in? That's like a fucking pip apart.
Yeah.
So, I've got to set the script now to... So, for this to work, the script has to say 5... Apart, right? It has to say thousands, because... See, the very top number here is pre-adjusted. That is 5,000 pips, right? Actually, see, that's 5,000 pips. So it has to be. This pips apart is different than that number, because this number has already been balanced and taken out the fifth decimal. So it's a little confusing. But see, you would think if I make these pips apart that I'd be right up against my stop, but I won't be. Watch. So this is how I would do it. This is a low risk script because this only lasts for an hour. So your exposure is by the hour. So what, in 15 minutes, when the stocks close, is going to get, they pull the leverage out? Because there's no hedge.
Well, the market closes for an hour each day at 5 p.m. and day margin at
that would
most
drive me
brokers,
crazy.
which means,
I'd have an anxiety attack if they close the market in Forex. See, that's why I don't trade stocks. Oh, they're about to fill my cluster. I better get the fuck out of here. All right, here, we're going to come in with this reformulated new and improved script. I'm going to sell into this. Now that to me actually, it's almost we got to slice that number in half now. Now I'm all pissed off. Okay. So we got to make this number say 500 pips apart. I can already see how brutal this is. So this will be 500, and you have to do it in 500 increments now. So you got 500, and then you go 1,000, and then you go 1,500 on the next one to make them at least a logical amount apart, so we can have a fucking fair chance. I'll do it with 500 handles.
What's our yen doing? You're fucking around all day.
25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. This is going to be...
You know the fundamentals were for the yen, why it went so high? Anyone?
Hot Asian chicks?
No, housing market needed a boost.
Was it sushi? Sushi tsunami? Okay, so this is going to be a better trade all around. Watch this. We'll get rid of this one. We'll delete these tickets before they crush me. And then come in with this new and improved one. There you go. That looks more. That looks like it. So here I'm going to be 500 pips apart. On the sell side, I'm going to hedge it. I'm going to put the same trade down here. And that's one I could walk away from. That's 1 hour exposure. So that I could do that. So here, let me see if I could post the. Let me see if I could put the source code in the Discord. I'm sure I could paste that. Because if you try to paste this with these forward slashes, YouTube won't let you put stuff like that even. I could do it in comments though. I could do it in my own. Gonna need all.
No, I mean I'll
here.
join your Discord. There actually, whenever you're done fucking streaming on YouTube, I kind of wanted to show you some shit on my indicator and how that shit works and how I trade in Q, man, and see what you think about it and how I could use your tickets to trade with, you know, because I'm watching what you're doing. They're
telling me that it's too many characters, so I have to put a.
What's it called? What's it called? Q trade.
Hugo's way. You know what I'll do is I'll put it in a zip folder and then just post it because it's too many characters apparently for Discord's choking on the character size.
What was the platform called again?
What, the broker for the?
No, Webmaster. You said Q.
Oh,
was it?
What platform? I mean, I was talking about Discord for his shit.
Q's a conspiracy thing, isn't it? Q, you mean that Q conspiracy thing? You trading that now too? I thought you weren't allowed to trade Q.
If you're asking about the platform for trading,
Is that where they
futures,
examine your brain for, like that guy was saying from New York? He was saying that, you know, if they find out that you're doing the bitcoins there, they come get you in the middle of the night. Is that true? They hunt you down and kill you like the fucking Bitcoin trader you is. Come after you.
Hunters are out there to get you.
Come here, you. We caught you trading the Bitcoins, did you? Trying to scalp on the side, huh? You know we don't allow that.
I like those people that get tricked and then they trick them back, like you said. I was just fucking instances. I was like, what the fuck's the other? Trick him back with my new indicator. Damn right.
Yeah, I got the anti-indicator. It actually wipes out all your indicators. It's a Trojan horse that comes in and it turns everything into a bar chart. Everybody walks off pissed off.
I was looking at these old charts, right? A guy invented a new type of candlestick, and it was like it starts off thin in the center, and it gets fat.
Oh, it's like one of my wives. It's like an ex-wife, huh?
yeah. It's volume.
Ex-wife to be. She starts off skinny and then she gets fat. It's like, oh man,
really? By the way, Simpleton, can you repost that Discord invite because the one you posted before already expired and I didn't.
Gosh, I know this stuff's weird. It expires. I'm like, what kind of crazy? What are they, scripts? Wait, got to figure out how I did it. I forgot how I fucking did it.
I hate Discord. I fucking loathe it. There's something about it. It's just wrong.
Oh, you know what's wrong with
it?
The format, how it's this, that, and the shit on the right, there's shit on the left, nothing makes sense, it's all dark. The fucking scroll bars are as narrow as a fucking cunt here. I mean, what the hell's going on? Let me see
fucking real boomer hours.
Yeah. Yeah, this is... I know, I'm not using the mind melt or nothing. I'm just like fucking going raw dog. I'm guessing. I'm a guesser. Okay, let me see if I can I don't even know how I fucking did it.
I think, like I said, it's up at the upper left. And it says like invite people or
That's
some
different.
shit.
That's the other my other left, not my right. I had it. I was doing so well. I did the invite and everything.
Yeah, okay. So up in the upper left where it has the name of your server, just click that, and then there'll be a little fucking thing that says invite people on the drop down menu that comes up.
What's a server? I'm really not good at this. Is that like somebody that brings you drinks? At the
I don't
bar?
know, but it's racist. I know that.
Oh, right. Well, you're thinking of a jock. You're thinking of like those guys that hold the lantern on the lawn. That's different.
That should work. Does it work? I don't know.
Oh, I'm almost there. Wait. Damn. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. No, was that it? Well, you can create all sorts of stuff. You can do all sorts of things in here, but you can add servers. Oh. Boy, you really stumped me there. I don't know. It expires, so I can't even find the old one, huh? To repost it? They kind of just evaporate, huh?
Well, I mean, you can make invites that don't expire. Like when you click on the invite people
For a
link on
fee,
that drop
right?
down, there's a little tiny thing that says edit invite link on the pop-up window you get. And then you can just click, it says expire after and then never on that drop down.
So sending this page isn't enough. Oh, fuck. I don't know, man. I thought I had it all together. It's just apparently I'm just I can't just add a server. That'd be too easy. It's right there. It's available choice. Can I just do the available choices? Or? Well, maybe this is it. No?
Well, here, I'll make a server and invite y'all to it if you. I'll do that. Hold on.
So under gosh, because I have this settings thing.
What's the name of the channel?
My
just name it
channel?
Simple.
Oh gosh.
Like this guy.
Brittle, I don't know. I give up.
Invite invalid. Who comes up with this shit?
I mean, Discord may be discordant already. I mean, it's like, oh man. You know what I mean? I just...
So is it a room that the link is, or is that just the invite to a room that you don't know what it is?
I tell you, it's just a clusterfuck. I can't figure out up from down in this thing.
I fucking hate this because the worst chat program going. Even Meet is
Well,
better
there's
than
so
this,
much
but Meet is
shit. There's
like,
pin this, and then you can assume like different, like you can become a lady boy and all sorts of weird shit in here. I don't even know if it's right.
what about Skype and shit like that? Isn't that better?
I had Skype, but then I don't have anymore.
Telegram? What about that?
Yeah, I never tried Telegram or Zoom. You ever tried Zoom? I don't know if that's any good.
Telegram is pretty good. It's pretty straightforward and simple. I like it better than Discord.
Oh yeah, well then let's do that. Do I need a teletype machine or anything? Or
Yeah, Telegram is actually pretty popular.
you don't need a Teletubby. Okay.
You need a fucking cell phone to make a Telegram account, though.
Oh, okay.
They'll ask you for your fucking phone number.
Oh
and
yeah,
send you
they
an
kind of do
SMS
that a
message.
little bit on Discord there.
Yeah.
It's for the account stuff. Hell, I don't know. Yeah, I never. So it's called Telegram, right? Not Telegraph. Telegram. I know
Telegram,
a lot of the traders are using that for signals and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
Telegram app. Everything's an app. No longer is a program.
But yeah, on Telegram you can post all your fucking scripts and.
Is it
shit like that.
telegram.org? Is that where I'm
Anything you
at?
want? Yeah.
So I just go and I say download the app, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
Or could you do it like a web version, or you just recommend download the actual?
Just download the app. It's so small and lightweight. I mean, I guess you're on a
Okay,
laptop, right?
So TDLIB is the one for your desktop. Oh, your desktop. Okay, Windows right there. Yeah, there we go. Let's see what happens. The portable version will that fit in your pocket? The portable version? Is that why?
Yeah.
Like you can hide it.
Pocket.
It's easier to hide. I'm not paying
Stealthy,
attention to my. I'm in this damn trade. I gotta pay attention, man. I'm not a good money manager. I'm in this fucking. I got filled on this S&P in one of the directions, and I'm not sure what happened. Oh fuck! Here, let's tell him it doesn't. Okay.
Well, I told you, man. It's ripping down. It's probably gonna fucking rip down hardcore.
God, where's my?
I think it was in Q that you were on. You're on the
Whoa.
Nasdaq.
Oh shit! I filled my whole buy bank. Look at that. Woof! Perfect fill, dude. Look at that. I filled the whole bank. Not a speck of cereal on that one. Wow, amazing. So I'm totally in. $5 apart. Notice I'm. This is my winning ticket at the bottom of the rack. I filled all 5 tickets. 6 it looks like, but so I'm $5 apart. And when it starts to win, I'm down $100 on a 6K. So I guess we have to wait for that to retrace. I suppose we could do that. I'm setting up my Telegram. Press 1 for English. 2 for Swahili. Huh. Don't create. Yeah, you gotta wait. Yeah, it's a little white knuckle here till I get paid. I'm down $100. I'm really kind of like.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
But
dude,
look at the
it's probably
perfect
gonna keep
fill. Look,
fucking
I got the
ripping down
perfect
like
fill
hard.
on that, man. If it doesn't go any lower, it's the perfect fucking entry. And the orders above last for an hour. So the cool thing is that the above, if all of a sudden we take up, we'll lock into a winning hedge. Otherwise, we'll just cash out on the wins if it retraces. Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen. It's better if you don't know, right? It's more exciting that way. I'm launching Telegram, so you might want to turn off your telephones. Start messaging. Uh-oh. Is this where I got to take a picture of my computer? So here's the phone part, huh?
I think so, yeah.
Log in using a phone number. Let's open it on your phone.
That's the one part I hate about Telegram is.
So you really have to
fucking
open it on your phone and
shit.
kind of take a picture of your desktop of that spatter spatter game.
Yep. You have to add the app on your phone and log into the fucking thing, and then you take the picture of the QR code, and it automatically verifies you, and then you've got your desktop app logged in.
Amazing, huh?
See, Telegram was originally a fucking replacement for SMS, and then it just grew into a big thing where you get groups and shit like that now, but it's still, fucking tied to your phone, because originally, like I said, it's supposed to be a replacement for SMS.
There's no replacement for S&M though, right? This is good old whips and chains. It's straight out.
That's a monthly fee.
It's good old fun. Okay, let's see. I'm putting in buy limits on the euro. They're gonna take out the low of the day on the euro now.
Well, look at that Nasdaq, by the way. Like if you go to the 30-minute candles and you look left, it's fucking going down to take out the last low, which was 3 days ago. And I think it's probably going to go there. It's not even going to fucking retrace, man. It's going to go fucking 1,000 pips. Well, no, it's got like 550.
I'll put some more. I'll put another buy bank in front of it.
Yeah, once it hits that low, it'll probably bounce pretty hard. Yeah, you see that wick down there?
Yeah, we take out Sunday's low. I gotta fix the scale so I can see where my tickets are though.
But you kind of see the fucking brutality of the symbol, dude. I mean, it moves so
some of that's
day.
because it's 4 o'clock. It's kind of a bum rush to the exits here, so it's kind of a fake move. So I definitely buy that.
How many companies are connected to that instrument? First off, How much valuation of all those companies? How much money?
So like Forex, right? If you're talking about Forex is the interbank market. So it's a bunch of, liquidity pools all over the world, and they're all networked together, and there you go. That's the Forex market, right? But this symbol that we're looking at is the futures market. So it's traded on a centralized exchange, which is the CME out of Chicago, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. So that's where the symbol is traded, right? So it's like, the fucking Dow Jones Exchange or whatever, right? This is the futures market. So we're trading this is a derivative. This is the futures market of the NASDAQ. So you're basically betting on what the NASDAQ is going to be in the future. So there's a bunch of different companies that are basically brokerages that allow you to trade on that exchange. So, you've got like Trade-Evade and TradeStation and fucking TD Ameritrade and Fidelity and all of them, right? They allow you to trade the futures market. But that's kind of the cool thing.
How many companies are connected to it?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
Well, NASDAQ futures for which companies?
Anybody that can buy a seat on an exchange.
It's the indice, right? So, like, you know what an ETF is, right? Like
I've never traded any of this stuff ever in my life.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, like the NASDAQ, right? If you're talking about the NASDAQ composite, right? Or the Dow or the S&P, right?
Dow.
That's an index, right? So that is the sum of all symbols on that exchange, right?
I see.
So this market, right, or this symbol in Q, right, is the futures market on the NASDAQ. So it's tracking the price of the NASDAQ in aggregate. So it's the sum of all companies that trade on the NASDAQ. Well, actually, I think this is NASDAQ 30. So it's the top 30 companies on the NASDAQ. So that includes Apple,
one technology.
Facebook.
Yeah, it's technology, right?
Yeah. NASDAQ is all the tech stocks. Dow is, all the big giant companies, and then S&P is your smaller, large companies, shit like that. And you got the Russell 2000, which is all the real small companies that are publicly traded, all that sort of shit. But they're indices, right? They're indexes of markets, of entire markets.
So it's kind of
like that's kind of why I'm looking at this shit. Simple is that, like when I'm trading GBP, right? Like I love the volatility. Like if I can get 100 pips a day on GU, boy, I'm fucking happy getting 100 pips out of GU in a day. You can get 100 pips out of NQ in fucking 10 minutes.
Yeah, but it's a double-edged sword. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. Just trade 10 times the size on the pound. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many 100 pips doesn't matter. It's how big you're in it. So yeah, you just have to double up.
Yeah, that's the whole deal, right? Is that I was, jumping into 2 or 3 lots on GU. Now again, I mean that's with a fucking U.S. broker, a licensed U.S. broker, right? They're not going to give you more than. I think the highest leverage I could get out of IG was like 35-1 on GU. They don't even give you the full 50.
Jesus, that's a brutal bar. Holy fuck! What's the length of that bar?
6 inches. It's a 6-inch bar.
Yeah.
You're not gonna feel it though. I'm using a lot of lube.
Somebody please shoot him.
Hey, I'm a lady boy. Come on, go easy. Lady boy Forex here.
That's tripping you, Joe. Holy shit.
Oh my God. They're not making it easy here. Let's see. Okay, wait. Oh, they sent me a code already. Oh, I hate that. You got to be so quick on the draw. Okay. You got to be, us boomers, dude. By the time that fucking, I'm like, can you give me another cup of coffee? I can't even find. Oh, it didn't paste too well, did it? Oh, fuck. Oh, I pasted half the numbers. And I got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to fucking do it. Oh, wait. Okay. Man, I feel like I'm in that movie Fish, with Travolta. I gotta get this fucking loaded. It's gonna crash. Wait. They sent me, I know they sent me the code, but I copied it wrong apparently. God. Oh my God. Telegram code. Okay. Oh, I guess I can log it in myself. I can just hit this, tap this, and it just takes me in. How cute, right?
Are you open for a whipsaw?
Oh,
it's a whips.
That's all
Looking for the whipsaw.
I'm always up for that. Do I have to use my real name in here?
No, you can put a fake name.
Okay, fuck nut. Okay, let me see.
Yeah.
Okay, let me use my stage name. Oops.
So if you really want to go anonymous, you need Pro Studio Sound Blaster with crystal voice effects.
Like this. You have 5 minutes to make me $1,000 or you die.
I usually like to use a Ouija board when I'm placing trades when I'm using that, though.
Hey,
fucking tarot cards, trading by tarot. That's the way to do it, man.
That's a new one. That's a new one.
Wait a second. So it said start messaging like I'm ready to just, I'm good to go. I don't see anything.
So, like, if you want to create a
New
group,
channel? Okay.
are you on the desktop or the mobile app?
Well, I'm on the mobile for the moment, and I guess I'm going to...
Yeah, log into the desktop, because you really can't do much from the mobile except for actually do messages. I don't think you can create groups or anything from the mobile.
It does say I can new secret chat, a new channel, a new group. That's the choices you get. Okay, log in using your phone.
I can't remember if it's a new channel or a new group. I think you need to do a group.
Yeah, group.
A new group.
Pal Talk is another one I haven't been on for a while.
Oh, this is complicated.
Oh my God, Pal Talk. That's an ancient one. That was pretty good.
Oh yeah, I was in there. That's where I was in with the rumpled one was in there. Holy shit! He has a trade room in there. I don't know who the rumpled one is, but what an idiot! I had to leave. He's
Well, hey,
like,
now
we
now
don't
that you're
allow
on
you just to
Telegram,
post it.
you can now that you're on Telegram, you can join ICT's Telegram channel, man. And
Can I?
troll him.
Oh man.
Yeah.
See, I
he's got a
knew,
public
and I was
one.
about to kill myself, but you gave me a reason to live right there. Wow. Dare to dream. Okay, I'm gonna go 810.
You know, I've got my own coded platform up and running, right, and I can do pretty much draw whatever the fuck I want in any mathematical way I fucking want, right? And I tried ICT's cockblock fucking system or whatever the fuck it is. What the fuck kind of drugs is he on?
I mean, I've been watching a lot of ICT's videos, and I can't even discern a system from it. And I've talked to people who have taken his trading course, and I don't even think it's a real system. It's more just kind of like a philosophy of how the fucking market works.
Yeah, I mean, it's the
tested
market
his orders.
maker.
I looked at his orders, his candles, the instruments, what he selected, then all the other things, and I can reverse engineer people's trades as well, like in that sense. Look at it through a machine learning layer as well and go, what a load of shit. That prick's just random. He's not even randomizing, he's just picking up a big candle and drawing a block. What the fuck? That's it. There's his secret. Ooh.
Okay, so I think I'm logged in on my phone and my I'm dual logged in. I'm like all over the place here.
ICT just randomizing a bunch of blocks here there, mate, of just certain candles, and there's nonsensical. I've gone through it over and over, all the different data sets, and tech data and whatever. Just random shit. Basically what he's saying is, see that big thing there? Yeah, we'll put a square in it, and then if it hits it, sell or buy. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, he's relying on nailing it at the market, just getting like a fucking amazing entry. It's kind of silly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, his shit about the fucking central banks doing repricing at 12 a.m. New York time every day and shit like that. Like, I mean,
I
that's
guess.
bullshit.
But you know, is it something you could trade off of? And then he has the situation where he calls it institutional order flow. And, I mean, it's just ridiculous terms. Like, who cares? You know, I mean, it's just the price is moving. Can I make money? It's almost like he wants to give you the behind the scenes inside. He doesn't call it inner circle trading. In other words, somehow that's helping your trade. I don't even. Like, I don't care if these are fake prices.
I really wish he would do some live executions, right? Some actual fucking real live trading.
He did a
I bet
couple.
you anything, he never will.
Yeah, in a video he did it where he traded a bunch of stuff. But the thing is he doesn't have a real time. It's like you see him get in,
yeah, that's what I'm
and
saying.
then you
He won't
see him get
stream
out,
himself.
but you don't see the continuity. There is no like, okay, here's where he got in, and then 4 hours later he got out.
Right. I saw that one where he was trading the euro dollar, right? And he fucking did all these annotations and shit, and he thinks he's real clever, and he's like, look, look, I got in 4 pips. That's your spread, you know? And
God, you got his accent
perfect
down.
entry on a fucking 20 pip move. Like, well, good job, dumbass. Like, how many fucking times did it take you before you got that entry? Like, you know, that's the thing. He won't show it live, right? Because he could just be trading. You know, he's trading demo, right, on TradingView, and so you know he could just be fucking taking entry after entry, and then as soon as he gets a good entry, he puts a bunch of fucking annotations and shit, and then he like starts his OBS recorder and whatever, and he's like, see guys, I did it.
That's another con. I've noticed this with a lot of these teachers is what they do. Right? You got to check the date in the chart first, and the time. Right? Most people won't. They're not analytical minded. You know that, right? So when they look at the chart, they think it's now. Could be now, right then. Even if it was live streamed, doesn't mean it's actually now. If you have a look at the chart time, in some cases, these guys have got something from an hour ago or hours ago, not even the same day, and then they play it out. This is what I did and all this shit. But it's like, how do you know that was done in a live situation? Not just a con. Like, and many a time I've seen this happen. And then they fast forward it. What do you mean fast forward it? Then you know straight away that was in the past. They know the prices already. It's here. You could have done this. You could have put a TP there. You could have done that. You could have done. You made loads of money. But then you ask these pricks, and but you did do live though. So to me, it's meaningless.
Yeah, when I mean
So
live,
anyway.
like when I want to see somebody live trading, I want to see them responding to the fucking chat that I'm in, you know? And
Yeah,
I know that they're
yeah.
trading live on a live fucking chart.
Right now.
Yeah. And I know that's something that Mr. Huddleston will never fucking do. And all of his students should be demanding that he do it, you know, publicly.
Have you seen those martial arts experts? You know, when they're doing these movie sets.
Oh yeah, the Qigong shit, yeah.
And you see the end result. It's fucking amazing. You know, as a kid, you go, "Wow, that guy did that. He did over. He went over there. He did awesome shit." Right? It's a kid's mentality. But the reality is, you go behind the scenes. They've taken 100, 200 takes to get it right. Yeah. These guys are doing the same fucking thing, mate.
Have you
Trying
seen?
to show you this perfect reality. They did this, they did that. But the truth is, they never did.
What about the one finger push-up guy? Have you seen him? One
can do that. You
one
can do
finger
that,
hand
brother.
one finger handstand.
No, fuck no. What?
Yeah.
Ouch.
He's against the wall. He's kind of against the wall, but he is doing it.
So simple, just real quick, you know, on this NASDAQ shit that you're in a trade, right? Like I told you, the fucking volatility, for the next hour, the volatility is basically gone. So, you know, the day trading margins is when, you know, every fucking retail floods the market because they can get the good margin rates. And then it ends, you know, it ended about 15 minutes ago, right? 4 o'clock Eastern time. And then the market closes at 5 and stays closed for 1 hour and then reopens, you know, and then the volatility will come back. So you're probably going to be sitting here at negative 100 for like 2 hours. And then it'll fucking, once it opens, it'll probably rip down below that wick, or it'll rip back up to test the last floor of that last wick.
Shit. God damn it. Here's the preparation for the one finger stand. Shaolin Kung Fu. You got to do this warm up or it won't work. I'm just saying.
You should see my warm up before I do my third leg push up. It's pretty wild.
Now top that.
Is your nickname Tripod by any chance?
Mono stand. Now you try to do that. Just try to do that. And his finger's got some mileage on that finger.
He's on a string, dude. He's on a string of pulley. There's no physics or pressure on that finger at all, mate.
The key is to have the other finger pointing the other direction so you get the yin and yang out of it, see?
The yin and yang.
Yeah, you need a yin for the yang.
You know what he's pointing to right there? He's pointing to ICT's entry.
Yeah. You notice that he's at a Gann angle against the wall, you know so?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's an order block candle there, mate. See that big black line where his finger is going up there, the back wall? That represents his
That's his journal. That's his trading journal. So
you can't trust anybody. Most people on YouTube you can't trust in trading, mate. You just can't. A lot of them are fucking assholes. They really are. Like.
Yeah, that shit with the fucking trading journals, where he's showing these fucking arcane leather-bound looking fucking notebooks and shit.
Have you seen that where he's like, it looks like a shipwreck's
in there,
journal,
you know?
the journal of his shipwreck. He just needs a chest full of coins. No, I mean,
you know, we're in the world of technology, organization of data, database sets. We could do all this stuff with coding now, right? So Kant is writing down memoirs of a candle. Fucking kidding. What? What did it do? It was a bull candle. So
Andrew's
I'll
on the
put
feed.
that in red.
Andrew's pretty quiet. He's on the thing. Andrew Munns?
Yeah.
Sounds like a real name.
Oh, yeah, it is my name.
Oh, wow. Did we talk to you before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But I got short-term memory loss, man. You're the bass player, right?
Correct.
Correct. Wow, instead of right, correct. Yeah, look, nobody's going to mistake that. Affirmative. 10-4, good buddy.
Data.
Man, I made all my money early this morning. I was like...
That was crazy time, wasn't it? The
Yeah,
markets were on
was
fire.
Did a nice little short on a ETH earlier, too. That was pretty good. It's a good one. I went back to bed.
Yeah, I get exhausted
Did you
after
make,
some
did you
of these
make
moves.
did you make a group, ST, on Telegram?
Dude, I barely got the program loaded. I mean...
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so let me see. I didn't make a group yet because I could make a group on the phone, but there was no chance to make a group on the desktop version for some reason.
Yeah, no, look, there's a fucking hamburger menu on the. If you're logged in the desktop, there's the 3 lines up at the upper left, and then it just says new group. If you click that,
I gotta find the damn program now. Okay, it's called. Yeah, because I thought I saved a shortcut on the desktop. I wonder if it did it. I got 2 desktops, so it's kind of tough to... Oh, there it is, Telegram. It's hide in the corner.
No nonsense Forex reviews.
Oh, the burger.
oh shit, dude, I saw you had I saw you had Warrior Trading up on one of those videos. Dude. Okay, man.
How do you like
Fucking A,
his
dude.
late
So
entry?
what-
How to trade like a goober. Right?
Dude, have you seen the video, My Biggest Loss?
Is that what his...
that he has?
Is that him? All right.
Dude, he
Wow.
shows this fucking chart, right? He shows this chart, right? It's some fucking stock, right? Some dumbass stock. And he's fucking showing this chart. And he's like, and this is where I entered. And it's like the fucking absolute top of the biggest fucking exponential curve you've ever fucking seen. And then this fucking guy, he says, you know what he says after he fucking enters on the top? the absolute top, and then he loses like fucking, you know, $30,000, you know, when it fucking drops down. Anyway, you know what he fucking says? He says, so this was a problem with my mentality, not so much my system, but my mentality. It's like, motherfucker, dude, if you are fucking entering on the absolute top of a giant green dildo, buddy, your system has some problems.
Top Tick Tommy. Top Tick Tommy does hedgehog porn. No, it says new group, new channel. It says create a new group. It says name the group. I did Forex, and the whole fucking thing just disappeared. What the fuck?
I think he was distracted by green sprayed midgets dancing around his trading room. That's probably why his system.
So I hit next. And all I get. This is all I get after I hit next. This is how fucked up it says. Add members. Okay, add members. How do I do that? It says I can add from 1 to 20,000.
Group made. Once you have the group made, I think we can search by the name on our own Telegram accounts.
Holy shit.
And find it.
I'm the only Forex Telegram out there? I can't believe that.
No, there's more.
Maybe I am.
You have to kind of play around with it.
Yeah.
Maybe I have to
You know
call
what?
it.
I don't even see how to join a group on my desktop app. Motherfucker.
I know.
There's a
Well, I
link
was
to it.
using.
It's a link.
I could probably.
There's a
I
link
could
to
probably
the group.
find the Discord thing. Let me see.
Where is there a link to the group?
It's in the chat.
Yeah.
That is some brutal
chat?
stuff, isn't it? That's some brutal stuff. Hey, the moving average guy's here, Cornwallis. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, but he says he says I use moving averages. Like I kind of like lady boys, you know.
Moving averages are great, man. If you're only trying to catch a little tiny bit of them, scalping, it's awesome.
Let's see if I can find the magical buttons. Not a lot of drama here. Boy, the British pound certainly took out that trend line. Yikes! Looks like a beautiful buy in the British pound, right? I mean the guppy. Sorry, the guppy looks like a great buy here. Yeah, I guess you could trade the Forex because, you know, when the stock market closes, you know, at least you can keep on trading, right? Oh, Bitcoin looks like it's gonna tank. What's going on here? Oh, Bitcoin's in a fragile, precarious position. Oh man. They're gonna crush this puppy. Yikes.
Yeah, I fucking hope so.
Oof. I think it's over, man.
On the 31st, man, so we're going to be seeing a lot of things going down until the and they're going to reinstall that extra trillion, prop up the market until the end of the year.
Oh, they're gonna pad the accounts.
Yeah, their liquidity is pretty low right now. They're going to be taking some profit here, and then you know, just prior to the April 15th.
I guess they moved that up. They moved up the April 15th.
Yeah, I think they moved
May
it up
15th?
to 24th.
Oh.
You guys ever look at the M2 velocity, the velocity of money?
No.
Pull up a chart.
People used to look at that.
Go to fucking Google.
M2.
Go to Google and just search M2 velocity, right? And you'll get a chart, and it'll show you decades of time, right? And the velocity of money is lower now, I think, than it has ever been, or it's never been this low since like the 40s or some shit like that. I don't know. But anyway, the velocity of money, right? That's basically the money that's circulating in the economy, right? So if a dollar is not circulating, right, then it's not contributing to the velocity of money. So why is this important? Well, if the velocity of money is tanking, that's basically deflation. Because if there's not this is the liquidity crisis, right? Like, I don't know if you guys were following last year and the year before. Well, it was really last year when the Fed was like propping up all these banks with these overnight swaps.
Yeah.
These the fucking secret repos.
Right.
You know. So basically, the whole banking industry.
The discount window to try to liquefy overnight positions.
Yeah. So
They're going to
basically,
the discount window.
the fucking banking sector in the West, especially the United States, is insolvent. There's a massive liquidity crisis. So like this fucking Corona shit. All right. I'm not going to get too conspiratorial, but they needed something like this as an excuse to print trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. Because if they did not inject trillions of dollars into the economy, we would have a deflationary spiral because the velocity of money has stagnated.
See, I've heard this that the Fed wants a little bit of inflation. I just think
they want
that's
2%. Yeah, they want 2% per year inflation.
But see, they're basing that on a model that's full of shit. So the real markets are dynamic, and don't forget there's a black market that exists all the time, and that's what's keeping every market alive is the underground market or the black market or the the other stuff.
We don't call it the black market anymore. That's racist.
Oh, sorry.
So.
Well, gray market, I guess that's safe, but to me, that's what's going on. It's a, in other words, for all people say about this should be that should be this is going to go here, that's going to go there. There's offsets where things happen because I guess it's called the wealth effect, right? When stock markets sold off, Bitcoin sold off. Why would Bitcoin sell off? Because people are having margin calls. It's called wealth effects. People have to get out of positions. So they close out other assets that they have, and you get like this domino effect. There's a shock
the
across
actual
everything.
dynamic is the real dynamic between the stock market and Bitcoin. What they share in common is their relationship to the U.S. dollar, and especially Treasury bond yields, right? So, and that's why basically the stock market right now is in this kind of like consolidation, kind of downward trend kind of thing, because bond yields are spiking, right? So like right now, dude, investors, like big investors, right, institutionals are looking for any fucking reason to get out of these overheated markets. And so, as soon as fucking yields go up in bonds and there's a safe haven, with a return on their investment that is anywhere near their targets, they're getting the fuck out of the market in droves. And that's what's happening. They're moving over to bonds. The fucking stock market going up is dependent on yields being low. And
as the yields kind of go up, Yellen will kind of like let that happen a little bit to kind of cure, like you were saying, to get their money in a safer asset class than actually in the market. Once they start moving that, you're gonna start seeing a lot of downside push. That's just kind of the way it happens.
Yeah, for sure, man. Retail's gonna get fucking dumped on hard. They're gonna be bag holding like retards.
There's one advantage with Simpleton's methodology in the sense that he's a reversal dude, is that the majority of people who go into trends come in late. You'll find that sometimes when there's important information coming out, it dumps the other way because it's of their interest. Like news or something. Have you noticed that? Anyone? Important news comes out.
Yeah. I check. I check the FX book, see if any news is coming out on something, and I mean I've gotten burned pretty hard on a few
It's
trades.
a correlation of two things, right? If a price is trending upwards and it's gone way beyond what it should, then the news comes out. There's a correction possibly before or after. Now sometimes it's in their interest to let it slide, and other times then it's that this is too far, lads. We got to pull a fucking trigger here. So some news comes out, bang, poof, drops. See, I've seen candles, 1,200 pip candles for fuck's sake, and it's like, oh my god, that's just
in a trade when the news hits the way you were going on accident, like complete random. Like one day I was
sometimes
in a trade, I was just kind of in a swing trade on the hourly, and I was out and about doing stuff, and my phone, my phone was just going off, and I was looking at these alerts, and then I pulled up my app, and I was sitting there, I made a 400 pip move in an hour and a half. I'm sitting there looking at this thing going, Jesus Christ.
No, not an hour and a half, mate. I mean, within minutes.
Well, no, the news. Yeah, I've seen that, the whiplash stuff. You don't want to be in that, but yeah, man, it was a good move. I mean, where do you see 400 pip moves in an hour and a half? It's very rare.
Rare.
Yeah. But yeah,
I stopped looking at news because I started writing my own indicators, and basically I realized that the whole secret to these fucking markets is volume. And it's the relationship between volume and price action, right? So over and over again, I would find that right before a news event would come, you'd get this massive divergence in volume versus price almost every single fucking time, and it would always be the right direction. So I was basically, okay, well, I don't need to look at news, because if I'm following my indicator that I wrote, I'm already going to be in the right direction. Because what happens is that the motherfuckers that have the Bloomberg terminals and contacts in the industry and shit, they're all going to be positioning before that news hits, at least an hour before that news hits, right? All of us goobers, when we get the fucking news, there's thousands of people in the know that have already gotten that news. And their footprint is going to be shown in the volume on the markets.
Yeah.
So
evidence.
Yeah, because they can't hide it. They can't hide their repositioning, right? Period. If you're on a symbol that shows accurate volume, which is, by the way, why I like trading futures, because it's a centralized exchange, so all the volume traded on the market is available to everybody. It's not so much like Forex.
What about a pending order?
What?
A pending order. What if somebody's got millions of pending orders all stacked up ready
right now?
Well, that's another great thing about the futures market. There's no dark pools. Right? There's no dark pools in the futures market. It's all centralized, right? If somebody has pending orders, it's on the depth of market data.
It's already there.
Yeah. Unlike Forex, where there's dark pools everywhere, and they can make, they can move billions of dollars without ever hitting the market, right? It's not like that with futures. But hey, Simpleton, I really want to add you on Telegram so we can do this. We don't have to fucking do this stupid YouTube stream shit to.
Yeah. So what's funny is I went to the help thing. It says how to do invites, and amazingly inside Discord I'm missing the phone, the pin, the camera, the add invite. That whole fucking title bar is missing all of a sudden. It's fucking retarded. You could just fucking die trying to use Discord. I mean, there's probably been a lot of suicides.
On Telegram, not Discord. Telegram.
No, I know. I was trying to do. The Telegram is just did you look up Forex? Because how can there just be one Forex and I happen to name that?
I don't know, man. I'm looking on Telegram right now. I don't even see how to search groups. I see new groups.
There's a search up in the upper left-hand corner next to the burger.
Oh.
So how about I make it Forex fucknuts, and you can search that out. I can't seem to. Are you on a channel? I guess I could join your channel, create one, and I'll just search it out.
I guess I could create one. Let me create a new one.
And I'll just search it out,
Forex
right?
as well.
It's so silly.
When you create a group, there's a link that you can copy and just give out to people, and they click on it, and then they join the group. And you add the group then to your contacts.
It's Telegraph. My first impressions, piece of shit. Okay, because I'm right here. If I do
group link.
It's just.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. It's not group. No, you need a new channel. It's not group. Okay.
Channel.
Click on the hamburger menu.
Okay, new channel.
Click on that.
It'll be now it'll probably say that's already taken, right? It'll say, "Oh, Forex is taken," right? Or something.
I don't know. Try it out.
Group is for your chat contacts.
I see how this fucking shit works now. Okay.
Yeah, group is for your local contacts, and channel is for public.
Yeah, you can do, if you click create channel, then it says public channel.
It says t.me/, so but it's blank. So
you
skip it.
I think
you type in what you want the channel name to be.
Oh. Shit. Too late. Okay, it's called Forex. Here it is. Channel's created. I like how the channel's created, but if I double click, nothing happens. Love that shit. What is that? Okay, I guess I can just share this right now. Channel info? Wow. 1 subscriber, I guess that's me. You're allowed to subscribe to your own stuff. Amazing. I just don't know how you share the link.
It should just be t.me / and then the name. It gives you a fucking link, I think.
View the channel. I can view the channel.
Okay, I think I see
that's
how this
it.
shit works.
It's just view the channel info is the only choice I got.
Okay, so
view the channel.
All right.
Weird.
So I just created a channel just to see how this shit works.
Oh,
Okay,
maybe it's
so
up here.
like up in the upper right of your desktop Telegram.
I got that message window.
You can put manage channel, and then. Oh wait, where's the fucking link?
Oh wait, I did something here. Alert! I did something. Allow access, right? Maybe I can share it from here. I got this little
Oh wait. Okay,
pop-up
here it
window
is. Here it is.
running
Okay,
now.
so on the desktop app, right? If you're on your channel, click the 3 little vertical dots in the upper right,
Yeah.
and then view channel info, and it'll show the link there. It just says link, and that's the invite link.
Yeah, link. Yeah, link. Yeah, public channel.
But it
and then
doesn't.
Link is available.
It doesn't. All it
Yeah,
says
it
is
should.
this.
Here,
It
put-
says Forex.
Creating. Are you guys creating this just so that everybody can join, or so that you
Yeah,
can limit?
Everybody. Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, it's like fucking pulling teeth,
okay,
you know.
okay.
With the see, there's no link
Yeah.
there.
Having this
No. Close that. Close that real quick. Close that window
Listen.
that you're on.
Okay, listen.
You guys are the tech bastards. I'm gonna step out real quick. I'll be back.
Okay, so here's the view channel info you talked about, but there's nothing in there.
Yeah. Close that real quick. Okay, that's fucking weird then. Yeah. So
I
view
know.
channel info.
Click.
This is all you guys. This shit.
Huh. Okay, let's try. So just right click on Forex on the menu.
Add somebody here now. So here you have view channel info. Same bullshit.
Just do leave channel because I think you may have done a private channel.
No, channel type. Go to channel type. Whoa.
Channel type.
No. Go to view channel info. Right. Yeah. Go to manage channel. Manage channel. You just had it.
This is
Go back.
manage channel.
Oh. Yeah,
Okay,
click
manage
that. View
channel,
channel
right.
info. Click the 3 dots again. 3 dots. 3 dots.
On that window, the 3 dots up by the X.
3
Yeah.
dots, dude. It's
Manage
cognitive
channel.
dissonance.
Okay, cool.
Manage channel. Right.
There
Go
we go. I
down.
see invite links.
Yeah.
You see it where it says invite links there? Simple.
Copy link. Okay. Let me see if
Channel
I can put
type.
it in a thing
Click
here.
on channel type. Click on channel type. Channel type. Invite link. Okay.
Yeah. See, your channel type is private. I think you want to put it to public.
Yeah. Public.
Oh,
channel
well,
type
okay.
to public.
I'm kind of embarrassed, but okay.
No.
Don't worry.
Oh, see, now I have to describe the link here. Like I have to make it up here, right? And rename it
Right, yeah,
again.
the
Yeah,
public.
yeah. So
Okay, go to
whatever you
public.
put there, where it says link, that's going to be your invite link. Whatever you put there. So if you just put simpleton Forex.
Or
just
Cocknockers
simpleton.
Club. Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The unlubricated trader. Okay.
I hate ICT channel.
Okay, we'll just make it STFX. Sorry, this link is too short. Well, fuck you then. Too short. Dude, that's all I got. I was born with it. Okay.
No. Do simpleton FX. Yeah.
No.
Just
You
spell it out.
no, you have to give it something else.
Just more characters, right?
STFX.
Already in use. See, I knew that would happen.
Short. I think the minimum is 8 characters.
Yeah, STFX traders.
God, somebody's got my thing. Okay, this is gonna be the longest fucking link in the world. I should keep trying to find something.
Simpleton FX.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I can do the share of the link, right? Where you?
There we go.
No,
Yeah.
FX.
Yeah, Simpleton FX. Perfect.
Yeah.
So now everybody just has to type in t.me/Simpleton FX to join it.
Yeah. So here I can just I guess paste that link. Did they let you paste that link? It's already copied the clipboard. Okay, let me throw it in this. If I can make it back to the original, because I was watching the guy on one finger here, one finger push-up guy. I gotta get rid of him first. Alrighty then. Wow, I feel like I just jogged around the block in bare feet. Here, let me post the link.
Hell yeah, dude.
Here, just so.
Fucking real boomer workout
There
hours.
you go. Wow. Man, can I have a cup of coffee or some kind of libation, some kind of fucking elixir? Can I get a highball? All right.
Please update the latest version and send it advance on storage. Oh, fuck off.
So I got my audio turned on. I guess we can. So it's probably better audio because we're on Google Hangouts, which they're going to discontinue. But Google Hangouts to me is not the best audio or anything. But you can share charts. So can you share charts on the Telegram, like a live thing?
Yeah, I think you can.
Bring
stream
up a chart. Because everybody was using that other one called GoToMeeting. You know, that was the other thing people were using back in the day. I wonder if I can share a chart in there. I wish you could probably bring an image up. Oh, look, it's got this like floating kind of taskbar that's alive. It's like a wave. Oh, maybe that's me talking. Okay, so when you talk, it makes the taskbar kind of go into a wave mode. How exciting. Got people piled in here like, holy shit, man, like flies on shit. Look at they got 3 people already.
Is there no
Listening.
fucking chat for this channel?
look at
I don't
that.
get it. I thought there was like a chat.
Yeah,
room
right
as
here.
well.
So there's a pop-up window, and I'm talking and making things move. We got Sporty Link in there, and Sporty Spice, and some Russian dude. This might be the crude oil guy. I guess you can turn them on, or I allow them to speak. Speak, or forever hold your peace, or they have to turn their mic too, right? Right. They probably got to turn their mic on, right? How exciting. I'm down $130. Thanks for telling me about the ES Mini idea. That's fucking, now I'm broke. Thanks. I'm broke now. Thanks. Thanks for that tip. No, I like your system. It's fucking, I'm under $130 underwater. Thanks a lot. You're right. You can lose a lot of money and make a lot of money. You can win and lose a lot of money. Well, 5 o'clock, there should be some drama, right? We're going to see it in Forex.
No, it's going to close at 5 o'clock. Then when it reopens,
for an hour. Okay.
Hour
Yeah,
later,
they do that in the gold market.
Happens.
Yeah, the gold future, or the gold on the MT4 platforms do that too. They shut it down, and I was like, what? I was just
gold
the
is
best
traded on
trade
the
of my
same
life.
Exchange. Yeah, it's the CME.
Yeah,
so
Mercantile.
So gold and silver and all the commodities and shit are traded on CME, just like.
And even Bitcoin, I think, is traded on CME. When they went public, they. I just can't even believe we're talking about Bitcoin. That somebody's taking a video card and making up a fucking really long serial number and selling it for $55,000. It's just wrong. It's so wrong. That's what the kids say.
So am I fucking crazy, or is there no?
You're crazy.
Chat. Well, I know I'm crazy, but am I crazy enough to not see the fucking text chat on Telegram for your channel?
Oh,
like
yeah,
it's just a voice chat for me.
Oh, as opposed
I don't see
to
any way to like.
Oh, well, we don't allow chatting around here. You know, that's young kids do that. We just talk good old fashioned with spit and syllables. And yeah, I don't know what happened there. Let me see. Maybe I have to turn something on, right, to make it make the settings so it's
maybe
chat
there's like
ready.
a setting to make it text enabled or some shit.
Under managed channel, maybe I can make it so that it's okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have like bad dreams tonight. Like I'd be caught, like Lawnmower Man. I'd be caught in the internet, trying to find a way out. I'll be talking like his vocoder. Help me.
Well, now
Stuck
that
in
you're
the
on Telegram
server.
like ICT, you can start selling mentorships.
Oh God, thank God.
That's where the real money is, bud.
The mentorship. The angry trader.
$500 a day.
I'm gonna have stuff like mastering revenge trading with a market order.
Mastering revenge trading on the NASDAQ futures market.
Yeah. 3 simple steps to blow up your account. That's that cost extra for those courses, because you have to sign away.
Isn't it amazing today? We've got all this knowledge at a tap. There's things called fucking libraries. They've been around a while, full of financial books, quantitative understanding, all sorts of shit. But you put some cheap, shitty YouTube video together with some bling and bullshit, you end up with a million fucking idiots buying into it. Fascinating.
There's this fucking douchebag on YouTube. He goes by Hunter FX, okay?
Hunter FX, he's on my list.
Oh my god, dude. So recently a bunch of drama happened because, he had his little dumbass fucking YouTube about trading. Never showed executions or anything. He'd show like spreadsheets of his trades, right? His supposed trades. And he was selling like coursework, and a lot of it was just a lot of repackaged bullshit from ICT that he was pawning off as his own.
ICT
So anyway,
found out?
What's that?
ICT found out?
No. ICT didn't find out. But what happened is that he had a Discord channel where he was selling signals. And, they were shitty signals. Like, I went in there, I was like, this is a fucking joke. But anyway, what actually happened is some moneyed guy, some guy with money, thought that this Hunter FX guy was like a badass trader or some shit like that. And fucking gave him some, I don't know, a supposedly large amount of money to trade with. And he lost it all. And
oof.
And so this fucking Forex guy, Hunter FX, this fucking Hunter FX guy was basically exposed for like not being able to trade worth a good goddamn, and basically said like he's going to close down his channel, but he's a millionaire now off of Bitcoin and he doesn't need it anymore. I don't know. It was the most hilarious fucking drama with these mentors. It's just
How long ago was that?
Constant fucking drama. What's that?
How long ago was that?
I was relatively recently, like within the last month. His channel is just Hunter FX on YouTube, and the whole fucking drama
It
is
sounds
there. It's
familiar.
I scrape all these cunts. I scrape all these twats, right? I've got 327 in my list. There's about 338.
Oh, I've seen
Fuck
Hunter
nuts.
X up. He's the gayest looking guy I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, woke weekends 2 days ago. I know, and these guys, you probably won't see me on camera because I'm not as good looking as Hunter, the gay FX trader, but, this stuff is like, it's all about, look at my room, look at my fuzzy dice, and
I know maybe there's a good chance he doesn't like my personality. It's perfectly fair. I don't like his personality. I can review his stuff later though. He seems like he at least knows somewhat what he's doing. But I haven't.
is he talking about me? Wait,
I'm trying to make something funny, and some people.
is he talking about me again? Wait a second.
Oxmel, of course, he's a smaller YouTuber. I mean, the problem with reviewing, reviewing smaller
I never bring my cat onto the stream. You notice it?
courses and stuff is like not many people.
Now that's his cat trades for him, obviously.
People have even had exposure to it, right? So I'm not doing a favor for many people, right? So I'm gonna do one for ICT.
Oh, look at that. For ICT, he's gonna hook him up. Check. He's how benevolent this guy is. What are you talking? This is a really nice guy.
I review ICT, and I already know my opinion of ICT, but I'll do like an in-depth analysis. Right, here's some charts. Imagine drunk trading. I was last week. I was drunk. A lot of people were like, "This is so unprofessional." You know what? That's okay.
Oh my God.
I'm trying different things, boys.
Boys? With a Z?
What made you suck me a dick?
I'm just trying to make.
How do you spell boys? B-O-I-S?
Make some entertaining content, really, right? That's all it is. I want to mix entertainment with actual education.
I already did it.
Right? I'm not here to cater you guys. I'm trying to make something funny, and some people don't like it.
I'm offended personally.
I mean, losing money is funny, so.
I mean, I'm offended by
other people losing money is funny.
the amount of, the amount of mousse in his hair. Isn't he afraid the monitors are gonna spark a fire?
Try it again. We'll see how it goes.
He's gonna criticize.
Rip out of his hair now.
He's gonna criticize ICT. I can't wait to hear that.
Oh. Oh, he's a smaller YouTuber. Dude, you got me. Jack, man. Jack, I should make you a mod, eh?
Wow. So he's got
one more quick push before we every week.
So when does he trade drunk again? Between 5 and 6 in the afternoon?
Yeah, his fucking market analysis is just hilarious. I mean, it's just basic support and resistance, and that's apparently like a revelation to these people.
Uh-oh, he's exposed the guru 9 months
What's
ago.
up, guys? I'm back. This is gonna be a quick video.
Is this my brother? Is this Pips don't?
I was up this morning.
Pips don't lie.
I usually do outreach on other people's YouTube channels.
Outreach. I like to outreach and try to save people from blowing accounts up.
In order to gain traction to my channel, I'll be honest with you, but it's not for me to sell you any books, sell you any courses, sell you any signals. I'm strictly attempting to educate people on what goes on in this Forex market, because it's getting to a point where I'm seeing so many scams, so many multi-level marketing schemes, that it's just, what I mean, it's getting under my skin.
I hear that.
It's rubbing me the wrong way to a point where like I'm livid right now. Like, I had to shoot this video and I had to shoot it live because I've been watching this guy named Hunter FX, and I did a video on him before. And I honestly thought that by the way he was conducting things, I had my worries about him, or I was weary about his integrity. But from this morning, when I did the review on his website, he didn't have as much on the website yet. So if you would like to, I have a recorded video of what his old website used to look like. But what I'm trying to say is I just caught wind of his new website, and I went to his ebook and his courses. This asshole is selling his ebook for $500.
This asshole is selling his ebook. Hey, ICT's selling his for $1,000. He's a bigger asshole. He could engulf Hunter's asshole. That's so big of an asshole.
As opposed to the recommended books that he has under there that are by full-time traders who have been trading for a lot longer than 3 years. Okay? I don't care what anybody tells me. I don't care how old this kid is. He could not be seasoned enough for me to buy a course from him for $500 when his recommended books by professionals are going for 35 to 50 bucks. I can buy 10 of those books and share that knowledge with people. Why does he think that bleeding your pocket for $500 is the right thing to do? And I'm telling you guys, as a real Forex trader, on the internet, we cannot sell you financial freedom. I can't sell you signals, and I can't sell you courses. Why? Because it takes away from my quality of life by you relying on me to bring you to financial freedom. I am not your dad. I am not your mom. I am not anywhere anything related to you. Why do I care about you getting time to financial freedom? To the point where I'm gonna make you pay for it? What I do here on my YouTube channel, I do it because I actually trade, and I'm simply sharing my information with people. And how am I going to share it? I'm going to share it for free. I can't sell it to you. The best I can do is give you my route, and you take from my route what you need, and you continue your venture, and you continue your research, but you do not buy anything from anyone. People spend thousands of dollars in school to come out with.
What's up?
Why do people always think that they're just going to become millionaires? I don't get it, man. Like, why don't you first start at trying to make a fucking living at Forex? I mean, FX is a hard way to to make a living. I don't care.
Oh yeah.
I don't care what.
No, it's not hard. What's the problem? It's like this, right? You know what a diamond looks like, right?
Kinda.
And you know what a big pile of shit looks like, right?
Definitely. That I know.
I do.
Well, the Forex market is a big pile of shit of bullshitters and wankers and tossers galore. But the diamond can be made, but it requires hard work, study, and understanding mathematics and very complex technologies and other factors that will make it a lot easier. 99.9% of all these fuckheads don't do any of that. Not one. I've got fucking a list of 300 fucking knobheads on my list. Wanker, wanker. Right?
I've got multiple different FX accounts, and I use them, strategically. One is for retirement, one is for swing, and one is scalping. I'm extremely good at it. I'm extremely good at all three. But you've got to be, you got to be good in trends. You got to know how to trade, ranges.
Yeah.
And you have to be good at spotting trends, and I'm really good at it. I think a good day for me is picking up 20 to 30 pips. I can live off of 20 or 30 pips. And, sometimes I get 100. It's great, but I don't understand the psychology of people thinking they're going to become fucking rich even within 3 to 5 years of trading. It takes 10 years of good solid trading to literally become financially free, and there's nobody on the internet that says, what, this is a hard thing to do.
Do you think that, right, all these people, right, it's not all just about IQ, but most of their IQs are barely above a chimp, right? They're good at stealing peanuts from others or manipulating peanuts from others, but they're not in that category of, they switch the fuck on, right? If you go to every major bank, every hedge fund, all of them, you'll find all the people are hired to do all this and do make that kind of money. I got fuck all to do with their courses. Most of that is just shit. Shit. It's an indicative opposite of everything. Quants, analysts, fundamental economic driving systems, all this shit. They study that not because it's fun, because it can work to your favor. Not some knobhead talking about I've got the cold, mate, and his shit's going down. And crap, it's like, what, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, he's a major in math, right? Or he's a major in this and that. If there's 3 disciplines to actually go into, there's maths, economics, and chaos theory, cause and effect, butterfly effect shit, yeah?
Yeah.
To understand why cause happens and creates an effect, why an effect can create another cause, and the mathematics to break that down into a model, then understand the economics and the shady shit that goes on behind the scene, right? Right? But some twat on YouTube, he's got some fucking indicator and a few little, piss off, do me well. Do you think Goldman Sachs actually is going on YouTube right now, the main dude? Right, this YouTube twat, he's fucking awesome. And I hear him. It's just a reality check, right?
Yeah.
Those guys do earn money, though. I mean, I'm talking 7-8 figures, mate, because they're really good at what they do. But don't think that took fucking overnight to do. We're talking 10, 15 years.
As a retail trader, I'm extremely happy, making 5 to a month. 5 to 10% a month is what I shoot for, and that's in all of my accounts, as a total. And, even at 5%, I'm thinking that I'm doing pretty good, over the cumulative process over a year. But out of that money, you got to budget. You got to budget what you're spending typically every day or in a week. There's nothing different, about trading for a living versus working for a living, you know, because when you know that you have X amount coming in, spending your time 40 or 60 hours a week at a job or maybe a business, you really have to budget what you're doing, you know, when you become semi-efficient at this job.
Well, yeah, because you really have to be you have to be conscious of the fact that, you know, you're supposed to treat it like a business. You know, it's not supposed to be like, oh, I'm just going to. Otherwise, it's going to be entertainment gambling. You know, that's the other way: entertainment gambling or a real consistent income.
I got my cat, my favorite midget, and my Ouija board out. I will be a successful trader. Please.
Yeah, I'm using tea leaves for all my entries.
Fucking the bones. What do the bones say, mistress?
I'm getting a swap. I got a swap on the Nasdaq that's killing me. I'm getting swapified by the Nasdaq. Apparently, this. Woof! I'm underwater. 89 cents.
The reason I even got into trading, the very, very, very beginning when I started doing this was I met a guy that was a part-time trader. I mean, extremely part-time, and he's pretty proficient and he does okay. He said to me one time, he said, "Hey man, you know, think about putting your money in the bank. You know, you put your money in the bank, they give you this ungodly low number of, you know, percentage wise of just keeping it there and holding it." And he said, you know, then they take your money and then they take it to the exchange and they make a more percentage and then they flick you a little scrap off the table and keep the rest. And it kind of made sense to me. It was like, well, why not just put a little bit in and kind of offset that to where, hey, you know, even if you lose, even if you're like losing like 60 to 65% of your trades, you're still going to come out okay at the end of the year if you've got some decent money management skills, you know, and you're going to end up with more money in an FX account than you would sitting in a bank account, you know. So that was kind of the impetus of you know, like, hey, let's get this going. Let's check things out. Let's, you know, see where it happened. Of course, you know, I blew up a couple of, you know, shitty accounts for, you know, 100 or 2 or 3 or here or there. But, you know,
there was a broker. I used to have this broker called Light Forex. And they'd actually, if you put like $2,000 in there, they'd pay you interest just for parking your money. You don't have to trade it. They'd pay you interest.
Yeah, there's some cryptos even out there like that now, where it, you know, you assume absolutely no risk, and you know they'll pay you.
Well, no, you do assume risk. You do assume risk. Yeah, trust me.
Yeah,
there's risk there, but
risk.
I know what you're talking about. Like there's that platform Aave, you know, it's like a lending platform where you put in your crypto and they lend it out to people and you get the interest on it.
Sure.
But they cover what your risk is, and it can be substantial. But
yeah.
But hey,
why not?
Hey, simple. What's that?
I said, why not become a trader a little bit in there? You know,
yeah,
get something.
Take out the middleman. You know, take out the bank. Take out the middleman.
Be a broker.
Direct deposits. Yeah, what's going on there?
So, I'm still trying to figure out how we get voice chat on your Telegram shit. And
here's the thing. I could probably predict the last tick on the S&P at the end of the year that I could fucking even think about running any of these, you know, Discords or even this. I still can't find the simple place to do a texting. The settings for texting, you know, I tried to find the secret burger or dots to turn on texting. I don't even see that choice. Manage channel. There's no. So we just have audio apparently. But I thought we'd share charts in there. I thought. Can you share an image in there?
I created a public channel myself, and it had text enabled right
away.
Let
me just search. What's it called?
I named it Losing Traders.
Oh, well, that's... Yeah.
Yeah,
That's not taken? That wasn't taken?
No, it wasn't.
I guess winning traders is probably taken though.
So it's it's the invite is t.me/losing traders.
Oh, here it is. LT.
Simpleton, put the
LT, right?
Telegram thing onto the screen, right? And this broadcast a message.
Here, at losing traders. At losing traders. Is that yours?
Yeah, losing traders. Yeah.
I'm still befuddled. How do I get the fuck in? How do I do? I'm in, I guess, right? I'm in. I don't know. I subscribe.
Join channel. Click the join channel.
You see where it says join channel at the bottom?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't read blue font. I'm looking for white. Okay. Oh, there you go. So I'm in. Now, can I drag and drop a chart into that thing? Is that how that works?
So, yeah, see, so you don't see text chat either. What the fuck, man?
Is that...
Because I went to this fucking website, telegram.org/tour/groups. And it's got all sorts of fucking... Okay, you know what? I think I get it now. I think... Okay. So in order for us to have text chat and shit, we do have to create a group. But we have to know each other's names to invite each other to the group. That's all I can figure out.
Oh, it's like
because
like
this
a
channel
private
shit is
group.
just voice, it looks like.
Yeah.
So I can broadcast a message.
Well, when people say they're posting, when people do signals in Telegram,
Says here, archive. What? No, wait. Every admin has at the bottom broadcast a message.
Yep, but there's no way for users of the channel to do text messaging. Like, I can post images and shit, you know?
Fucking point in that.
Yeah, let's see.
So we have to create a group. That's what it has to be. But I don't know if you can create public groups.
Dude, just use Skype. Fuck this shit. Just use Skype.
Bullshit.
Do you listen to me?
Yeah.
You can create a...
Yeah, so the only way to create a group is to have people on your friends list already, and then you can create a group from people on your friends list. Fucking A, man. What a piece of shit.
That's fucking lame.
Yeah, that's bullshit, man.
Skype. What about Skype?
Skype's cool. I'd have to make an account at Skype.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to find out a way
It's
that
really
we can keep in
convenient.
touch where we don't have to keep doing this fucking streaming bullshit, you know, just
You
to
can
get
do
each other in a chat.
channel
You know what I
and
mean?
Chat.
Well, I can do stuff here. We can just do it in Google. We can share charts in Google and stuff like that.
I don't see any way to do that.
Oh yeah, you
how do we share charts in this?
You got to go to that 3-dot burger, I think. Here, let me see. I remember how to do it. We were doing it once. So let's see.
Yeah, how do you text like each other?
Yeah, that's what,
Right, so-
yeah. Like how do I text any of you all once the stream is closed? That's the thing.
Once they close Google meetings, you mean the Meet?
Yeah.
Google?
Yeah. How do we chat with each other after?
It actually
the
goes
stream
through the
is
email.
after
I mean,
the
it
meeting
seems
is
to go
closed?
through the email, and it becomes a chat and email. In other words, once you leave the stream, you kind of still have that address, and I don't know. It seems like that's how it was going. Let me see if I can find this something. Apparently, the burger is the trick. Got a whiteboard too. I could draw here. There's a little lag on it. So yeah, here I'll just. I didn't want to. So in the interest of privacy, I kind of had this thing on the side in case somebody showed up and did a tubing on us. But so I.
God, everything's fucking
Here's
complicated, isn't it?
Here's like where we're at. This is us on the internet. So webmaster, I hope you don't mind. You got that gargoyle thing. So here's us.
It's a jumping spider.
Oh, well, good to know because he's in a cage,
what's
so he
wrong
can't get off the screen.
with losing traders or what is it called?
Yeah, I just named it losing traders. But yeah, but it's just a voice chat. There's no text chat, so we can't share charts. We can't stream our screen.
I mean, actually, this is Google Hangouts, but I just want to see if I can. So I could show everyone.
Why isn't
actually.
it text? Google Hangouts. Why isn't it text? Or like you said, sharing shit.
I don't know. It's kind of complicated. So yeah, I haven't really researched it. So people were using Zoom. Is Zoom any good, or is that another drama of it?
Hey, you just create additional chat on Telegram. You can
You got to pay for it.
One more chat to your channel in Telegram.
When I go to contacts, I type in the channel losing traders, and there's nothing even there. But
on Telegram,
losing traders.
Oh, I found
okay.
it.
Look, well here, anybody who's in the Losing Traders Telegram right now, I'm gonna drop a link to a Discord invite, and you all can join that Discord, and it'll solve all the chat fucking problems. I hate Discord, but if you don't have to manage it, then it's fucking easy. I'll just manage the Discord, and y'all can join it.
Yeah,
do you see that link I just posted?
Try typing my name in under contacts, and then you'll
Okay,
probably...
hold on, I'll do that. Okay, so what's your name?
Andrew Munz, M-U-N-Z.
I like to use 2 cups and a string.
Is it just
you have to
Andrew
hold
M?
it really tight.
Oh.
At Andrew, is that your name?
No.
Losing Traders.
Okay, well I don't know who Andrew M is then.
Try it real quick. Try just doing an ad.
Yeah, I tried it. I tried adding you. I went to contacts and then I searched for Andrew.
So we could just create a group here, right? Anybody could start a group, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh, that's
so
weird.
what are we going to call the group? Total Losing Traders? Okay. Never winning. I've never won at trading.
Technology.
So what is the group function? Would be Losing Traders Anonymous? So we'll just pick something.
Look,
none of you
just join my Discord so we don't have to do this shit anymore. I'll manage the Discord for you. So just how do I post a link to the fucking stream? That's what I want to do.
Can't, it's blocked.
Yeah, oh fuck.
I thought Discord was it had to be a paid service so that you can unlock all those features.
No, it's free. No, you can run a server, you can have voice chats, you can, I mean, I don't like Discord because the company is like super left-wing progressive weirdos, right? But I mean, it's a lot easier than this Telegram shit just to get people in there and be able to message each other.
You're creating channels. You have to create a new chat in Telegram, and then you attach this chat to your channel.
Wow.
So you have one channel and you have a connected chat.
Well, how does he connect it then?
Right mouse
how does
click.
He connect the chat to the channel?
So Telegram can do this stuff. You just create not channel but chat. You will be asked to invite someone to this chat, but you just skip this and send the link to this chat to the channels you have already created.
Okay.
I mean, Telegram is the most convenient way to connect.
Is this Baal? Is this Baal? Is that your name?
What?
Is your name B-A-O or B-O-A?
No, my name is Alexander.
Oh, okay. Gosh, you sound just like okay. I had no idea. So you're talking to us. You're on Telegram right now, right?
Yeah, I'm on Telegram voice chat.
All right. So you're saying that just go over to, because I where's his voice coming from? I think we've been somebody's haunting
I
us.
thought it was just the shrooms wearing off.
The shrooms are they're tapering off. Tapering.
Left corner.
Well,
upper left burger. And just go for a contact, or?
No.
Oh, so you're looking at Losing Traders, which is the channel that I made, right?
Yes.
So this is what I'm asking. Like, how do we get text chat on any of these channels that we created on Telegram?
So create new group.
Just pick a
video
name.
Video is a bit lagging, so I can repeat.
Yeah, we already tried this. The problem is
See, look,
creating
it just
a new
doesn't
group.
even do
You
anything.
have to
It
have
doesn't even do
everybody
it.
that you want to add to the
Yeah,
group.
no, I gotta drag and drop you guys in here. Oh, you gotta have them ready to go. Okay, you gotta have them on deck.
And then create. Skip this. create.
Okay, so create? Create what? You mean just...
No. You don't invite anyone and create this chat. Then send this link in the channel.
Oh, I see. Oh, so we're all dumb. Okay, I see. I think I'm a dumbass.
Create.
I get it now.
Where do you see the word create? That's my first problem.
Again, create a new group.
No. You're in the wrong screen now, simpleton.
Oof.
Yeah, so go to new group again.
Okay.
He was telling you the right thing to do.
Right. It doesn't let me create a new group, by the way.
No.
Here, I'll
I'll
create it.
You did all
I
right.
see how to do it now.
Like create new group,
Can't
make
do it.
name.
I did. It doesn't let me do it. I don't care what you call it. It won't happen. So
And just create. Don't invite anyone.
It won't let you.
it doesn't let you.
Yeah, it won't let you. See, that's what I'm saying.
It's just
That's what I'm
retarded.
saying.
You need
man.
something
If
first.
you don't add members, you can't create the group.
Okay, copy your link, your account link, and send it to the channel. I will add you to friends, and you will invite me to this group. And
My
we will create
account
this
link.
group.
Is this it? Losing Traders? Is that the account link?
Losing Traders is my channel.
I just joined
Send-
Losing Traders.
send your account
I
link
I don't even know
anywhere.
what an account link is. That's how fucked up I am.
Account link is your main menu on top left corner.
Oh.
Okay, so I just joined Losing Traders where it says test and then it, Losing Traders.
Yeah, and it has a Discord link.
Like, I
Yeah.
still don't see that word.
So that's mine. That's the one I created that Simpleton's looking at right now.
I can't even type anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the
Yeah.
problem. There's no
You can't
text
create.
chat.
So what is... I don't even see that account link thing you're talking about. Yeah, you can't make a new channel. You can't do nothing. I don't think you can do anything.
Top settings.
Oh, here. Public channel. Save.
No, you have already created channel. You don't need anyone.
Maybe you don't. But no, I don't know. I just don't see this one. Confused beyond confused.
Okay, again, go to your settings, top left corner menu, then settings.
Settings. This one? Oh, that one. Okay. I just saw it. Hold on. Please hold. Your call is very important to us. Okay. Oh, here we are.
Hey,
This is
wait,
different.
Simpleton, before you do that, before you pull up the hamburger
settings.
menu, it's going to show your phone number, dude.
Oh, right. Yeah, I know. That already did. So don't forget,
Okay.
it's only for girls to call. Yeah. So if you're a guy, or maybe lady boy. Where are we at here? So
Okay,
you're saying
edit profile.
edit profile. Yeah, I'll do this off stage. I don't want to go. I don't want to end up like being doxxed all over the. Oh, here. Edit profile. You say. And then here's where I add username. Is this where I add somebody?
Yeah, you just create your username and send it to the channel. So we add you to friends. You will create group and add, for example, me.
Okay, dude that's talking, Alexander, right? Here's the problem that we're facing. We need some way for people who come into the stream or whatever to quickly join a chat that we're in. So if we have to fucking add every single person...
I tell you how this works. Simpleton will send a link to the channel under the video, and channel will be connected with chat, because in the settings of channel you can add a group. Like there will be a channel where can only Simpleton post something, and there will be a chat where everyone can talk.
So I'm in Losing
Okay, and
Traders.
so
If I want to type into Losing Traders, where's the fucking entry bar to enter any text? I'm still lost on that.
That's where I'm at too.
Because if I click on it, I see the audio thing pop up. But where did you just type a good old fuck? It's like I got the link all ready to go. I created everything just like I was supposed to. But you just can't navigate this. I mean, you need like a fucking 5-week fucking symposium on this shit.
It's stupid. It's stupid.
So
that's why I'm saying we could just use Discord and I'll manage it. Just give that
So if
Discord
I want to
link
type,
out.
if I want to leave a message, here, leave a message, right? Or no, wait, leave the channel. Sorry.
If you join that Discord, we can join the voice chat
Where,
there.
where do you type in your little comments in this window that's got this blue or this this? It says Losing Traders on the left side. Is there a place you just click here? I mean, and you just go,
No.
well, I think I'm going to type something here, right? It doesn't exist.
Yeah, there's no way for you to type anything.
Oh, is this the message?
In that.
No.
Yeah, click that Discord
so
link.
Weird.
Yeah, if you just click that Discord link, then that'll join the Discord I created.
Okay.
Right there you go. I see
As
you.
they
You're in the
say, we
Discord
get on
now.
the same page as the kid Cole could say.
Yeah, so now you see where it says voice channels on the sidebar? All you have to fucking do is open up your Discord account and look at this server, and then you can just join the voice channel at any time. I mean, you've already been at the fucking No Nonsense Forex.
Yeah, no,
Discord.
I did voice
You know how this
over
shit
there.
works.
Yeah, I've done Discord before.
Yeah,
and you
so
can
we
share
just
charts.
use
You can
this
post
server.
charts. You can post charts in here. Actually, the Discord's better than Skype because it has. You can chart. You can have charts in a.
Yeah.
In other words, you can label charts only, and porn only, or whatever. You can have different stuff. Let's see. Where's the? I'm in the general thing.
Yeah, so now we can share charts and whatever
So
other fucking
there's
garbage.
a guy named Short Wall Street. I guess that's you now. So are you?
No,
is Alexander going to join us, or is he?
No, I'm the guy with the crown that shows offline. Sirius, that's me.
Oh,
Got the link. Simpleton, can you post the link, please?
Oh, for this Discord channel, you better let that other guy do it. He's expert.
Okay, did you join the Losing Traders fucking Telegram shit?
All right, you're still in Discord.
Well, here, Simpleton, do this for me then, okay? On your Telegram, where it has that Discord link, actually, I can just send this to you in Discord. I'm gonna post an invite link in the Discord, and you can post that to your stream chat.
Okay, yeah, I'll see
Because
that.
you can post URLs to your own stream.
Right.
Okay, so
good,
so
here.
copy that text, that discord.gg, and then all those fucking letters. Copy that and post it to your stream, and then people can join this.
Okay.
Fucking Discord shit.
No, it's funny. It's like 8 technologies, and you can't get in duct tape to hold none shit together. It's just like duct tape. It's like, hey, I got a little crazy glue. Dude, the gap's too big for crazy glue. What the fuck's going on? Okay.
So wait a sec. Let me get it straight.
Oh God, I think I got a couple rubber bands. Wait, I think it's gonna hold. We got stopped out. Oh fuck. No. Here, let me.
So I joined your Telegram thing to get a link to go to Discord. Only to ask Simpleton to get that and post it in his Google chat to get to this. Oh wow.
It is it's like Telegram.